Somerset County Cricket Club. Day 4 of this Vitality County Championship match between Somerset and Surrey, set to get underway in just 15 minutes time. For the final time this week, a warm welcome to all the players, officials and supporters joining us from the Kia Oval. We hope you have another enjoyable day with us at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset set to resume their second innings on 194 for 9, a lead of 190. The overnight not-out batters, Tom Banton 28 not outs, Craig Overton 40 not outs. The scheduled hours of play today, 10:30 till 12:30. For the morning session, lunch will be 40 minutes, taking us up to 1:10. The afternoon session is another 2-hour session from 1:10 until 3:10. And the final session, 3:30 until a scheduled close of play at 6, with this being the final day. The last hour will start when there are 16 overs remaining in the match. The Somerset Cricket Museum will be open during the lunch and tea intervals, so it's your final opportunity to visit the excellent museum situated behind the Ondarchi Pavilion. Book sale will be taking place during the lunch interval as well. Scorecards are available from reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Members have been emailed a free copy of the scorecard for this match. A reminder that the Cooper Associates County Ground is now a cashless venue, and we ask all our members and supporters to please use the new recycling bins which are situated around the ground. There's a wide range of food and drink offerings available from the Somerset concessions around the ground as well. And if you wanted to listen to the live stream commentary, Virtue Motors, who are the match sponsor for this game, also providing radio earpieces which you can pick up for a cost of just £12 from reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. It's not too long until Somerset take on Surrey in the Vitality Blast semi-finals on finals day at Edgbaston on Saturday. And if you wanted to travel on the official coach, you can speak to our members of staff at reception on the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Booking your place right now. The price for return travel is £56 for members, £60 for non-members. A reminder, this is a travel-only option. Match tickets are only available via the Edgbaston website. Somerset then 194 for 9 in their second innings, a lead of 190. Day 4, the fourth and final day of Somerset against Surrey gets underway in just over 10 minutes time. We hope you have an enjoyable day with us here in Taunton. There is more to the Cooper Associates County Ground than just first-class sporting action. We can also offer you the premier venue in the county for conferences, meetings or training events. Somerset County Cricket Club is the perfect venue to hold your event, and our varied and flexible facilities can cater for all of your needs. Our friendly team are more than happy to discuss all of your requirements and can help you to plan from start to finish. From a large conference for over 300 delegates to a small training event, we have the facilities to cater for all of your needs. For more information, please visit reception in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion or visit our official website. welcome match umpires Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Mills. The match referee is Simon Hinks. Scorers are Polly Rhodes and Julia Farmer.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where we could have an absolutely thrilling day's cricket. Somerset are still batting thanks to the heroics of Tom Banton. What a man. The Somerset fans are so excited. The passion, the desire, the will, as Andy Hurry put it after play last night, from Tom Banton to hobble out using his bat as a crutch. The extra runs for this last wicket partnership could be absolutely crucial for Somerset. If Tom Banton didn't bat, Surrey would have been batting last night. Surrey could, be already on their way to victory, but Tom Banton came up, played really well on no legs, basically. Myself, Harry Everett, joined by Stephen Lamb. What heroic batting from Tom
tremendous.
Banton.
Must be one of the most courageous 28 ball, 28 not outs in history.
We're going to go back to James Hildreth. We're going to mention Marshall Scothick on his broken metatarsal up at Old Trafford. I'm going up to Old Trafford next week, and I remember being at that game a few years ago.
Yeah, I think that's where you and I met.
Yes, actually, well remembered. Yeah, well, that was a long time ago, Stephen.
Yeah, it was a while. And it was another piece of physical bravery.
It is. I mean, James Hildreth set the precedent. We had the brilliant exclusive yesterday. I never knew that. Well, it's funny here, so I'm going to pause. Craig Overton's out in the middle ready. We'll get the cameras to pan. Tom Banton is miles behind. Why is Craig Overton not waiting for him?
There was extra special applause for Tom Banton, mainly in the Ondarchi stand, I think, which is right beside where he came out, where he emerged from the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and that's lovely to see. They're still applauding as he limps out. Oh, you love a bit of drama, don't you?
I love a bit of drama,
we had
Stephen.
it all yesterday evening. The point where Tom Banton came into bat, felt like the game was in the bag for Surrey.
He looks in more pain this morning.
I think you've got to say Surrey are still favourites at the moment.
Potentially so, but Tom Banton, I cannot think of a better player to be able to bat with no foot movement, because his hand-eye's so good.
Absolutely.
If it was someone who...
astonishing.
If you think of someone who gets his foot to the ball more than Tom Banton, it might be a problem. But the way he just dips into it, his hockey skill, it's unbelievable.
4 fours in that 28 not out.
Including a cover drive. Do you remember that? That was my favourite. The pull shot was pretty decent too, but...
Yes, so just to remind you of the equation, which you probably know anyway, is that Somerset are 191 runs in front, and they have 1 wicket. It's either Craig Overton or Tom Banton that Surrey need to account for this morning. And if Somerset could edge their way past 200, get the lead up beyond 200, then hopes... Well, they always spring eternal, don't they? Otherwise, they wouldn't be eternal.
Exactly, Stephen. Exactly. That's one of your favourite lines, isn't it?
It applies this morning.
Well, yes. Dan Worrell is going to bowl to Craig Overton. So that means Tom Banton is at square leg practising his no-foot movement shots. Straight away, player miss, Craig Overton. He doesn't want to let one through. I mean, if he connected, it's probably 4 between the keeper and quite a wide, deep third, actually.
It's actually a little bit gloomy at the moment. It's been a mixture of sunshine and cloud. But there is a bit of a grey one hanging over us. Hope that is not going to interfere with things.
I hope for Tom Banton's sake that there aren't many on and offs with rain and bad light, because the poor bloke, it's probably more painful getting in and out of the changing rooms, down the steps. If I was him, I'd just sat in the dugout. But anyhow, Worrell's with his curve run up, and yeah, it's been dry all through the warm-ups.
Nicely played. He wants a run. Kemar Roach was looking to shy at the stumps, but in the end decided it wasn't worth it. You can see the rain on the Quantocks at the moment.
No, Tom Banton's hobbling into position, but he's just going to wait.
And it is indeed. It's spread, and the drama is on hold because they're going to come off. What a shame. I'm sure they'll come back at some point, but it did look threatening, that grey matter above our heads. And it is spilling all over the Cooper Associates County Ground and the rest of Taunton. So we built up the drama for you. We had just one run added this morning to Craig Overton. He's on 41 not out, and Tom Banton, just as he was getting ready to take strike, the players going
they
off.
might stop going off. Where's Tom Banton? He's just hovering.
The reason they're just hanging there at the moment, the players, is that the rain, we understand, has stopped. So we are wondering at this point whether they're going to come straight back on again. But no, there's been a signal from the umpires that the cover, the main wicket cover, needs to be unfurled, which you can see in between the drizzle is being carried out now. So we are going to have a little bit of a delay. Hopefully it won't be a long one. There are showers around Taunton during the day, but I'm sure we'll get some cricket. And what looks like a fascinating day in prospect is on hold for the moment. And rest assured, we will be back with you just as soon as play even looks like resuming.
Obviously the build-up to the 2019 World Cup in the style of play and all the changes of white ball cricket for England, and then to sort of finish with that day at Lord's, which just the most remarkable game and finish you're ever likely to ever be a part of. It was just absolutely amazing, and yeah, if I could relive sort of a minute or 2 minutes of my career, that would certainly be that feeling, having broken the stumps and having won the World Cup, was just the best feeling. And then of course, getting the opportunity to be captain of England and then lift the trophy in the T20 World Cup in Australia was very different to 2019, but equally as memorable and important and fulfilling. I just sort of can clearly see, once we won, sort of talking to Mark Wood about can't believe it's going to be me to get to lift the trophy for the team, that gets presented to the captain, and then I can still see it now, sort of holding the trophy aloft and with the team all around you and everyone cheering and stuff. That was, that'd be sort of my main highlights, I'd say, throughout my career. My relationship with Cooper Associates sort of started right from my start of my cricket career, really, at Somerset Seconds, conversation with Lee, agreeing to sort of sponsor me and support me, and saying he'll support me as long as my career goes, really. But actually, sort of my dad sort of saying to me once I became a professional cricketer, you're going to need to look after your future and think about what you do with your money, and he very much as well introduced me into Glyn and then into sort of conversations with Lee about sort of financial advice and buying a house and getting a mortgage and all those kind of things that Coopers have supported me with throughout time, really, which has been a great relationship to have, very comforting that it's you've got a very professional relationship but with people you've known for a long time, so you've got that sort of deep level of trust and someone on the end of the phone who can always pick up the phone and have any sort of financial advice that's needed. The sort of relationship with Coopers has been there for a long time. They've been a sticker on the back of my bat at various times throughout my career as well. And so as I said, I've probably bought, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 houses now in my lifetime, and sort of all gone through Coopers with the help sort of setting that up.
back underway at 11:05. A restart at 11:05, providing there is no further rain. 8 overs have been lost from the day's play, so 87.4 overs remain on the fourth and final day. Restart at 11:05, providing there is no further rain. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Just a reminder, if you missed the announcement, that play is due to restart on day 4 at 11:05. 11:05 for a restart. We've lost 8 overs from the day's play. There'll be a minimum of 87.4 overs remaining in the day's play. Thank you. Please welcome back match umpires Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Mills. led out by Captain Rory Burns. Please welcome back Surrey. The Somerset Not Out Batters, sponsored by Southwest Cleaning Equipment, number 7, Craig Overton, and sponsored by King's College, number 18, Tom Banton.
Well, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground where the sunshine is out. It stopped raining and it's a lovely picture here as umpires David Milnes and Steve O'Shaughnessy bring the players back on. Tom Banton is just hobbling to the wicket. We'll forgive him for being the last one ready in position. Tom Lammerby shadow batting left-handed, which, to be honest, is a bit pointless because Tom Lammerby is not going to face a ball in the rest of this match, Stephen Lamb. But the thoughts there.
We can build up the drama for you all over again, just as we did half an hour ago.
Well, it's raining in Bangladesh also, the comments tell us, so Shakib Al Hassan won't feel too bad.
Yeah, it hasn't been raining in Bishop's Hull, I'm
No,
reliably
a mile
informed,
away.
which isn't too far away from here, but unfortunately Taunton got a shower. But we are ready to go again. We've lost 8 overs of the 96 that were due to be bowled today. Just 2 deliveries that we had to tell you about earlier on. Here comes the third of the morning from Dan Worrell. And defensively pushed by Tom Banton. I wonder how many of those we're going to see this morning.
Yeah, it's amazing the way he covered drove last night, the way he pulled without moving. Actually, this is funny. Deep point. I think it's Tom Curran is practicing. This is brilliant. Amazing. He's practicing not moving his feet. How many shots can he play without moving his feet? I've had a lot of Surrey fans text me or tweet me and on the BBC Live text as well, saying how impressed they are with Tom Banton. You know, there's a bit of rivalry between these two sides, but a lot of admiration for Tom Banton here. There you go. That's one.
That is Curran in action as well.
I'm going to say one for Tom Banton, but it feels like one for Tom Lammerby because Tom Lammerby's got to do the running. Tom Banton's done well to stand there. The first time you go out to bat the runner, instinct takes over and you want to run, and then you realise, oh, my ankle's hurting, actually.
So that is the second run of the morning. It's taken half an hour to get there, but it's on the board. 196 for 9, 193 in front. If they can edge past that 200 mark, that would be the initial objective for Somerset this morning. Here's Worrell again. Cry of no from Craig Overton.
Yeah, I don't think the 8 overs loft should make too much difference unless Banton and Overton go on put on a massive partnership here. There should be plenty of time left in this game for a positive result for either the two sides.
Yeah, I agree. There shouldn't really be any effective difference to the way this day goes in consequence of that loss of 8 overs.
And the over rate's been so good with the amount of spin bowled as well that bad light shouldn't come into it. When it's not raining, it's pretty nice and sunny, so forecast a bit better as the day goes on. That's got some bounce, Stephen, some proper lift there.
And a surprising Craig Overton leave.
Yeah, been surprised by that.
So that's one of the longest overs of the match. Started at 10:30, finished at 11:05. Dan Worrell has his sweater. So it could well be a fascinating day's cricket here. We were saying earlier that Surrey are probably still favourites to win this match. But what bravery from Tom Banton. When asked how his ankle was yesterday evening after play, he replied in one word, which is, I don't think we can repeat.
Yeah, it's not in the
But real courage Tom has shown coming out yesterday evening and again this morning, and it has boosted that Somerset total. Shakib Al Hassan then. It's going to be a comfortable single here. Down to third man. So one more to Tom Banton's tally. He goes to 30. These two came together at 153 for 9. So they've put on 44 for the 10th wicket. How important is this stand going to be when today is done and dusted? Pushing hard for the single, Craig Overton. Getting it comfortably.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out if Tom Banton's moving any better than yesterday. He had his ankle in that ice bath most of the afternoon yesterday. Having injured himself just after 10 AM and didn't bat till, what, gone 5 PM in the evening. It's the head dip. I wonder if he took throwdowns. I wonder if he practiced. Oh, he's not going to down and have a chat, is he? He's going to go and garden. He's even hobbling to garden. That's remarkable. Fair play to him. Why is he wasting his energy and go to do a bit of gardening? Something was bothering him. Fair play to him. He's taking it seriously. First slip's going to go slightly, tiny bit wider. Deep square leg still back. I don't think Banton's going to sweep. Maybe that short ball that he might try and pick up, I think, back for length. But we were saying yesterday, we reckon Banton's probably just going to try and, there you go, he's going to get a bonus single there. Maybe a 2, actually. Yeah, Lammerby's quick. Tell you what, I say he's quick. They're going to come back for 3. Craig Overton, that is brilliant, brilliant running there. Superb. Absolutely cracking from Craig Overton. And it doesn't mean anything in terms of bonus points, but Somerset do get up to 200 in this innings.
It's psychological.
Yes. It's that 2 at the start of the 3 figures, isn't it? I've got to say, that's brilliant running. Brilliant running. Craig Overton called it. He was coming to the danger end. It doesn't mean Banton's got further to walk now to square leg at the non-striker's end, but...
Yes, we had a 3 down in that area yesterday evening. It's quite unusual, given it's a short boundary down there. It's just the way the ball was timed on both occasions. And the distance fielders had to run to catch up with it. 198 in front now, Somerset.
Yes, Dan, Frankie Worrell and Shakib Al Hasan, probably the best 2. Maybe Kumar Roach would challenge in there, but going to start with their best bowlers. Jordan Clark barely got much action yesterday. Tom Curran, Cam Steele not been used much either. These 2 guys done a lot of the hard work for Surrey with the ball in hand.
Quite timed by Banton, that drive.
I like the way the symmetry that the Surrey bowlers have been using exactly the same order in both innings. Roach, Worrell, Shakib, Clark, Curran, Steele. A little bit of symmetry there. Normally there's a change of order between the first and the second innings, but same plans for Rory Burns. They've plugged Shakib Al Hasan into the solar panels here, and they're just going to keep him bowling from the river end as long as possible. Well, there, Tom Banton could maybe try and uppercut that. Slight risk, but there's no one near Ben, folks. There's a deep third and a deep 5, but they're quite a long way away from the keeper. Happy to swear out the way of that one, but I don't know how many short balls they'll bowl, because with your ankle in pain, does a short ball worry you? Probably not too much. I'm surprised yesterday, I was saying to Steve Kirby last night, if you were bowling at a bloke with an injured ankle, wouldn't you bowl a full leg stump Yorker? And then the counter argument was, well, maybe he's so good that Banton would just whip that way for 4. Thought it'd be worth a try. It's a lovely, lovely shot from Banton. That's going to be at least 2. Can Ryan McCall get round? No, it's going to go all the way for 4. Absolutely cracking shot. Tom Banton cover driving on one leg.
That takes the lead past the 200 mark.
And that gets a big old cheer from the crowd here today. Only £5 today. If you're in the vicinity, if you're listening in, if you can get to Taunton in less than an hour's drive or train, and you'll be here for lunchtime, well worth it. Even this afternoon session, even come in for a little bit for a £5, you can't go wrong. You think for a Premier League football nowadays, you pay over £50 for 90 minutes. Well, for £5, you could watch 6 hours of the best 2 teams in the entire country doing battle on a crucial, crucial game here. Couldn't be more of a steal, that.
Banton's 5th boundary in this extraordinary innings. He's on to 37 now.
Can't believe they're saying that he maybe wouldn't bat. He knows how important this should be. What a shot that is for the leg side this time. There is a deep man out there. Would have been 4 if it wasn't that deep square leg. Comes round in front to just mop up.
So Craig Overton back on strike. What a part he's played in this stand as well. 42 not out, the big lad. Vocal call, if ever there was one, of no. Weather looks a great deal better than it did half an hour or so ago. Bright sunshine over the Cooper Associates County Ground.
And we got Dutch Kate, the Netherlands scorer, who was here with Durham last week. She's watching and cheering on from Amsterdam. There you go, even when Durham are playing, fair play. Played by Craig Overton. Yeah, plenty of fans watch from Bangladesh. Moore's texting for Crediton. Rainy in Crediton, apparently. But we don't need to talk about rain, do we? We'll be positive.
Another over negotiated without damage. Crediton's miles away from here.
Exactly.
Nice village, stroke town outside Exeter.
I used to play my cricket, Sandford down there. The Kingfishers.
Go Shaq.
Shakib Al-Hassan. I don't think anybody else has bowled at that river end apart from Dan Worrell's opening spell of 2 overs in this innings.
It wasn't the best ball Shakib Al-Hassan's bowled.
Yeah, that must be so, because he's bowled 26 out of 57.
There's Goldsworthy bowled one of them that Tom Curran hit a long, long way. Well, that's a cheeky single. I got confused there. It's really hard to commentate when you've got 3 batters, 3 cover fielders over the ball. It could be carnage, but Craig Overton and Tom Lammonby are really clear. Fair play to them. You know they have throwdowns or bowlers warm up. Do you reckon Tom Lammonby and Craig Overton warmed up? They're calling and running between the wickets this morning.
Well, it's been very firm and clear.
It has.
Thus far.
You don't mess with the North Devon shout of Craig Overton. Good cricket. One down the ground.
Single.
You wouldn't think of this as 10 and 11 batting.
Because they aren't.
I love that someone's described Clumpton as northeast of Exeter, as if rain started in Clumpton. Someone just telling us, yes, what, we do know where Clumpton is. We're getting plenty of rain. No, don't talk about rain. Come on, it's sunny and beautiful here. Blue sky. Somerset are making hay currently. That's a good clear call, because that's a lovely bit of fielding by Ryan Patel there at mid-wicket. Chat with Ryan Patel's dad last night. He was in the Ring of Bells. Had a good chat with him, talking about how you get to be a professional cricketer and how hard he's worked. He was an opening bowler, Ryan Patel was. As a kid going up through the Surrey Academy, an opening bowler, and then worked on his batting more in his latter years. Not bowled any of his medium pace now, more of a trundler than a quick seamer. But Ryan Patel batted really well in that first innings for Surrey.
Well left.
Quick.
It's actually, if you looked at the scorecard on day 1, it's numbers 5 and 9 who are batting together at the moment. Banton and Overton.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But in fact, it's the last wicket for the obvious reason of Tom Banton's injury.
Tom Banton making an absolute mockery of all the times I've coached kids and told them to move their feet to the ball. If he can do it against one of the best spinners of Test cricket of recent years and against one of the best county championship bowlers, he really should have played more Test international cricket and Dan Worrell then.
Well, we did talk yesterday a lot about that James Hildreth innings against Nottinghamshire when he came back out again after ministrations from Peter Trigo, which he hilariously described yesterday.
I've written quite a lot of articles about that knock over the years on the blog and Twitter, and we talked about it a lot. And I can't remember, I might have done a piece of the Gazette a while back on that innings, but I'd never heard the Pete Trigo side before. Never knew that he did the strapping. Yeah, Jamie Thorpe wasn't letting Triggs anywhere near him yesterday.
Mixture of bat and pad, I fancy there. She's going to help it down to long leg. No, just pad. Beg its pardon.
Ah, do you remember Cowdrey's knock? They're talking about Greenwich being more dangerous when injured in the chat. I think that's a good point.
Cowdrey had a broken arm.
Yes. Was it one of the Wars had an amazing knock? Didn't it? Or was it another Aussie who was... I think he's really ill and had heat stroke. Was it Jones? Was it Dean Jones? Did he have an incredible test knock? I think when he wasn't particularly well.
Have been. Colin Cowdrey, I think, was at Lord's in 1963 against the West Indies. England held out for a draw and he wasn't expected to bat.
Well bowled. That's the ball. If I'm Surrey captain and a Surrey bowler, I thought I'd have bowled more. That's Tom Banton.
Good Yorker and well dug out by Tom Banton.
Yeah, Louis G reckons Steve Waugh might have got 150 at the Oval. That might have been as good as James Hildreth's knock, perhaps. For James Hildreth to have had his ankle split in half. As Pete Cheek was down, that sounded pretty brutal. Never actually saw it. Saw the ankle, saw the pictures. Going down the leg side. Good run from Craig Overton. Great call. Where does the umpire look? Oh, there you go. The umpire, I don't mean to criticise the umpire, he actually got a completely the wrong position there. Did you notice that? I shouldn't call David Mills out or Steve O'Shaughnessy in a malicious manner, but naturally, he went to a good umpiring position side on because Tam Lammerby was actually behind him. He then suddenly realised and gestured to his mate at square leg, actually, I was the wrong side there. That's a cracking moment. That might be clipped up on the County Championship Instagram. They had a cracking reel yesterday of Steve O'Shaughnessy picking up Jack Leach's bat, picking it up and having a bat. A bit of shadow batting. But naturally, you go to the side, but he's got to go to the other side to be able to see Tom Lammerby come in, who's 15 yards behind him.
Another sharp single, well run in the meantime. 207 the lead.
Full toss. Good fielding by Rory Burns.
This is Worrell's 16th over in all. He's bowled, I think it's 4 spells. Started at the river end, then switched. He's done a lot of the work from this Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. Comfortable single again. Clark at long on.
Yes, Frank. Yes, Frank.
Craig Overton on to 44. Shouts of encouragement for the man they call Frankie. After the great West Indian captain, Frank Worrell. One of the
Worrell
3 W's.
Weeks? Yes.
Worrell, Weeks and Walcott.
Yeah. That's the ball. That's the unpleasant ball. I think that's hit him. That's not nice. I'm surprised he's not bowled it more. He's getting frustrated now, Frankie Worrell. Aiming for that ankle there. It was a bad ball to get him out, but for the situation, for the pain he's in, it's probably the right option. They avoid each other's glare, Tom Banton. Well, there's no point having any words there. Banton's got no way of defending himself other than with that small bit of willow.
Yeah, all he can do is hobble off to square leg. Leave the batting to Craig Overton for the time being. 208 in front now, Somerset. Got past changing that figure on the left. How much further can they get to extend the victory target for Surrey?
Oh, they're going to get another good single here. Somerset just taking the strike. Surrey getting frustrated.
Nice shot, nice shot.
Not turning as much as Shakib thought and hoped. Maybe not turning as much as it did in the first innings, actually. No obvious rough. John Banton, though, did a bit of gardening.
Pretty much hops his way back into his crease.
Still standing on middle stump. Still takes a normal stance. Still his normal pickup. I just think
Nice check.
Shakib's bowled too full to Tom Banton. If he wants to get him out, go a little bit back for length to allow the ball to do a bit, and that Tom Banton then can't reach it. There you go. If he wants to get him out, it's got to be a little bit more back for length. Because you can't get your front foot to the ball, you can't get your weight as far forward to actually nullify the spin. I think Shakib's making it a little bit easy for him to just see him off. Tom Banton will just see off the spinner and just score runs from the seamer.
Maybe also there isn't quite as much spin in this wicket as there was. Surrey employed the double heavy roller, which is thought to have ironed out some of the indentations made on the pitch on days 1 and 2. So possibly a little bit less spin, and that could be in Surrey's favour when they get to bat on it. Speculation at this stage as Overton plays and misses. Banton, I should say, plays and misses.
That's a bit like the ball that got Tom Abel. Tom Abel went back to cut on 49 and just skidded on and hit his off stump. Quicker, varying his paces, Shakib Al Hassan. He's back in the Bangladesh Test squad for their India tour. So he's just played Pakistan and Rawalpindi. Then he's come to Taunton. Probably never actually gone to Surrey. Then he's going to go and play for Bangladesh in the next series against India.
No change in the attack as yet this morning. Dan Worrell's going to continue. .82 overs left in this match. Day 4, Somerset against the county champions of the past 2 seasons. Runs, definitely 1, and could be 2, no. Decide not to risk it. Curran down a 3rd man.
So you would have thought it. Well, past that 50 partnership now for these two for last wicket. 60 they put on. And go and go and go and go as long as possible here. I don't think Lewis Gregory would have even considered declaring this innings, but at some point they'll have to try and get the 10 wickets to get Surrey all out. But at the moment, that 209 run lead. Remember, Surrey tried to chase 209 runs in 19 overs back at day 4 at the Oval back in April. I was trying to keep up with that on the live text.
Yeah, for a time it looks as though they might get them.
Dan Lawrence and Jamie Smith were smoking it to all parts. Normally on the BBC live text commentary we'd sort of do over by over updates in the T20, and we wouldn't do so many in the county championship, but I was trying to keep up. It was absolute carnage. Casey Aldridge came on and bowled superbly. Beautiful spell. Some argue that Somerset actually could have kept going, try and get the win. It was a draw in the end. Well bowled. If you've seen a bowler bounce, that's better. More sort of belly button height.
It was a day which left Miguel Pretorius with something to atone for.
Yes, one of the worst shots you've seen in cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he did actually. He did atone for it.
He was slaughtered by Somerset fans in his first couple of games when he played that shot. But then he got 95 up at Trent Bridge, didn't he? Got a 5 for as well.
Yeah, it was a good signing.
And then got picked for South Africa. He's been.
Fancy we might see more of him.
Yeah, he did better for Somerset than he did for Durham, we should say. Slower ball from Worrell. Inside edge pull shot.
Again, early call for the single, which they get comfortably. Oh, dare say, dare ask the question, which of these two? I'm not going to ask it. I'm not going to tempt fate. It's that sort of day.
Ah, love this. Guessing for man of the match between Banton and Archie Vaughan. Yeah, good chat that. Well bowled again, Worrell. Full on leg stump, but Overton doesn't manage to tickle it around the corner for 1. Yeah, well, Banton's been. You've got to have 2 men in the match. Whatever happens in this game, well, Tom Curran could do it for Surrey.
Well, he'd be in the frame, wouldn't he?
Yeah, but if it's a Somerset win, then you can't have Banton or Vaughan, really, can you? It's got to be both of them, isn't it? You've got to find a way. The way Banton's played has been absolutely heroic, and he got big under in the first innings.
Absolutely.
And then, but Archie Vaughan, in his second first-class game as a teenager, got runs out in the batting, and then got 6th for. So those two have had absolutely incredible games, and we're not even at the close yet.
Nicely played for
If
no run.
Yeah, if there's ever a case for 2 men of the match, it's this game. The moment of steel, the Cairnhill moment of steel, will surely be going Tom Banton's way.
Well, I think that's right. I think regardless of the result, he's a very strong candidate either way, isn't he? And you mentioned the century. Another candidate would be Shakib Al Hassan. Should Surrey win?
There it is, the Cairnhill moment of steel. Fair few moments, well, 54 balls of moments, you could argue. Tom Banton still going here. I think if he gets to 50, I think this will be the case that even every Surrey fan in the ground will probably stand up and applaud. From chatting to Surrey fans yesterday, they're just full of admiration for this incredible commitment and desire and knock. There's a Cairnhill moment of steel. Yeah, we've had. Well, it's not going to go to Cam Steele. We're going to call it early. We should wait for the end of the game, really, but I'm already giving it to Tom Banton for this innings.
Yes. Cam Steele hasn't really done enough to merit it.
One day we'll have to give Cam Steele the moment of steel.
So, what's the lead now? 212 for Somerset. Surrey still looking for this final wicket. They're still trusting Shakib Al Hassan at the river end. 8 wickets in the match so far for him, looking for the 9th. And he'll be bowling to Craig Overton.
Not happy with that. Short ball from Shakib Al Hassan straight away. Easy one. A little bit of frustration from the Surrey fielders.
Overton goes to within 2 of a half century.
We should applaud the maturity Craig Overton's played with, because he's not got that many runs this year. A few years ago he was batting at 6 ahead of Lewis Gregory at 7. Which is maybe a trifle high. Now he's down at 9 more often.
Oh, that's beaten him. Good delivery from Shakib. A little bit of turn. We'll have another look.
Yeah, that's just missed off something.
Oh, that's a beauty.
That
Jaffa.
Yeah. One of the comments yesterday was...
Oh, reverse sweep, and it's perfect.
Wow, I did not expect that. I don't really know what to say about that.
Wow.
I'm lost for words, Stephen. He's just reversed. I think he's decided that actually, when he gets going, he's a very good bowler. There's going to be some balls that I'm going to get out to potentially here, so I'm just going to have a go. What a reverse sweep that is, with no foot movement, just hands.
Boundary number 6.
Name me a person with better hand-eye coordination than ability to do that. Oh, he's gone again. I didn't expect him to go. That was fuller and quicker from Shakib. He's not going to go every ball now, is he? Surely.
That may be it for the over.
I think he's premeditated that second one, definitely. Well, he must have premeditated both, really, because you can't really adapt with one leg. Glenn Maxwell, good chat in the comments. Yeah, I forgot about Glenn Maxwell's knock against Afghanistan. Yeah, so they put deep point back to stop him playing the reverse sweep, and he just punches the last ball over. Well, he got 1 for Brett.
45 Banton, 48 Overton, 220 for 9. The lead is 217. There is the Virtue sponsor. They provide the earpieces which you can use around the ground to listen to what's going on if you can't actually see it at the time. Available to buy from reception at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion.
Yeah, well worth the investment. Remember to turn them off in the day, and they last for ages. I was selling a few to the Surrey fans last night. They like the idea. Oh, that's... Oh, wow, very good running. So cheeky from Worrell. Worrell trying to get the run out the non-strikers end, and Tom Lammonby and Craig Overton's communication is so good, and they're attuned to each other. They get that bonus single.
Yeah, I'm full of admiration for their calling this morning. They're aware of the potential for a mix-up because there's a runner out there, that their calling has been firm and steady.
Yeah. Now a bit of chat in the comments about a draw. Well, anything under 300, you'd have thought Surrey would still go for it. You know, even if Sibley and Burns just do their thing at the top, there's enough aggressive players down that lineup that even 340 overs they'd go for. Plenty of time left in this day so far to not worry about that yet anyway. Short ball from Morrill, well ducked from Banton. Yeah, we don't need to start spectating yet. Somerset got to try and bat. If Somerset can bat till lunch, then that's a massive, massive win.
Well, we've just had, well, it's coming up to half an hour's play. Bear in mind we lost half an hour to a squall of rain which spilt over the county ground just after proceedings had got underway. Just 2 deliveries bowled when we had the rain. Pulled well, protection out of deep mid wicket, single. Two. Remember Richie Benno.
Yes, Frank. Yes, Frank.
2-2-2 for 2.
You got your Australian accent in you.
It's actually for 9 in these circumstances, but what a 10th wicket partnership this is. 153 for 9 has become 2-2-2 for 9.
Tom Lammerby, the runner for Tom Banton, is still practicing his shots at the non-striker's end. Umpire David Milnes is having a chat with him now.
Yeah, so he didn't quite have the right arm over.
Right, this is an interesting development. So we talked about this yesterday. I think Tom Lammerby has been politely told, not a formal warning, just please can you not run in the danger area. Lammerby is running quite close to the wicket. Maybe a bit of roughed up spikes, maybe. But I think it was a formal warning, just slightly get across.
Oh, Frank.
Just wafted at that.
Swing and a miss.
Oh no, it's raining in Tivy now. Angus Graham, a former scorer at Southampton.
It's a no ball.
Message in. Oh, was it? Oh, okay. Was it what, no ball or one for the over?
I think it's a no ball. He was, looked like that was what he was signalling to me. Yep, the scoreboard's gone up to 224.
Right, okay. So he was just giving the old one for the over. Yeah, just overhead height, I suppose. Get a good side-on view. Brilliant camera work. Thank you very much to Freddie Lammy down there, the dugout cam. Neil Shillabeer up here on the Thatcher's deck. They battle the elements to the cameraman. You realise actually it's pretty chilly up in the wind on the deck.
Nice drive for no run. Kemar Roach is stationed at
When do they give the West Indian the ball to bowl with?
well,
Soon, surely.
I can see why they opted for Worrell first up. He's been commendably tight in this match, but maybe it's time for a change now. Last ball of Worrell's 18th over coming up. Hasn't been a bowling change yet this morning.
One more ball in the 63rd over. 224 for 9. Heroic effort from Somerset's last pair.
Defended. So the lead is 221. And this is a fantastic partnership that these two are putting together. High time I made way for the first time this morning for Sophie Luff.
Yeah, brilliant to have Sophie Luff back with us. She's been a bit busy playing the last few weeks and months, to be fair to her. But yeah, we should applaud Craig Overton as well. All of the plaudits going to go to Tom Banton, and perhaps rightly so. But Craig Overton's still a bowler by suit, really. He'd like to say he's an all-rounder, but to get crucial runs in a crucial match in this situation, he's barely played a full shot in 78 balls he's faced. This could be the partnership that Somerset remember for a long, long time. Pretty thrilling watching, Soph.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Yeah, I was sort of flabbergasted in the back of the box watching Banton play those reverse sweeps, basically on one leg.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it.
I'd take an ounce of his talent.
Yeah, I agree. Remarkable.
So here he goes. Will he go again to Shakib Al Hassan? No, that's more leg stump line. you think he was premeditating it? He can't really adapt and change at the pace that Shaki bowls, can he?
Yeah, I think he was, and I think that second one as well. I think he actually knew that he was going to go quicker as well. So
Yeah.
he just needs to get something on it.
Yeah. It's that bluff, double bluff. He read Shakib's mind. I almost think if you're Shakib, do you float it up a bit more, a little bit more back for length? Tempt it. He can't get his leg out to it. I think he's almost bowling too. There we go. He's got him. Eventually, Tom Banton's been bowled by Shakib El Hassan. Dom Sibley and Rory Burns run straight off the field. Banton and Overton both just miss out on half centuries, but we've got to say that is a remarkable 71-run final wicket partnership. And if Somerset win this game and potentially then go on to maybe even win the title as a result of beating Surrey in this game, you've got to give massive, massive plaudits to Tom Banton on one leg. Look at him hobbling off there. That is a heroic
Lamberby's just coming back out to
carry him off.
try and help
And
his
fair
mate
play
out.
to Surrey, we should say. You know, the opposition team normally only shake hands if someone scored 100, but just come over to say, fair play, mate, that's some effort.
I still think they should get the Virtue Motors car out.
Yes.
Just give
That's
him
a
a little
great
bit of a helping
Is that
hand.
allowed? I don't know.
It's probably not allowed.
Get the stretching. Well, Kemar Roach and Tom Curran are both out practicing shadow batting.
You seen that shadow bat shot?
What, the slog over
slog,
Cow?
slog to deep mid wicket.
To be fair, he did hit 8 sixes yesterday, so a couple of them were a bit like that. But, you know, Archie Vaughan will challenge the man of the match with 6 for 100, but Tom Banton's 100 in the first innings, and 46 not out, alongside Craig Open's 49 not out. Tom Banton's been an absolute hero. He loves Somerset so much.
Very warm applause from the Somerset faithful as well.
Well, I think the Surrey as well, you know. I reckon everyone in the ground, from the man to his dog, are all stood up clapping. Look at them all by the Andy Caddick clapping him in as well. Jeff Veen, our camera consultant, he's right there in the thick of it. They love it. Now, Sophie, then, Surrey, they've got to go for the win here, surely. But
I hope so.
every result's on the cards. You know, people in the chat are going, "Oh, Sibley and Burns will just block it out for a draw now." It's not even 300, and there's 78 overs remaining in the day.
I mean, the way that the top three
Yeah.
potentially play, there might be quite a few dot balls. Yeah, look, I hope that they do go for it. Yeah, I certainly want to see an exciting day's play to come. I think we're obviously incredibly excited up here. We know what this could mean in the context of the whole season. So yeah, really hope that yeah, Somerset bowlers can do the job, but also that Surrey play it in the right way as well.
Brilliant. Right, well, we'll have about a 6-minute break while they come out to warm up. And then, well, Archie Vaughan's already out there warming up with Steve Kirby and Shane Berger and the heavy rollers on the pitch. And then we'll come back and talk you through the Surrey batting innings.
Thank you very much for your tremendous support already this morning. If you've got friends and family who fancy coming down, a reminder, tickets are just £5 on the gate. Somerset have set Surrey 221 runs to win from 76 overs.
This is all way down there? Huh? Not what she said to me. He's an absolute thunderbolt. That was a thunderbolt. Fucking hell. Oh, my dad. Put water on that. Oh, yes, sir. You go, Rick. They are a bit skippy, yeah, because it's wet, the board. Couple of bouncy ones. What's going on now? Nice, Leo! Come on, Neil. Going. Come on, bud. Come on, Neil. His windscreen's getting fixed.
Please welcome back match umpires Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Mills.
Let's go!
Led out by Captain Lewis Gregory. Please welcome Somerset.
Over there, sorry, by the national windscreen. Sorry, Satty.
The Surrey opening batters, number 45, Don Sibley, and number 17, Captain Rory Bird.
Well, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where Nick Pepper's just finishing off rolling the wicket. He's got to stick to the official timeline guidelines, so while the Somerset players are warming up to bowl, the Surrey batter in no rush. Don Sibley and Rory Burns will eventually join them, but Sophie Luff here, joining myself, Harry Everett on comms. What a thrilling game of cricket this is, and, well, sorry, I've got to get 221 runs to win.
Yeah, it's set up really nicely, and given that I saw what the wicket looked like here on Saturday after our last Western Storm game, Nick's done a remarkable job to get it looking as good as what it is, and it's obviously assisted the bowlers in the right way in this game, and hopefully Somerset can find some assistance here in this last innings of the game.
Yeah, do not go anywhere. Stay with us. I mean, a few Bangladesh fans might have gone somewhere else until Shakib comes to bat, but two slips in place. James drew the gloves, of course, and of course, who else but the talisman, the man who's just got short of a 50. Not that he'll be angry at Tom Banton in any way. Craig Overton with ball in hand. I always think he's a bit of a Stuart Broad or a Mitchell Johnson, you know, get a few runs and then steam in with ball in hand with a bit of extra zip, a bit of extra passion. Not that he ever lacks passion. Freshly engaged, Craig Overton steaming in for the Scotland Pavilion end. And, well, Roy Burns placed that quite comfortably first ball, actually.
Fair few jumpers out there, Harry. The sun is shining here, but it's just on the fresh side, I think.
Yeah, it
definitely
is
creeping towards the back end of the season, getting much closer to those darker evenings, and yeah, not looking forward to that, to be honest with you.
Was Craig Overton not? I don't think he thought Rory Burns was ready, but then Rory Burns thinks he was ready. Craig Overton was very polite pulling out, but probably wasn't best pleased about pulling out last minute. It is chilly, but he's warm. He's steaming and he's just been batting as well. I think this might be a little bit quicker. There you go. Yeah, he's warmed up. So some people were saying that Somerset would go straight to spin, open with Leach and Vaughan, but no, I disagree. I'm glad they've gone with Craig Overton. I think this makes sense. They maybe could open with Jack Leach at the other end, but I definitely think Craig Overton had to take the first over.
Yeah, I think you've got to try and use the new ball for a short period of time at least.
If Josh Davey was playing, I'd say he'd take the other opening over. I think Brett Randall's not as much of a swinger. They maybe could go Lewis Gregory's not bowled much. They could go to Casey Aldridge. Yeah, Lewis Gregory already bowled 2 overs in the last game and no overs at all in this game.
I don't see him bowling any overs.
No.
Especially given
with finals day on Saturday.
Given finals day on Saturday, yeah. Yeah, I don't think he'll bowl at all.
So that actually makes you then think you'd probably go Leach at the other end. Leach likes to bowl from the river end. You bowl Overton this first spell, you plug Leach in from the other end. Then you could go Archie Vaughan after Overton or give Randall a go, or Aldridge first change. Poor old Lewis Goldsworthy probably won't get another over after he went for 18 off his one against Tom Curran. Bit harsh, he was bowling a guy set on, well, he was probably on 40-50 by the time Goldsworthy come on. It was a bit of a Hail Mary thing. You know, it might have worked. He might have bowled a long off or a full toss or sit straight to a fielder, but he's not a bad bowler, is Lewis Goldsworthy.
Well, they've got another option. I think that's always a good thing. Yeah, yes, it might not have gone the way they wanted to in the first innings, but they have got Goldsworthy up their sleeve. We need 10 wickets, so if it's not working, then you know, change is as good an idea as any. So.
There you go. A few in the live chat agree with me. Jack Leach could take the new ball to the other end. Tom Abel crouching quite close at short mid wicket. I've got to say though, Sibley and Burns look very comfortable the first 4 balls. That's probably a sign of the Kookaburra ball. The first 4 or 5 overs does very little. Maybe one boundary, something hit the fence, hit the ground a few times, abrasive surface, or even the rope. Get the lacquer off. Then maybe, I don't know, maybe overs 5 to 20, it does a bit, and then it's soft and doesn't do much after that. Now Tom Simply's not happy with Rue and Gregory having a chat. Craig Overton pole starts again. He's in a positive mood after getting runs, but Craig Overton could easily be frustrated quite soon here.
Well, I just noticed that Ben Green's got the old shin pads on at mid-on, so
yes,
spin definitely from the other end, I would say.
There you go, good spot. That's a good ball. That's the best ball he bowled in the over so far. Not far away from off stump. A good lead. There's only 2 types of lead, but close to the varnish of the off stump. So there you go, yeah. Great spot from Luffy. Ben Green in at silly point straight away. Jack Leach with the ball. Probably Craig Overton at first slip, but no helmet at the moment. Will he go on his knees? Maybe with a new ball he stands up. Maybe when the ball's older and softer he'll go on his knees, I reckon. We've got 3 helmets out there. Maybe that's ready for a short leg. Maybe not at the start. Banton is often short leg as well, so it's another point worth mentioning. They are missing one of their better, well, wicketkeeper of course by trade, one of their better short legs. Who would do it? Maybe Gregory? No,
Craig has put the
oh, he has put the lid on at first slip.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to go to, he's at leg slip, I think, for the
yeah,
left-handed Burns.
I wonder who would do silly point.
If we needed another one in there.
Yeah. Can't see an obvious contender. I've never seen Goldsworthy do it. He's quite small.
I would say that he was the obvious one given his stature. But then when you
look, do you want a bigger figure
but
to
then
put
when
more?
you look at the guys around the back anyway, they're not exactly small.
No,
are they?
I can't see Casey Aldridge doing it. Can't see Tom Abel. You don't give it to the overseas quick, yeah. Oh wow, first ball sweep. Did not expect that from Rory Burns, especially with a man back. Risky shot for 1 run, you think. Remember the first innings, the top 3 all got out to sweep shots. Rory Burns missed his. Dom Sibley hit his straight to Tom Abel at mid-wicket. What will these two do here? Will they keep getting the broom out? Well, Rory Burns, bit of intent there straight away.
Imagine, Harry, that if you were out there, you'd be one of the first to volunteer to get in round the bat.
Oh, I'm a bit of a chicken though.
You strike me as like, you'd want to be in the action. But yeah, like you say,
yeah.
How long would you last in there? Probably
I'd want to be in the action, but I'm a little bit of a chicken. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be jumping out of the way. You want to be involved, but...
To be fair, if I saw that, if I was in there and Rory Burns swept that first ball, I'd get out there pretty pronto.
In it cleanly. So, Tom Sibley has Lewis Goldsworthy 10 yards off the backward deep square leg fence. Massive gap at mid-wicket, encouraging Sibley to play against the spin. That's the Sibley we expect.
Somerset will be really up for this. You can hear a lot of noise in the background there. They know how big a day this is.
Much like he thought about shimmying down and just got the front dog out. Defend it. Tom Sibley played that pretty decent knock on Tuesday, last Tuesday, at the Oval against Durham in the T20 Blast quarter-final. Top scored. Sam Curran 50 helped him out, but a decent 60 odd from a, well, Sibley part 3. Some people have been saying. Quicker from Leachy. Yeah, went to Warwickshire, came back to Surrey, playing a bit more aggressively now. A couple of scoop shots in that last quarter-final. The question is, does he keep his place at finals day? You don't think of Dom Sibley playing in T20 Blast semi-final.
No, but they are missing a few, aren't they?
Yeah, but then could Pope and Smith come back in? And Burns and Sibley drop out? Laurie Evans barely got a run all year. Big decisions to make. A couple of years ago.
I think I'd keep... I don't know too much about Surrey lineup, but I think I'd definitely keep Sibley in at the top. Yeah, basically a match-winning knock.
Yeah.
In that quarter-final.
It'd be a bit harsh to drop him.
Be hard done by.
And also, Edgbaston's never as high scoring as you think on finals day.
Yeah, he'll know conditions well there as well.
Yeah. Well, there's the one through the leg side. The only thing is the first semi-final is often the highest scoring of the day, just because the pitch hasn't been used. Well, you'd like to think there'd be a fresh pitch. You never know with the Edgbaston ground staff. They put some bizarre wickets with 25-yard boundaries a few times this year. You always say they've got loads of games, but then they put county games right by the edge of the square. Anyway, the first semi-final, Saturday morning, decent track. Sorry, I've got enough aggressive players that, you know, even if Sibley goes to just over a run the ball, they'll bet around him. Rory Burns is a slightly different scenario because he took the gloves actually. Without Pope or Smith, he was keeping wicket. Anyway, Overton back to Sibley. Leach in at gully, you don't see that very often. Wow, it's almost quite a deep gully, isn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say. It's
almost like a backward point that's very backward.
Yeah, it's
Not
probably
quite
not
sure
really a
third.
catching gully. He'd almost be sort of sitting on that in a circle ring if we were playing one-day cricket or T20.
Would you rather he was just in, catching? Is he doing nothing? Is he a bit no man's land?
Yeah, I guess you could have him in a couple more yards. Take the really aggressive option. You know, if it's either side of him, it's going to be runs anyway, isn't it? Even if he's sitting back. So
yeah, narrow the angle if he's closer, wouldn't he?
yeah.
Yes, a draw will be fine for Surrey, but they could win this as well. Inside edge, and down to deep fine. Sometimes if a team sets out back for a draw, they actually get themselves into a hole and bat worse. Whereas, you know, this modern day cricket, trying to put the bad balls away and play a little bit of positive cricket, might be better off for them. 74 overs is a long time to just bat.
Yeah, and I actually think if they put Somerset under pressure here by not just patting it back and blocking it out, then Somerset, like Lewis, will have to ring the changes, and, it will force the Somerset bowlers to go searching for what they need in 10 wickets here. So then you get potentially a few more loose balls because bowlers are searching for it.
Yeah, question in the YouTube chat: which Roo would keep if they both play together next year? Yeah, good question. I think that could happen in the One Day Cup next year. Tom Roo still at school, King's College. He's off to St Cillians in South Africa for a month in October to play a bit of cricket out there, a bit of an exchange scheme. But having captained the in the 19s. He's, yeah, such a talent. I think either could really. Shot by Rowan to 1, but I think James might say, look, young, and if you want to keep, go for it. James is quite happy. He'll try and get some left arm spin overs in, I reckon. But they could just, you know, they could change it between them. They could bat 6 and 7 or 5 and 6.
I mean, I've seen a lot of highlight reels of Thomas's batting. Not seen much of his keeping. Have you seen any?
Yeah, pretty tidy. Yeah, pretty talented, as you can probably guess. Yeah, commented on him in the under-19s final a couple of years ago under the twos cricket. Seen him play for Saints, but there's a lot of options at Somerset. We should say, exciting news come out this morning. We might be able to get a bit of graphic or information at some point. We've got a special day here, Bank Holiday Monday next year, Soph. Do you want to do the honours and tell us about this exciting day that Somerset are staging on Bank Holiday Monday next year?
I will if you've got the specific details, Harry.
It's the domestic final we're talking about here. For the
There's a
women's game.
T20 competition, isn't it?
Yeah, we reckon that, yeah, like cup competition, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a knockout. Different format to what we've experienced before. I feel like Tier 1 teams will come in the third round, and the final will be held here. So, yeah, fingers crossed that it'll
Monday.
be a great day, and yeah, great that Somerset have got the honour of hosting a final.
Monday the 26th of May. I'm going to put that in my diary now. Cooper Associates County Ground, Bank Holiday Cricket, the final here. Hopefully you'll be playing in that.
Fingers crossed.
We'll, see what happens. Burns getting outside off stump, trying to nullify the spin, getting outside the line of off stump.
So yeah, that competition will involve all 3 tiers of the new women's domestic structure. So Tier 1, Tier 2 and Tier 3. Not 100% sure how many teams that actually involves.
Well, that's an aggressive shot from Roy Burns again. Just one run with the sweepers out on the leg side. Yeah, plenty of changes to the women's game for next year. Exciting times. Hopefully my commentary team will do a lot more commentary on the women's game, being Somerset Women next year. Coming through the Somerset live stream team. Right, still the 3 catches for Dom Sibley, the right-hander's Jack Leach. Myself, Harry Everett on comms. I'll talk you through the next couple of balls, and then we'd better get Stephen Lamb back in. It was going so well while Stephen Lamb was in commentary with me from a Somerset perspective. We get Sophie in and partnership
Can't
breaks
be
up.
blaming me.
No, but we'd have to. We have to out politeness. Spare Tom Banton's blushes.
Yeah, it's because I was bigging him up. Commentator's curse.
Remarkable reverse sweeps, if we call them that. Just switch hits with no feet. Hockey, the tomahawk, the reverse hit, the reverse slap. Anyway, Jack Leach, one more ball in his second over. Not long before Archie Vaughan might get a little go here. Well, on that note, I'll leave you Stephen Lamb to come back in. Surrey, 6 for none.
Thanks, Harry. Yeah, very sedate start here from Surrey. Burns and Sibley look pretty comfortable out there, to be honest, against both the seam of Overton and the spin of Jack Leach. Oh, we've got the, it's that time of year, the end of season dinner, Friday, October the 4th. What an evening that will be. Hopefully lots to celebrate, and who knows, potentially some silverware to celebrate. Overton's in and Burns clips that one off his legs, quick single. Sibley just about makes it. I was going to say morning, Stephen, but I just checked the clock and it's actually 2 minutes past, so good afternoon. I think this is our first stint of the season, and it's remarkably the 12th of September.
Yeah, it's been far too long. Good to see you. And we've got a fascinating game to look out on. Memorable partnership for the 10th wicket of 71 between Craig Overton and Tom Banton. By no means numbers 10 and 11, we were saying earlier, but given the injury to Tom Banton, the fact that he was hobbling around, some of the strokes he played, absolutely outrageous, really.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Tom Banton when he's batting at full fitness, and you talk about him being innovative and outrageous, but to do it on one leg is outstanding. And leg side by Overton.
If Somerset win this game, and I think you still have to say that Surrey are favourites, then it'll make the stand even more significant. It'll go down in the annals, as they say. Could do anyway, really.
Yeah.
It's a shame now that neither of them quite got to 50.
Work down to long leg. Sibley moves to 3.
To say that batting so far in this Surrey second innings has looked ominously straightforward.
It has, yes. These two look incredibly assured at the crease, as you would expect two high-class players in Burns and Sibley.
Having said that, there's a play and a miss. That's what I was trying to bring on.
Yeah, potentially the first one, actually.
Well bowled, Craig Overton. Surrey needing 2-2-2 for victory. It's gone down to 2-1-3 now from that original figure. Maybe one out on that. It actually says on your screen the target's 2-2-1. So maybe there was a run that was unaccounted for somewhere along the line. But anyway, it's another 213 required from here on in. 10 wickets that Somerset need to take. Lost half an hour to a shower of rain earlier on when just 2 deliveries had been bowled. So another half an hour or so remaining until the lunch interval. We also lost 8 overs in consequence of that rain shower, but I don't think that's going to have any effect on proceedings. Provided there's no more rain, I'm sure we'll see a result in this match today.
Looks like it's going to be Archie Vaughan into the attack from the river end. Yeah, you wouldn't have guessed that we were off for rain, actually, looking out there now. It's a beautiful viewpoint from up here. Blue skies, a few clouds, but nice to see some blue skies. Seem to have evaded us for most of this summer, Stephen, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, rather. It's been quite chilly as well.
Yeah, I saw Harry, he had trousers on the other day. I didn't recognise him.
So yeah, Archie Vaughan, who had a lot of work in the first innings, 37 overs, 7 maidens, 6 for 102. Here's his first ball of the second. So Jack Leach, quite a short opening spell. Just 2 overs for 3 runs. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him. Could be a switch of ends. Sometimes happens.
Vaughan bowling round the wicket to the right-handed Sibley. Who pulls away and might have had a fly in his eye or something like that.
I'm not sure if he's bowled from that river end. I haven't seen him bowl. I've just done the last 2 days, but he's bowled mainly from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. Maybe because Jack is thinking I'll have a switch, just see what it's like the other side.
Abel doing some good work at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it was Abel who took the catch, which dismissed Dom Sibley in the first innings. That was Archie Vaughan's first wicket of the 6 he took. A feeling at the time that Sibley had given it away, and that may be in his mind as he shapes up to face Archie Vaughan again. Taking a single there out to mid-wicket. That 10th wicket partnership, but what a start for an 18-year-old to Archie Vaughan's first class career.
Yeah, remarkable. I think we may have spoken about it before, but it just seems like a seamless transition when these youngsters get an opportunity here. Not only do they get the opportunity, but they can come in and they can perform from ball one. We were seeing that with Vaughan in the Red Bull County Championship format, but we've seen it in the white ball for a number of years as well. We just seem to produce really good players, but also when they do come onto the big stage, we're able to see the best of them, and I think that's credit to the environment that's created here at Somerset through the more senior experienced players in the dressing room, the coaching staff, everything that goes on behind the scenes. These young players seem to come in and absolutely flourish.
Yeah, testament to that. It's a bit like that when James Rue came in a couple of seasons ago. Established himself very quickly, and there are other players out there you could say the same. I remember when the Overton twins burst on the scene, partly in consequence of a rash of injuries, but they looked the part. It's a while back now. Be a couple here at least. Might go all the way. Yep. Perfect placement.
Yeah, it seems to gather speed actually, is it? Closer to the boundary. Jack Leach has swapped ends, as you alluded to might happen, Stephen.
That's the first boundary of the innings for Dom Sibley. Plenty of company around the bat at the moment. Oh, well bowled. Was that a chance in between the two slips? We'll have another look at it. Did it carry? Oh, I think it just about did. Touch and go. Might have been a chance. Very difficult one.
Yeah, very, very difficult. Would have carried to Overton's left, and he was at full stretch.
Just straying a little to leg. There'll be a single here for Dom Sibley. So Rory Burns just taking guard and taking his time to assess the field. A single there, mid-wicket. He's got a very idiosyncratic stance, Rory Burns, hasn't he? The crouching.
Yes.
As the bowler comes in. Now there is the invalid, very briefly, in the dugout. Wrong word, really, especially after the innings he played. The injured Tom Banton. Heroic knock.
Yeah. Wonder how many painkillers he's on.
Well, yes, he must have had a few the last 24 hours. Another look at this possible chance. Well, it was going to ground as he got a hand to it. He may be frustrated, Craig Overton. It would have been a fantastic catch if he'd managed to scoop it up.
Yeah, I mean, by their standards, they're exceptional in their Somerset. They'll definitely see that as an opportunity missed. But yeah, like you say, just evading the outstretched left hand of Overton. I always feel sorry for the sort of outfielders in games like this and situations like this. You've got so much atmosphere and theatre around the bat, and then I just wonder whether the guy out there just gets a little bit lonely and wants a piece of it.
Especially with an empty stand behind it.
Exactly. There's not much going on, is there? And imagine he could be out there, Goldsworthy, bless him. He could be out there, especially with the right and left hand. He's probably going to find himself out there for both batters.
Yeah. Not so much the outfield as the outback. We've got any watchers on the balconies? We've had a few during the course of the game. Not so many.
There's a few at the top. I can see 4 or 5 or so.
Yeah, that roof garden is always a popular position. Great view from up there. Great view we've got here. Almost in line with the wicket, not quite, but very close. As ever in September, the square is very worn. About a single, but it wasn't really there. I wonder if those last 2 Somerset batters might have taken one. They were very good with their calling this morning, I thought. Yeah, very firm and clear, because there's always the scope for a comical run out, which would have been anything but from Somerset's point of view.
Yeah, it's never easy when there's 3 of you in the middle, and I have been involved in that situation. Thankfully, I wasn't the runner or the person that needed the runner, but it is kind of stressful. And it's more stressful because you just, or people assume you should know exactly where you need to stand and where people go on certain deliveries, and then you walk in and usually it's just absolute carnage. No one knows what's going on, and that creates chaos in itself, let alone even doing the calling and the communicating and who is calling. I thought they managed it incredibly well.
Spin at both ends then. At the moment, we've seen plenty of that when Somerset have been bowling in this match. So you were the standard batter, as it were. You were the actual batter.
Yeah, it was actually in the 2017 Kia Super League final. I was back with Stefani Taylor, and she needed a runner. So Fran Wilson was the runner. And that's the other thing as well. Like, usually you're picking your quickest runner, but they've also got to be able to navigate that situation as well. They've got to be smart as well, because there's a lot going on.
Yeah, They seemed very alert to it this morning, which was good to see. Tom Banton eventually became Shakib Al-Hassan's 5th wicket of the innings and 9th of the match. That was the last wicket to fall. But that, by then those two had put on 71. I seem to recall that when James Hildreth had to have a runner during the innings we've been talking about against Notts, when he made that 100 again, when he was badly injured, broken ankle, he was invited to choose between, for his runner, between Marcus Trescothick and Tom Abel. Don't think we need to tell you who he chose.
No.
Except to say that he's out there on the field at the moment.
Yeah. It'd be quite entertaining if they just pulled it out of a hat.
It could be, couldn't it? Tom Lammonby did well yesterday evening and this morning. He drew the short straw. 16 without loss at the end of another Jack Leach over. Seems to like it more at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, because he's bowled a couple there now. 4 overs for 9 runs. And Surrey are going about things in a very steady manner at the moment. Yeah, there's the ballot for the 2025 England fixtures. West Indies, Women's ODI on the 7th of June. So you can go onto the ballot for that. Archie Vaughan to continue. Had a bit of time to recover, Archie Vaughan, because he had to open the innings yesterday straight after bowling a shed load of overs. He's had a busy match.
Yeah, it's amazing, really. You know, it's almost like burst into this team, and you know, then to be asked to take as big a role as he has with the ball and open the batting in just his second game. I think that shows you everything you need to know about how highly Somerset rate the young lad.
Yeah, it is extraordinary, isn't it? I did wonder yesterday whether he would open, because he'd had so much to do with the ball. But then I think on the whole players they didn't necessarily like to bat out of position. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think he would have, no matter how many overs he was bowling, he's probably in that bowling mindset, and then you've just got to be able to, I guess that, yeah, that's a skill of an all-rounder, isn't it? But yeah, I think he would have relished the opportunity to go and open the batting again.
Doesn't seem to be any significant assistance for the spinners as yet.
Well, I was thinking yesterday, would he have ever bowled that amount of overs before as well?
Yeah. Let alone in a first-class game.
Yeah.
Pretty safe to say that we're going to see a lot more of him.
Yes. Yeah. And I think when you look at the, you know, I was looking at the scorecard and you see however many overs Jack Leach bowled, and you're like, oh yeah, well he just does it in his sleep. But you know, young guys these days won't be used to bowling as many overs as that, and to have the control that he did for as long as he did was brilliant to see.
Yeah, and it adds something in terms of the search that's been ongoing for a season or two now for a steady pair of openers. Because he made 44 in the first innings, not much to add in the second, but that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, I think what's been the difference this year is
Well run single.
the middle order have always sort of, middle to lower order have almost had to get Somerset out of trouble a lot of the time in the past. Whereas this year, even though I actually couldn't tell you how many times they've changed their opening partnership throughout this county championship season. It'd probably be an interesting one to find out, because it hasn't been consistent at the top, but you feel like they've been more assured and then the middle order have been able to come in and play the way that they want to play, because there's a bit more of a platform. But yeah, I don't know if anyone does know that, any listeners that have got a little bit of time on their hands to reel through the archives and have a look at how many different opening partnerships there have been for Somerset this county championship season, that'd be great.
Well, starting with players, Andy Umead and Sean Dixon I can offer. Tom Lammonby earlier on. That's for starters. Tom Abel has opened. I don't think he has this season, though.
He opened in Durham.
Oh, did he?
His first game back.
Okay.
He opened up at Durham. So yeah, I'm intrigued. I actually think there's quite a lot, because Tom Kohler-Cadmore opened in a few games as well, partnering Umead on that occasion, I think it was.
Yeah, there's been a few, haven't there?
Oh, that's script. That's a good sign for Somerset. Not such a good sign if you're Surrey. It's very well bowled by Jack Leach.
Oh, yes. Beauty. And another! Oh, that's just as good. Suddenly, things are happening for Jack Leach. That didn't turn quite so much, but enough.
Yeah, it's not as sharp, that spin on that occasion, but too good for Sibley. 2 balls that have beaten the outside edge.
Oh, it's beaten him again. 3 corkers in a row.
I don't know whether Leach has just found the same spot on the wicket that is giving him purchase there, or whether he's just putting a few more revs on the ball, because those last 3 deliveries.
I don't think there was an edge there. I think it was passing.
Yeah, I think it's done too much.
Yeah.
It's done too much for Rue on that occasion.
Isn't it extraordinary? We've been saying how straightforward batting's been looking, and suddenly 3 deliveries in a row. Turning.
And that will put doubt in Sibley's mind as well.
And joy in the heart of Jack Leach. Although none of them took a wicket, it'll encourage him hugely. Well, well. Encourage Archie Vaughan as well. Can he find a similar spot at the other end? Those close fielders are settling down and ready. This is fascinating stuff. Another one turning and leaving the batter. I think he played at that.
Yeah, he certainly did. I actually thought he got in behind that, Burns, but again, beat him on the outside edge.
Yeah, and neatly taken.
Oh, it's great work by Tom Abel. You know how good he is in the field.
Steve O'Shaughnessy perfectly placed at square leg to make the
Any
judgment
young
on that.
cricketer watching this, the way that Tom Abel is able to pick the ball up and get his body weight back into the throw. He's home safely, but great bit of work by Tom.
That's terrific, isn't it? He's so fluid in the field. Firm defensive push, this time from Dom Sibley. Solid opening bat. He's another who made an early impact in his teens, Dom Sibley. Stood at school when he made a double century for Surrey, and then moved to Warwickshire before going back to the Kia Oval. Now a very well established opening batter. A dot ball to complete the over. So Somerset sensing something interesting here. Seen turn at both ends in the last couple of overs, most emphatically at the end where Jack Leach is bowling.
Might have had something to do with why he wanted to bowl from this end. I wanted to change ends.
Yeah.
Definitely fine purchase.
He'll stay here now, won't he?
Absolutely. There's last 3 deliveries in his last over. Interesting, he's got the left-handed Burns on strike. Can he find as much turn?
Yes, generally I guess they'd like them the other way around. I think off-spinners tend to prefer bowling to left-handers, don't they?
Yeah.
They can get a single, then Jack Leach would probably be pretty happy about it. It was Sibley who was playing and missing in the previous over. He can just watch now. I might be quite happy to.
I think he would be happier sat on his bat at the non-striker's end, yeah. And I think it would be smart from Surrey for them to play accordingly, with Burns taking potentially the majority of strike against Leach and Sibley taking majority of strike against Vaughan.
Especially after what they've just seen. Was it off? Doesn't matter because it went to ground, but fancy it was off the pad.
Yeah, I think just pad.
Yeah. This is great, isn't it? Watching one of the best spinners in England bowling when it's now apparent that there's some help there for him against the county champions. Doesn't come much better than that.
Yeah, he'll be loving every second of the challenge here, Jack Leach.
Buoyed up by the news this week that he's been recalled by England, included in the squad to go to Pakistan later in the year. And that is lunch. So first session of day 4 completed, and it's been a fascinating one. Will the next one be of similar interest? I fancy it may well be, and I think we're going to see a great deal more spin, Sophie.
I think we will, Stephen. I think that over rate could be pretty impressive by the end of the day.
So join us in 40 minutes. We're going to have a bite to eat now, but we will bring you the rest of this game, and we're very much looking forward to sharing it with you.
Welcome to another player podcast at Somerset County Cricket Club, and today we're joined by Ian Blackwell. Lucky, lovely to see you back here at Taunton.
Nice
Always
to be back, Richard. Yeah, thanks for having me.
That's right, you're very welcome. And I would describe you as the man who's played the most aggressive championship innings I've ever seen here or anywhere else in all my watching days. And we'll talk about that a bit later on. But can you tell us how you sort of came to be here in the first place? You came here first in 2000. How did that come about?
Yeah, I was brought up in Derbyshire, Chesterfield, and I played all the way through the age groups and got onto the staff there in 96-7. Had 3 years there, and in 2099 I played a couple of good games against Somerset actually in the one-day stuff when I was making my way for Derby, and Dermot Reeve was the coach, and I think we got hammered down here, but I think I got 80, and we got hammered at Derby and I got 40, and and sort of Dermot said, I think you've got something that we'd be interested in utilising, and we need a spinner for the years going forward, because I think we just had Logger, Adrian Pearson down here, who was 38 at the time, and obviously he could see me bat as well, and he had high hopes for me, and said we want you to come and join Somerset.
And what was it like coming into the club at that stage with Dermot in charge and that sort of thing?
It was quite daunting in a way, because I think we all looked up at Dermot as an innovative coach and somebody that had obviously been at the very highest level, and he was always utilising the little grey areas in cricket, and just trying to be the best that he could be, and that sort of transpired with the squad we had. You go into a dressing room with Jamie Cox and Marcus Ruscothick, Andy Dick, Mark Lathwell, some serious players in the team, and you sort of ask yourself, are you good enough to grace the same field as them in their team? So for me, that was having to break down those barriers at the age of 20, and come into a side that was very good and try and impress. But
obviously you came in and fitted in pretty well, didn't you? You seemed to pretty quickly establish yourself in the side.
Yeah, I think first year was pretty good. I think I might have scored 800 runs and got 30 odd wickets. But when you're playing on an absolute road here at Somerset, it was difficult to take wickets. And I think anyone who said they played at Somerset in the early 2000s, they all knew it to be a batting paradise, and lots of runs, quick outfield, and bowling was quite tricky, but. I did okay, and I think then Kevin Shine took over the following year, and he brought Keith Dutch in from Middlesex, and I think he favoured him over me at the outset, and I don't think I played in the first team until the middle of I think after the first 6 games of the second season, which was obviously disappointing on my part.
But then that second season, I mean, you got runs, and we had the 2001 championship with the cup win, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, that must be one of the highlights of your early career.
Yeah, it was. I think they also won it, they won it the year before I joined, and to go back to back and sort of, I think following those footsteps of what the team did, and to actually play in every game and to do quite well. We obviously thought we got a very good one-day side that could compete every year, and obviously Gloucester were second to none back in the day as well, and it was a very close rivalry against the Gloucesters all the way through, and we were fortunate enough to win in 2001, but yeah, it's obviously a very big highlight of my career, that as well. And
I'm guessing to lift the trophy at Lords is something a bit special, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember much of it, if I'm honest, Richard, but I just remember, I think England won 5-1 on the same day in the football, yes. And all I remember is just the phenomenal support that we had from the Somerset faithful, and to hear everybody's names being chanted and all the adulation, especially after the crowds we get here to follow us to Lords was very special.
Yeah, you've touched on something which everybody seems to mention. The crowds here are something different, aren't they? I mean, you've obviously now involved with umpiring, and you come here, and the crowds here as a player, and when you come as an outsider to look in. I mean, there's something special about Taunton crowds, isn't there? Yeah,
I've had it on all fronts. I've obviously come down here as an opposition player as well. Certainly when I'd moved to Durham, I think when Somerset got the better of Durham in one of the, I think might have been a quarter-final down here, you just realised that I was so happy sort of being a Somerset player with the crowds that they had rather than somebody from the opposition. So, yeah, it's a great place to come. The crowds seem, almost on top of you, and they're very vocal after they've had a bit of a session on the cider, and it just makes for a great atmosphere because there's no malice there, not to the extent where it becomes that aggressive, but they make themselves known, and most of the players appreciate it, and I know the home players do, and it's a great atmosphere to play in front of.
That 2001 team, I mean, you talked about Dutchie come in, Jono came in as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that sort of seemed to be the finishing touches in that team. It was sort of a rebuild, wasn't it, slightly? You came involved in 2000, they came in 2001, and suddenly it all seemed to click, didn't it?
It did. I think, obviously, we need to take wickets at Somerset, and I think we'd got enough batting power. Yes, we were going to miss Marcus playing for England, and Caddy was missing at times, but when we were full strength, we did need a second spinner, and Dutchie was a very good addition to that, and he was obviously in the one-day setup as well, and me and him bowling in tandem worked very well for the club, and to have someone like Richard Johnson with his strike power swung the ball, which if you're not going to bowl at express pace here at Somerset, if you swing it, you can get wickets, as Caddy proved, time and time again. So Jono slotted in nicely, and he's just a great guy to have in the changing room as well.
And obviously, if we can now move on to that 2003 season, let's talk about that game when Derby came down here. And talk us through it. It's looming large for me, so it must be with you, I'm guessing, but you've talked about it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was off the back of us all receiving letters from Peter Anderson for being that bad in the year that we were all threatened with a sack. And I think we came into those sort of last three games with something to prove. And, we finished very well here. I know I certainly did, scoring three big lots of runs. And the one against Derby, it's all a blur, really. I think we thought last game of the season it was a green wicket. We thought, well, we'll win the toss and we'll bat anyway, just because we'd had a gut full of fielding all year long here, and obviously it didn't go to plan. I think we were quickly 20 odd for 4 when I went in, and yeah, it was just one of those. Certainly didn't want to get out to Corky moments, which sort of started my innings, and it was quite pedestrian at the start, if I remember rightly. I just didn't want to get out to Corky, and I think he ran through the top order quite nicely, and we managed to limp to lunch, I think, at about 100 for 7 or a little more. And then after lunch, obviously found my third or fourth gear, and every ball that seemed to hit the middle either went for 4 or 6.
You're a bit understating it there, Blackie. Corky took, I think, 4 wickets for 5 runs off 18 balls.
Yeah.
And then your innings, actually you scored your big runs very quickly with 11 sixes and 29 fours, I want to say. That's off the top of my head.
27.
27.
Yeah.
See,
I do know, only because every century I did score that Jerry used to write me a scorecard. He used to do 2. He used to do 1 for me and 1 for my dad, and I do have them all framed up, to be fair. And the 200 is actually in my downstairs toilet. So every time I do visit the lavatory, it's something that I do look at, and gives me a bit of a smirk every now and again. Just that I did play, and it was but the years keep sort of going. Oh God, that's 20 years ago now. So time certainly flies, but I do fond memories still of that day.
It was such clean hitting though, Blackie. That's what I remember of it. It wasn't slogging, it was clean hitting.
Yeah, it was just one of those days where things hit the middle, but equally you play out at Somerset and everything is true. The bounce was true. The wicket wasn't a particularly quick wicket, but it came onto the bat nicely. It bounced as it should do. And you could hit up on the ball. You could, wait for the ball to come under your eye line. And Corky was skillful. He got wickets by swinging the ball. And I think I just tended to watch the ball a lot more than perhaps other people for those reasons that I said earlier. So for me, it was not a case of trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6, because I think that's the danger of when you do that. You just hole out. So it was just one of those freak days, and it happens once in a career. And fortunately, it was for me against Derby, and I believe it was Hildy's debut as well.
It was indeed. I was going to mention that. I mean, he's somebody else you've watched develop over the years, isn't it? I mean, he's had a wonderful career.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's actually godfather to Lily as well, my daughter. So yeah, me and him are very close, and it's great to see what he achieved at the club as well.
Go back to that innings again. Is it true that one of your sixes hit St James's Church roof? Do you think?
You tell me, Richard. I was, in the moment, it was. It definitely looked like it was heading towards the church. I think Kevin Dean was the bowler, and it's not that big a hit, to be fair. But I think some people say at the top of the church. I don't think it got anywhere near the top of the church, and if it did hit it, then I'll take that.
It's your target zone, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, long on.
Bottom end.
Certainly from the Botham stand end, anything into the graveyard and the churchyard is in my locker, and anywhere towards the flats and Cow Corner as well.
So where we're sitting now wouldn't be far off where the ball would have soared over.
Yeah, not too far, I suppose. You see some big hits nowadays, and whether or not you can compare with the stands that are here now, and you think, oh, that's a big hit. And I remember Kieswetter hit him on over the flats, and whether or not you think, could I have done that back in the day? You're not sure, but it seemed big at the time.
It did indeed. And 2003 saw the start of the T20 competition, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, what were your thoughts at the time about that?
I think everyone saw it as a bit of a hit and giggle. Certainly not the hype that there is today about T20 and the money involved, and probably the adulations that you get, certainly at international level if you move up, or IPL, and even now the 100 that's come out. We saw it basically as the 4-day team still playing one-day cricket. And then when you lost a few games and you're out of the tournament, you played all the youngsters to give the old boys a bit of a break. But now it's very much seen as a completely separate side, and the young lads come in and play with no fear. All the shots in the book, and some shots that you've never even seen before, and the game certainly changed. But I think we all loved it because it was it was seemed half a day's work for the same pay. So that was how it was viewed back in the day. But now it's obviously very different and very serious. And
you'd have made a lot more money, wouldn't you, now?
Potentially. I try not to think about it, Richard, if I'm honest. Where you look at some of the money that's flying around now for players that really haven't played a 4-day game in their life, or they're not regulars at their county yet. They're going to T10 tournaments and the UAE or wherever the next tournament is, and they're earning some life-changing money, and fair play to them. It would have been nice if it was 20 years ago and the same happened, but unfortunately not, and I've got a life of umpiring ahead of me.
Let's move forward now to 2005. 2003-04, we were learning T20, weren't we? But then somebody came onto the scene in 2005 who made a huge difference to this club, didn't he? Yeah,
Graham Smith. We were lucky enough to have Ricky Ponting the year before for half a dozen games. I think he came for a month, and just to be able to learn from both of those two was just a big eye-opener. Graham came and captained the T20, and he just had a clear plan. We're going to win the toss, we're going to bat, we're going to post the total on the board, and then we're going to squeeze. And some of the field settings seem a bit rogue that he operated with, but he said that's where people hit the ball. Under pressure, you revert to the slogging across the line, and he was very innovative in that sort of sense. And we just got on a roll, and I think that is the tournament essentially. If you can get on a roll, win games, and we won games where we should never have won, but we put enough pressure on the opposition, and it's such a new tournament that people couldn't chase 7 and over. Now you think it's 10, 12, even 13, 14 is gettable. 50 in 3 overs. No way going to get that back in the day, but now, you never say never, and we just utilised what was ahead of us at that time, and Graham Smith was a fantastic leader, and everyone followed.
I mean, that was a special day, wasn't it? The game at the Oval, and it rained, and everything came into play, and we were very much the underdogs going into that final against a star-studded Lancashire side.
Yeah, I think we enjoyed that, to be fair, and I think it helped us being. I think we were the second semi-final on, so that we almost played back to back. So we were allowed a leisurely morning, which we had a meeting, and Gareth put together Mark Garrow, the coach, he put together a big sort of montage of clips of everybody being brilliant, and we watched it, and Graham Smith said a few words, and it was actually really powerful ahead of the day. And then we went to the Oval. We managed to watch some of the first semi-finals, so we could take in the crowd, the atmosphere, see what the wicket's doing. I think it went in our favour quite nicely, that did, and having a shortened chase against Lancashire proved to be the winning formula for us.
Yeah, I mean, and that was special. And the open top bus ride, you remember that here?
I do remember that, yes. Yeah, it was a bit surreal and strange, but I think a few people did turn out to see it, and yeah, it just brings a smile to your face knowing that you've brought something to the town and certainly the club.
And obviously, you took over the skipper's role when Graham Smith went. I mean, that must have been a special time for you.
Yeah, it was. It was the back end of the year after the T20s when Graham left. It was, it was great to sort of have a chance of captaining the club that I love so much. And as a young sort of side, it was difficult. It was tough. We had no real senior pros. We had quite a few missing with injury or selection with international cricket. So we just went out and played. There was no fear. I don't think there was any expectation on us, and I think we did okay, but by certainly no means we weren't challenging for any silverware. But it was an ambition of mine that I wanted to captain the club and take it forward the best way I could.
Before we move on from 2005, you played in another never to be forgotten day when we beat the Aussies down here.
I did. I was under the radar that day. It was. I think the Graham Smith and Jaya Surrey show. Yeah. But yeah, Australia came and, they treated it very much like a bit of a practice and a warm-up. They had several batters come in, get 70 and disappear off and, let someone else have a go. Whereas we weren't likely to do that. We were obviously trying to win the game. And I think chasing 340, I think we were 200 for none off 20 overs. Two of the best hundreds I've ever witnessed in all my life in one-day cricket. And, I still think we just about limped over the line, 5 down with Hildy scoring the winning runs, I believe. And, I managed to bat for a little while and get 20-odd. So it was, a fantastic day in front of a full house.
I mean, that was fantastic. Again, one of those days, if you were here, you'd never forget it. A really special day. And then let's move into 2006 when obviously you started the season, but then you had a shoulder injury. Yeah,
I came back from India's one-day setup and series there, and I'd had a problem. So I'd had a jab while I was out there, which hadn't worked at all, and I was still getting the same pain. And I think it was only the second game of the season where I knew something wasn't right, but I didn't exactly know what. And I chased the ball down in front of us here, and I turned to throw it, and something pinged. And I threw the ball about 30 yards and I fell in a heap, and I'm like, this is not right. So I remember Brian Rose driving me to hospital, and we went and saw a specialist, and they said the only way we're going to really know is if we go inside and take a look, because the scan was clear. And I said, I can tell you it's not clear. There's something definitely going on. And all the things that were happening in the shoulder were when it was moving. So a stationary scan, everything seemed normal. I had no tear in the skin when I was stationary, because they put some dye into the shoulder to see if it leaks through, and it didn't. But he said it was like a half-inch tear in the labrum, which I had. But there was a big dossier of what was wrong with my shoulder, and it wasn't great. So I had to have an immobilisation sling, and I had a slap tear repair done, and all sorts of bother, which obviously I've had it done 3 times now. So ultimately that's what finished me off. Yeah.
And obviously then you didn't really play the rest of the season, did you?
No, I think I played the last 2 games. Came back and probably too soon, probably shouldn't have bothered. But I think I was going slightly mad at that point, and to miss an entire season wasn't an option for me. And I was ready to start playing again, and I think it contributed a bit towards the last two championship matches, and it was not a great season for me.
Cam White skipper, didn't he?
Yes, yeah. I did some commentary actually that year, so it wasn't all lost, and quite enjoyed doing a few games down here where Cam White got his 150, was it? I think
he got that T20 150.
Yeah, so it was interesting from that perspective, but also gutting I couldn't have been out there with him, doing the same.
Yeah, indeed. And 2007, you were part of the side that actually got us back into the First Division.
Yeah, I think our cricket took a turn for the better, certainly on the 4-day front around that time when Justin Langer came as captain, and the way he did things, it was interesting. But ultimately, we needed that rudder in the ship to steady us and turn us round, because, one for a better word, we were a bit of a rabble and with no direction. And the only time we had direction in the previous 2 years was when Ricky Ponting and Graham Smith arrived. So that was certainly addressed. And the way he played his cricket, he was one of the hardest men on field that you come across, and that was his advantage. But a lot of people could say it was his flaw as well.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we came back up. And we've stayed there ever since, haven't we? I mean, I've got pictures of celebrations at Essex, wasn't it?
Chelmsford.
Where we won it.
Yeah.
Always a nice place to go and win.
Always, because, they're a bit like the crowd here at Somerset on a Friday night in a T20, about it. And, to go there and to perform in the Championship and actually to win there was fantastic. And I think a lot of people took a big sigh of relief once we got over the line, because we knew we shouldn't be in the second division. As Notts at the time, they were a very good side, but to come ahead of those and actually win it, I think that just showed just how much we'd turned the club around.
And we had, a couple of bowlers, really fast bowlers. We had a good partnership there with Pup and with Caddy. Two brilliant opening bowlers for us. Yeah,
and Caddy's record speaks for itself, but I think Charles was probably one of the most underrated swing bowlers at that time. I've never seen a guy swing the ball as much since Richard Johnson came to the club. But just to have a left arm and a different angle of attack just completed us, really. And, he got wicket after wicket. And, once he got on a roll, he could get 5 for 50 and, roll sides out for 150, which just made our jobs as batters even easier.
We've talked about your batting a lot. We haven't talked much about your bowling. And
not much to say, Richard, I think.
You've had some good returns for the club, haven't you? Was 7 for 90 was your best for Somerset?
Yeah, I think? Back-to-back weeks of 7 to 90, I think. Yeah. But that, few and far between for me. It was, a case of playing here. My job was to bowl maidens, was to bowl from one end to rotate the seamers at the other end. And if I could pick up a wicket here or two along the way, then I was doing my job for the team. But my job, I basically said, go at 2 and over, keep it as tight as possible. And that wasn't very easy playing on a wicket like Taunton. Just glad they don't bat the way they did, or now, to how they do back in the day. So, I could bowl at batters and they, respect you a little more than perhaps they would now. But I love bowling. I'd rather bowl than stand in the field. If it was my wicket, I could prove to people that I could, spin the ball and take wickets. But I wouldn't say I was a wicket taker. I would say I was somebody that kept it tight and could bowl lots of overs, and quite often bowled a whole session, unchanged. And that's how I like to do it. I like to bowl 10, 15 overs on the trot and really get stuck into the batters.
Something we haven't talked about that's happened in between the times we've been talking was your England career. Tell us a little bit about that and how that all came about.
I think initially it was I got my chance via an injury to Andrew Flintoff. It was one of the cups out I went to Sri Lanka, and just a round robin tournament. I think we only played 2 games in our group of 3, and it was can't remember what kind of, it was just an ICC Champions Trophy type thing. And I got the call because Flintoff, I think, had a shoulder injury. I had something, and obviously they thought they might need an extra spinner as opposed to, somebody that can bowl fast or medium fast. And obviously my batting helped me get that position as well. But that was my first introduction to playing for England, which it was a bit of a surprise at the time, but one that I hoped would come, and very thankful for the opportunity.
Of course, we had 3 of you playing for England, didn't we, at one stage?
Yeah, with Johnson and Caddick as well, yeah.
And Trez?
Yeah, Trez, yeah. I'd say Jono was a bit after, but me, Caddy and Trez both went to that ICC Champions Trophy.
Yeah, I mean, that great ambition to play for England and to get that chance, something else you can tick the box and say, I've done it. Yeah,
you get your numbers playing for England and no one can take them away.
37?
Yeah, that was my shirt number, but 170 was my ODI number and 629 was my test number. But it was one of those surreal moments where, am I good enough for this? Why have I been picked? What am I doing? And then, you have to go in and bat out a position and not bowl perhaps when you would do for your county. So it's all a bit surreal, and I don't think we quite got the opportunities back then as you get now with, being included in series after series and given those opportunities, where I just felt I was playing for my next game, which, rightly or wrongly was a good way to look at it, I suppose, because if I performed, I knew that I was going to get another game. But equally, I never felt part of the team, which, is a strange thing to say, but that's how I felt at the time.
We won promotion in 2007 back into the First Division. You had a big season in 2008, didn't you? You got 1,000 runs.
Yeah, I think only 5 of us that year got 1,000 runs. I think it was me, Trez and JL for Somerset. So 3 of us were playing here, which probably shows you just how flat the wicket was compared to everywhere else in the country. And I thought I'd perform pretty well, scoring quite a lot of consistent runs and saving games at the right time if we were in trouble. And I chipped in with a few wickets as well. And it was a pretty good year for me, 2008.
And then, disappointingly, you drifted off and went over to Durham.
Yes.
Hard decision to make?
Very, yeah. My wife at the time, Beth, she was pregnant with the twins. I'd still had 2 years left on my contract, and a move to another club wasn't on my radar. And even when it happened, it still wasn't on my radar. So, it was one of those unfortunate things where certain things aligned in the wrong way, shall we say, and it led me to having to go somewhere else.
But you had good seasons with Durham, didn't you? Very good seasons.
Yeah, and I think I didn't have anything to prove, but it was nice to go to Durham and actually won Supporters Player of the Year my first year. I think I scored just under 1,000 runs and got 48 wickets. So I knew that I could do it. It was an amazing new challenge, and to go into a Durham side that were full of internationals, playing with Benke and Diver and, there was Plunkett, Mustard, Onions, Harmison. The list was endless, and Shiv Chandapoy was overseas, and, to slot into that side and to win the championship, it was a phenomenal first year and something that probably the previous year would never have even thought would happen.
No, and then you had times there, and then towards the end of your playing career, you had half a season down at Warwickshire, didn't you? And got another championship medal. Yeah,
I had second shoulder operation as well, which hampered somewhat the Durham part of my career. And then towards the end, 2012, Collie got left out of the England setup, so he came back and he wanted to bat 6. So he sort of nudged me out of the side because obviously, Durham is his club, and he's obviously got the Trez reputation of Durham. So, it was tough for me to get into the side. They ended up playing Scott Borthwick as the spinner, who ended up batting 3. They obviously played on predominantly seaming pitches, so didn't use the spin option until we went away from home. So, frustratingly, I got left out the T20 side middle of that summer. To which then I went and did some umpiring. So I wondered if I was going to enjoy it or not. And it was a time where the T20 was a block. So I had sort of 3 or 4 weeks where I could actually do 3 umpiring games on the trot, and I loved it, absolutely loved it. I did my level 3 coaching, but that wasn't something I wanted to pursue because it's very volatile as a coach, and wasn't a passion of mine. Just did it just because I thought I might need something at the end of my career. But then when I started umpiring, loved it and wanted to pursue that. And here we are now after doing 5 years, I say, before I got onto the list.
Yeah, and your first game was here, wasn't it? First class game for Somerset, wasn't it? 2015, wasn't that?
No, I did one here, but my first one I think was at might have been at Sussex with Jerry.
Right.
So, but I'd done a well, it might have been a university game.
Yeah, you did a Durham university game.
Yeah, that was
with Wolfie. I think.
That was class as first class. That would have been my first, but the first championship game was with Jerry. But yeah, it was nice to obviously stand here and you sort of look around and have those fond moments of you being out there as a cricketer rather than as an umpire, and just looking at how things have changed over the years.
Things have changed here, haven't they? I mean, but it's still got something about it when you come back here, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's still very special. You wouldn't call it a stadium. I think it's one of those that sort of progressed as a ground still. And yeah, I mean, there was cinema seats there and a very upright stand, and you were literally on the boundary. The flats weren't there, and there's a little cow shed in the bottom where it's obviously the Hildreth stand. So a lot of things have changed, and obviously we're in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion before the Caddick Pavilion was built. So yeah, a lot of things have changed, and it's probably nice in a way that I witnessed it as a player as it was very different to how it is now, because I think that would be a bit more strange.
Yeah, and here you are, after all the years, still living here in Taunton and enjoying being around and about.
Yeah, I don't think I'd move anywhere else, unless I had to go. Obviously, my kids live around here, and they're growing fast, and I'm more of a taxi service now for them than anything else. Which it's great to see them love the sport as well and get involved. They're all in the development here, so I know they want to be cricketers. So whether or not that'll transpire, we'll wait and see. But I love it round here, and I consider it my home more than I do Chesterfield and Derbyshire.
Brilliant, Blackie. Lovely to talk to you. Thank you for coming and giving us your time today.
Thanks very much, Richard.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. A slightly depressing view of your screen you will have at the moment because it's been raining here again. We were due to restart round about now, probably in about 5 minutes' time under normal circumstances, but there is a delay, and just to let you know that that's the situation. I'm Stephen Lambs. Sophie Luff is alongside. 18 without loss, Surrey. They need another 203 to win. But interesting developments, Sophie, just before the lunch interval.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a turn on offer for Jack Leach. We also saw Archie Vaughan beat the outside edge of Rory Burns as well. So, yeah, plenty in this wicket for the Somerset bowlers. It's just about creating pressure and putting the ball in the right areas for a long period of time, and hopefully we'll be back out there shortly. The umpires are just coming out to probably have a word with the ground staff around what's maybe looming on a radar and how we're going to see things move forward this afternoon.
Yeah, there they are, Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Milnes, and they'll be having a chat out in the middle. I'm sure the ground staff will have a pretty good idea what's to come. I've got a radar which may be inferior to theirs, but it's saying that there is rain about, so we will maybe be a bit on and off. If it should rain excessively and there's a draw, then that will suit Surrey, obviously a lot better than Somerset, because it's Surrey who are top of the table. But we shall see. There'll be a conversation, and rest assured that just as soon as there is any resumption, we will bring it to you. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, rather sooner than I expected when I last spoke to you, because it was a pretty gloomy sight with the big cover on the wicket. But as you can see now, the sun has come out and the players have come out with it. 18 without loss, Surrey, in pursuit of a victory target of 221, which means they need another 203 runs to win this match and virtually assure themselves of a third successive county championship. On the other hand, if Somerset can take 10 wickets, then they will have put a potential spanner in the works. I'm Stephen Lamb, Sophie Luff is with me, and we've got a fascinating session to look forward to, Sophie.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's glorious bright sunshine. How quickly it can change here. Archie Vaughan is going to start this afternoon's proceedings off.
Wonder whether these two spinners, and I'm sure that's how it will continue, with Archie Vaughan at the river end and Jack Leach with the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion behind him. Big appeal, but didn't quite sound convincing.
Yeah, looks slightly outside the line from up here, but I'm sure we'll see a replay shortly. Asking questions already though.
Dom Sibley is on strike. He played and missed to 3 consecutive Jack Leach deliveries at the other end, which would have given Somerset some heart, plenty of heart. Single here, first of the session, out to deep mid wicket. Which will bring the left-hander, Rory Burns, into play for the first time. Surrey skipper. What a thing it would be for him to be championship winning captain 3 times in a row. Vaughan will be trying to find a spot or two where he can extract a bit of turn. His first over of the session completed. He's bowled 5 in all. And I fancy that this is the combination we're going to be seeing for a while.
I think so, Stephen. Yeah, just got groundsman Nick Pepper popping onto the pitch. I think there was a stake or something left on the ground from the covers.
Medium rare. Anyway, it's disappearing with him now. So that little area down by Gimlet's Hill and the big scoreboard. Mighty impressive scoreboard, in fact. At that end of the ground.
Yeah, there's a lot of information on it, but actually quite big font, which always helps. Frustrates me when scoreboards are just too small on the font size. You can't read it from a distance.
That's Jack Leach's first ball of the session. Defended comfortably enough. Yeah, and it's not just an asterisk by the batter, it's a proper bat.
Yeah, well, and a ball by the bowler as well.
Indeed. Showing Dom Sibley's on strike and Jack Leach has the ball in hand. Forward, he'll be as fully aware as Jack is of the way those 3 deliveries behaved just before the interval. And will be thinking all the time how to confront that. And he's favouring the front foot at the moment.
Yeah, seen a great deal of turn those first few Leach deliveries, but great control nonetheless.
down to backward point. There's no issue about time for Surrey. Those 202 remaining runs required. They've got 59 overs to get them. Somerset need prompt wickets.
Yeah, they'll definitely be needing an early breakthrough in this afternoon session. Try and open the game up. Expose that Surrey middle to lower order if they can. These two look pretty comfortable after lunch.
Interview about to take place involving the Somerset head coach. He's done a few of them, Jason Kerr, in his time with various outlets. Spencer Bishop, the media manager, is there as well.
What would you say Spencer doing? Overseeing proceedings there? He doesn't look like he's doing a lot.
Facilitating. Here's Archie Vaughan. Here's a good-looking square cut out to deep point for a single. 10 apiece, the two openers. That one down. Tom Abel is lurking at mid-wicket, which is where he caught Dom Sibley off this bowler in the first innings.
You can hear the wind getting up, can't you?
No alarms so far in this session for the Surrey openers. Early days though. Early overs, I should say. Stop at backward point by Leach.
Yeah, it didn't look the most fluent and comfortable bit of fielding there, but stopped it nonetheless. He's in the action again. That looked a little bit smoother, didn't it? He'd warmed up after the first one.
Got the fielding limbs going now, as well as the bowling ones.
End of the 16th over here. Surrey 21 without loss. 6 overs for Vaughan. Only gone for 6 runs.
Yeah, just a couple off that one. Jack Leach has 3 maidens in the 7 overs he's bowled, including the previous one to this. No doubt that Surrey will have discussed the strategy over lunch, how they approach this target. There's no need for them to do anything rash. Got plenty of time. Somerset will still want to build some pressure. Jack Leach is certainly doing that in the early stages, at least.
Yeah, which is what you would expect from Leach. Sibley has faced a good amount of balls out there as well, into the 60s now. Biding their time, Surrey here.
It's a style of batting he's well accustomed to, though, isn't it, Dom Sibley?
Absolutely.
Batsmen in the country who are as well accustomed to defensive batting.
And he'll be expected to play in a very different style come Saturday at T20 finals day. He's doing a good job for his team here at the moment.
It's going to be a couple at least off the outside edge. Don't think it's where he intended.
No, it's slightly wider from Leach, tempting Sibley to go for the drive, which he did. Wasn't entirely convincing. But yeah, Leach just sort of dangling a little bit of a carrot outside that off stump. Enticed the drive.
He was aiming much squarer and it fetched up. So Jack Leach won't mind that. There's Tractor. So we're hearing cries of, come on Leachy!
I think that's the first time I've seen him. Well, I haven't commentated much this year, admittedly, but I think that's the first time I've seen him on the live stream. Usually hear him before you see him, don't you?
It's well done picking him out before we heard a shout of encouragement.
I like it when Craig Overton's bowling and he gives it the old "on Craigo." That's my favourite one that he does.
It used to be Trigo. Or Triegs even. Either or. Single here, out to mid-wicket.
Nicely played by Burns. Good use of the feet.
You can tell it's quite chilly out there. The skipper's got his hands in his pockets. They'll be out in time for the ball to be delivered, though, because he's at first slip. Be ready for anything. Going the other way this time.
Yeah, I think most players, if not all, have got sweaters on. A couple with the long sleeve sweaters as well, so it must be a little bit nippy.
Nicely played. He's found the gap there between the offside field. And they should pick up a couple. And they do.
Bit hesitant there between the wickets. Both of the Surrey batters made it in the end, but they certainly won't be wanting to lose a wicket in that fashion in these circumstances.
Absolutely. I saw the interview with Archie Vaughan after stumps yesterday evening, and he did sound admirably level-headed about everything. I wonder if he could possibly have imagined at the start of this season that he'd be bowling in a situation like this against the county champions. But he's taken it all in his stride, which must bode well for his first-class future.
Yeah, it's been great to watch him do his thing.
Meanwhile, the senior spinner is back in action.
Oh, it must be so great for Archie to come into this team. Jack Leach at the other end, the conversations that the pair can have and how much he can learn. And knowing Jack, he'll absolutely love having those youngsters come into the environment and being able to help them and mentor them.
I feel he missed out on that, I think, Rory Burns. Just dropped a fraction short.
And found the one man in that sort of square cover region. I think it's Lammonby fielding on those used wicket ends.
Yes, that can be a challenge in itself. Wanted a single, Burns, but Sibley not remotely interested.
Yeah, it's the second time in, well, a matter of around 5 or 6 balls that the pair haven't really been on the same page from a running perspective.
No possibility of one there.
And I wonder, is it Burns wanting to get off strike in that scenario, and Dom Sibley, he's quite comfortable at the other end. I don't want to face Jack Leach at this moment in time.
Yeah, of the two, you'd have thought that Jack would much prefer to bowl at Sibley, given that the natural movement is away from the right-hander, and Sibley's the man he beat on those 3 occasions just before the lunch interval. But Rory Burns doesn't necessarily look at it from that point of view.
No, another maiden for Jack Leach there as well.
Other of our sponsors. Home contents, commercial, insurance, the whole gamut. Dom Sibley is thinking, I'm fine taking Vaughan for the moment.
Craig Overton just changing the bails over, hoping it provides a little bit of luck in Somerset's direction.
Tom Abel is at mid-wicket, where you see him so often. Slightly easier one this time. Well forward, I think. Sometimes can be difficult to tell from this end, so we'll have a chance to see from the other at some point. In fact, right now. He's well on the front foot, makes it harder to give. There's Goldsworthy in action again out in the deep. The lonely deep.
Yeah, the lonely deep. He strikes me as a quiet character, though, Goldsworthy.
So appropriate.
So maybe he's enjoying just roaming out there on his own. I would certainly get very twitchy if I was out there.
Wandering lonely as a cloud. Except he won't go on in the way the poem does, because he won't spot a host of flaming daffodils. Not at this time of year. Needs to be April for that. Yeah, interesting to see the umpire at Archie Vaughan's end, who is David Milnes, is standing right up to the stumps at the point of delivery.
You can almost ask the umpire to stand kind of where you want them to be.
Yeah, because you can actually run in between the umpire and the stumps.
Yeah.
If you want to.
Yeah, I've played with a few players that were particularly fussy about where they wanted the umpire to stand. I know Lauren Filer is one of those. She actually sort of marks out not only a run-up, but she marks out where she would like the umpire to stand as well.
Right in the slot again. Steve O'Shaughnessy's stood quite well back, in contrast to David Milnes. Maybe how Jack Leach prefers it. Big shout, but I think that was drifting to leg. Again, we'll have another look. It wasn't far off.
No, it's a brave option from Sibley. Almost like he's not really sure. Wants to get up the other end.
That wasn't far away. This time he's thinking, no, you can just go through.
I love that about cricket, where the player has left that. It's nowhere near him, but the theatre that is created around that delivery, around the bat, is brilliant.
Turn, but again, starting off outside off stump, and Sibley not remotely interested in getting involved. They've got them at the ends they want them at the moment, Somerset. Right-hander facing Leach, and now it'll be Rory Burns to face the off-spin of Archie Vaughan. Now will David Mills go right up close again?
I mean, where he is now, he's suggesting that he may well do the same, yes.
Yeah, he is too. Well bowled. That's what he's looking for. The turn away from the left-hander. And that's what he's found with that delivery. Runs here, could be 4 of them. Once it was through the infield, there was no way that was going to be cut off.
Yeah, well played by Burns onto the back foot. That's raced away. Outfield is lightning fast.
Had the sun on it for a bit now. Oh, this time he's given. That's the first wicket, and Archie Vaughan is jubilant. It's his 7th of the match, and the Surrey skipper has gone. The breakthrough at last for Somerset. Surrey 31 for 1, and they'll be looking to add to that.
Superbly bowled. Purchase kissed the outside edge, and Archie Vaughan is in the action again. Somerset fielders enjoyed that one, and is this just a little opening for Somerset to really put the foot down? I think it may well be.
Well, there was a great release of tension that moment, and Rory Burns very disappointed as he heads off. He hadn't looked in any particular trouble. It's Dom Sibley who's played and missed more often, but that, yeah, he found the turn earlier in the over, and that just enough, and you don't need much.
No, you need just enough, like you say, Stephen. And also, we were just speaking about that. We felt like the batters were at the right end. The ball going away from Dom Sibley when Jack Leach was bowling, and then obviously the left-hander to the off-spin of Vaughan, as we see another left-hander come to the crease.
Yeah, well, Vaughan will be perfectly happy about that.
Absolutely.
At the right end, immediately. Well.
David Milnes was in perfect position to give that one as well. Stern looked down the wicket, and the finger was raised.
Yeah, and the great thing, James Rue was right in position. It was a thin edge, just a feather, really, and just settled in those big gloves. David Milne's still right up close. Here's the first ball for Ryan Patel then. Wow, this is some over. So we've had 2 plays and misses and a wicket. This is turning into some situation.
Great pun there, Stephen, as well. Turning, certainly turn out there at the moment.
Entirely unintended. Oh, he's got him! He's got him! Archie Vaughan has gone mad! Ryan Patel is on his way, and Somerset are cock-a-hoop. They've surrounded Archie Vaughan. The congratulations are voluminous.
What
Wow,
does that even mean?
Full volume.
I haven't got any words.
31 for 2. Somerset have got a sniff. I'm afraid I've reduced my fellow commentator to fits of giggles. Not least everybody else in the commentary box, simply by saying voluminous.
What an over. Unbelievable over from Archie Vaughan. That was a peach of a delivery. That's just come to the crease. And that bodes
beauty.
really well for Somerset.
Look at Archie Vaughan.
The Surrey batters.
Another view. Yes.
The Surrey batters won't want to be facing too many deliveries like that.
The Somerset spinners are in business. It's gone from 31 for no wicket to 31 for 2.
They do say add 2 wickets to a scoreboard and it looks very, very different.
Space of 4 deliveries, those 2 wickets. And just after that, nicely struck boundary for Rory Burns. He felt that was releasing the pressure for
Absolutely,
Surrey.
yeah.
And now it's right on them. And still Dom Sibley has to deal with Jack Leach. No change of ends for him in that over.
Yeah, I think Leach will be excited with the 2 right-handers at the crease now as well. It's nicely played from Dom Sibley into the onside.
I wonder whether we've got a side-on view of Archie Vaughan's celebrations. I'd love to see it if we have.
I would have liked to have seen the celebrations. We're obviously not biased up in this commentary box, but
Right on cue.
the celebrations up in the comms box for that one.
Isn't that fantastic, though?
Yeah, brilliant to see.
Whether you're a Surrey or Somerset supporter. Wow. To see an 18-year-old celebrating like that. It's really heartwarming.
Just too good from Jack Leach there.
Jack Leach has bowled successive maidens before this over. Can he produce another, and can he, more importantly, get into that wickets column for the first time in the innings?
Yeah,
He
I don't think he'll be too bothered about that maidens column, but that wickets column, that's all that matters this afternoon.
You can just see it, can't you, in the Somerset fielders, how engrossed they are now, how expectant they are. It is another maiden. 11 overs, 5 maidens, 0 for 13.
I've just noticed, Jack Leach is wearing 2 jumpers out there. He's bowling in his sleeveless sweater, and then he's putting the long sleeve sweater on while he's in the field.
So, Dom Sibley now taking guard at the other end. Archie Vaughan has run out of left-handers to bowl to for the moment. Single to start the over.
Yeah, I don't think Somerset will mind that. Sibley at the
bring the new batter.
non-striker's end, bowl at the new batter. You know, obviously the ideal situation now would be to get Sibley 2 new guys at the crease, but if you can make inroads at one end, I don't think Somerset will mind too much.
Ben Geddes was good in the first innings. Made exactly 50. So he'll derive confidence from that. But it's a tricky situation to come into. Full of 2 quick wickets. Loads and loads of encouragement for Archie Vaughan from his 10 teammates. Just shed loads of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise around that bat.
Well bowled again. Archie Vaughan. Just the single off the over.
Yeah, brilliant from Archie Vaughan. And on that note, Stephen, I'm going to leave you with Harry Everett.
Thanks, Sophie. See you later on. And that figure of 221, which is the target for Surrey, has in the past couple of overs become rather more distant for them. They were going along pretty serenely before lunch and again in the early overs after, but then suddenly the double strike. And Jack Leach has 2 right-handers to bowl to. Plenty of company for Dom Sibley, who's already played and missed several times at Jack Leach.
I'll come and keep you company, Stephen.
Voluminously.
Well, I was just about to try and whip that word out, but I wasn't quite sure how it comes out the mouth. Full of volume, right? Normally told off for being full of volume, so that will go about right.
I've not seen a fellow commentator reduced to giggles by another one for a while.
Oh, that's why you've been in France. That's all we've done while you've been in France, Stephen. Just giggle through the sessions. You better not have a 3-month sabbatical in the season next year, Stephen.
How's this match been brought to life, Harry?
Ah, was it? It's just hibernating briefly, wasn't it?
Mm. Yeah, it's not.
Just a brief snooze.
It's been far from moribund all the way through.
No.
But it's amazing what can happen in just one over.
I spotted Ryan Patel's father just pacing around the car park. He'll be a little bit gutted, a little bit frustrated. Patel batted so well in that first innings, but got a good ball in his 3rd ball. You can't do a lot about that on day 4.
Do you know his father well?
Yeah, chatting away the last few nights, actually. Just got to know if the Surrey fans, really friendly bunch, actually.
They almost found a way through there.
Yeah, Surrey.
Hands on head.
Surrey travel very well to away games. Big fan base.
Inside edge.
The joke is the Surrey fans have their second homes down in the West Country, don't they? So they come and stay at their second home down here. Oh, Stephen, there we go. This is the line. One of the comments reckons you sound like David Attenborough. That's a compliment.
I'll have that.
That's brilliant.
Any day
That's
of the week.
brilliant.
I'll have
That's my
that.
favourite comment. That's superb. Oh. Ben's just seen that.
So I'll have to do a quick series before the end of the day on life of mammals, perhaps.
It's the one when David Attenborough describes those snakes chasing the animal across the beach. What was that one? Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
I can talk very briefly, not sure whether I should, but in familiar terms, my father did know David Attenborough quite well.
Oh,
They
there
were
you go.
contemporaries at BBC.
There you
David
go.
Attenborough still going strong. Wonderful.
Well, you're
aged 97, I think. 97.
Wow. Is he still voicing over?
He is.
That's a good effort, that. Plenty of life in you yet then, Stephen.
Well, I'm just blown away by that compliment.
Thank you. Raxin8, you've made Stephen Lamb's life his career with that comment. I'll just put that in the TMS chat.
Here's someone a bit younger than Sir David coming into bowl.
Here we go. Here we see Sibley in its natural habitat. Large, docile, slow-moving creature. The Sibley feeds on vegetation and accumulates its food extremely slowly. You
Love
should
it.
do it, not me. I don't know why I'm
Love
reading
it.
Right, give it 2 more balls, and then I want you to read that comment, please, Stephen. 7,500 people listening to David Stephen Lamb Attenborough. Archie Vaughan, meanwhile, with 2 balls left. Sibley, that's a lovely shot. We talk about a slow-moving creature. That is a lovely punch drive for 4 through the vacant mid-off.
Yeah, he
Cracking
heard
shot.
you. And he was affronted.
That is a brilliant shot. Didn't really put anything into it, just timed it beautifully.
Yeah.
Slightly over
Lent into it.
Yeah. Something that Tom Banton couldn't do with that foot moving to get near it. That was, you know, just a little bit of the left foot down the track. Well played by Dom Sibley, just riding the bounce, riding the turn. Good work from Jack Leach as well.
Yeah, making sure he kept them down to a single. Jack Leach, he was onto that very quickly.
Come on then, Stephen. Read out the life cycle of a cricket, the Dom Sibley version. Here you go. Read out this comment in your best David Attenborough voice.
I'll do what I can. Here we see the Sibley in its natural habitat. A large, docile, slow-moving creature. The Sibley feeds on vegetation and accumulates its food extremely slowly. Best I can do.
That's superb.
He is 98, David Attenborough.
There you go.
So he is 80 years older than Archie Vaughan. Jack Leach then, who's not quite as many years older than Archie Vaughan.
Good sound effects out there, actually. They're enjoying the David Attenborough impression from out on the pitch. It's simply warm or cold-blooded.
180 more runs needed by Surrey. 8 wickets by Somerset.
Could they push for 2?
A hell of a game on our hands at the moment.
Well, I'm enjoying the pink socks of Brett Randall. There should have been 2 there. I think that's poor running from Gedders and Sibley.
They just started off on the basis that there was only going to be 1.
Brett Randall's quick, but he's not stopping that. The pink socks of Brett Randall. See me round. So an overseas seam bowler brought in to bowl in September, and he's still not bowled a ball in 26 overs.
Bit of turn, but finding the middle of the bat on that occasion. Again, middled, only as far as Tom Abel, though, cover. Always encouraging. Clapping his hands, Tom Abel. Encouraging and enthusing.
Oh, that's a poor shot. That's a poor shot from Ben Geddes. It's turned a bit, but that's a really wafting, booming drive, which on day 4, Stephen, you shouldn't really be playing such a booming drive in this situation when the ball's turning 2 slips in play, surely. He's
bisected James Roux and Lewis Gregory.
He's got under the
keeper
back.
and first slip. Don't think there was any way either of them could have got a hand to that.
So I think it's through the legs of James Roux. Watching the replay back.
Be worth another look.
Yeah, we'll just show you that ball again at the end of the over. I think it's gone through James Roux, the keeper's legs, on his haunches. It's been given us 4 byes.
.46 for 2 then. Dom Sibley still there, and his opening partner and captain Rory Burns and Ryan Patel both dismissed in the same over. Space of 4 deliveries by the man with ball in hand at the moment. Sibley ready.
What do you reckon here then, Stephen? Have another look at this. Your analysis on this. James Roux, 4 byes. We'll try and show you again.
Potentially after this.
Archie's bowling such a quick over rate here. Mind there's not much time.
Yeah, it doesn't take long to get back to his mark, does he? Here's another look at that.
There you go.
Nick.
Well, it's given us 4 byes, you see.
Yeah, it is through his legs.
Stay a little bit low. Can this be back pad? Ben Green, the subfielder? No.
No, they knew, didn't they?
Yeah.
Nobody was going to appeal.
It's that excitement when it just balloons up off the pad. They want to run around and catch it. Ben Green on the field for all of today, you'd think. No longer with Leicestershire, back with Somerset. We haven't done a Ned Leonard watch in a while, have we? Have we done a Ned Leonard watch? Hackler Morgan, of course.
Not for a bit.
He's the only player currently on loan. Remember, Alfie Ogborn was only... You can only have a 2-game loan for a Division 1 side. Alfie got 2 for 80 odd. Playing for Kent, who are pretty much condemned to relegation, but he's back in Somerset 2's action. We should also mention that. So much cricket going on, Stephen. Can't keep up with it all.
Yeah, busy time of the season. Keeping things tight.
Yeah, so Somerset seconds won by 7 wickets. 93 not out for William Smead. Runner ball as well, 14 fours and a 6. Perfect, a little bit of form ready for Saturday, especially without his usual opening partner Tom Banton, we reckon. For Saturday, but potentially back with your King's mate George Thomas at the top of the order. Well, Will Smead batting number 4 for the 2s, 93 not out alongside Josh Thomas, 33 not out, getting Somerset over the line. But interestingly, the main wicket taker for Warwickshire 2s was Imam Rao, playing for Wolverhampton in the Birmingham League, but played a lot of Somerset Academy stuff. Dean Dynamos, he played here in the Cooper Associates County Ground under-19s final a couple of years ago. We live streamed. But yes, Warwickshire 2s losing by 7 wickets to Somerset 2s at the Vale.
Didn't quite have that covered. Ben Geddes. But it fell safely enough. Bit of leading edge. Oh,
That's
beauty! Beauty!
Yeah, you can't get much better nuts than that from the nut.
and again. These are perilous times for the Surrey batters.
Tell you what, this is a bit like the iguana and the Galapagos Islands with the racer snakes David Attenborough was talking about, trying to seize their prey.
It's strange that David Attenborough should crop up another beauty from. This is a great over from Jack Leach. We were actually watching part of the Mammals series yesterday evening. The exploits of a vampire bat.
Oh, brilliant. Well played. It was a little bit leading edgy, but still well played.
Yes. It was a slightly hesitant defensive push, but it was off the middle of the bat.
Right, it's another end of another good over. Jack Leach.
It's 2 maidens in a row.
Yes.
At either end.
Shout out to Michael, our American superfan, who got an autograph and a photo with Will Smead the other day. He was here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, and he's got a few Somerset shirts back to his Somerset fan club in the States. But really enjoying Jack Leach's bowling. And look at these beauties. Good luck playing that outside the off stump. Too much, really. Past the pad and the bat. James Roos looks up to the sky in disbelief that's not got him out.
Well, he's deserved more than a wicket, really. Jack Leach, the number of times he's found a way past the bat of the right-hander, be it Dom Sibley or Ben Geddes. Got some airborne company by the sound of it. As Archie Vaughan continues.
But Norwegian RFX Mike, isn't he? Does he not know there's a game of cricket going on here? Quite a good view, mine, from above the ground.
Would be.
Going back to that from Dom Sibley seems a little risky.
Be looking these two batters to soak up this pressure as best they can, with a view to rebuilding the innings after the double breakthrough for Archie Vaughan. 8 wickets in the match now for Vaughan. All along the ground and through to Tom Abel at mid-wicket. Tense moments in the dugout for some of the Surrey players. Sibley defending. Once again, he's faced 98 deliveries for his 26 not out.
Bumble, Bumble, calm down.
So he's even learnt about the crowd catch at 18. So that makes it 3 maidens in a row. Can't find a run for love or money. Somerset, Surrey at the moment. 46 for 2. They still need another 175. It's funny how you can look at a target in the early stages when batting looks quite straightforward and think, well, no problem with that. And suddenly, it's a whole series of problems potentially.
Do Surrey send in Tom Curran just come and whack the spinners around for a little bit? Do they keep him in the same place down the order? If a wicket to fall, that is. Another slightly risky drive. I just feel like driving Jack Leach. I say out of the rough, it's not really rough, but it's turning a little bit and there's 2 slips in place. It seems a risky shot. Well left, well judged.
It wasn't missing by much.
No, it's a pretty tricky task as a Benker. There's a young Surrey batter I've rated for a few years now.
There's a risk if that goes straight on.
Yes. I suppose he knows Jack Leach isn't going to turn it the other way. He's not, you know, he's not going to suddenly turn it into the right-hander.
Geddes is looking to be positive.
It's that balance, isn't it? Do you do the Sibley mould, do you do the Tom Curran mould, or somewhere in between the two?
It is, it's given. Geddes has gone. Number 3, and Jack Leach is in the wickets column. 46 for 3. And Ben Geddes, who was looking to be positive against Jack Leach, has no further opportunity to do so. The third wicket has fallen with the total on 46.
Yeah, I was just saying he's actually looking more mature in this thing. He's playing it really nicely. And the slightly straighter ball, maybe could have swept it actually. It's that kind of ball that's pretty tricky to get to. Starting middle and leg. Could get to that ball. No. Tries to play it a little bit square. Hits the pad. Face a lot of balls for just one run. But it's really, really not easy out there.
Shaking his head, Ben Geddes. I wonder what the wind predictor is saying now. At lunchtime it was saying 57% Surrey, and I think it was 10% Somerset, but we'll have a look in a sec. In the meantime, watch this once more.
Oh, I started on leg
a little,
turn back to
and
middle.
that was going to hit middle.
Yeah, easy decision for the umpire, but playing a little bit square. Really good bowling from Jack Leach.
What a game we've got on our hands now. It's first against second in the county championship. It's day 4, and it could go either way. No question that Somerset are right in this now. Hesitate to say that they're favourites, but they are right bang in it.
Wow. This game just keeps on giving. Now, this is going to be interesting. Ben Folkes in at 5, Shakil Hassan at 6, Tom Curran, that man, the star of the first innings, batted 7, so no change in the order so far. Ben Folkes will be a little bit more proactive than Geddes, I reckon. Might play a few paddle sweeps. Just feel like, actually, if you try and defend, it's pretty hard. Dom Sibley's got such a good defence. He trusts his game. But for anyone else, really, it's not easy at all. As Gordonari says, you cannot beat county championship days like this. Well played, good solid defensive shot from Ben Folkes. It's got to be solid, but with soft hands. That's the challenge, isn't it? That big lunge to get to the pitch of the ball, but your hands are going to be soft so it doesn't carry to the slips where you to edge it. Oh, what's going on here? Just checking. So Polly, in the scorer's box, thinks it's over. The umpires, Milnes and Shaughnessy, don't. So they're just checking in the walkie-talkie. What's going on, Polly?
Have we got another ball or not? I reckon if Ben Folkes has faced one ball, which I think is all he has, we've got one ball left in the over.
Yeah, slight change the score.
It was the 4th ball that took the wicket. Oohs and ahs and anything you like from around the bat and probably everywhere else on the field. Well bowled, Jack Leach. 1 for 15. From 15 overs as well. That is some bowling. And he's bowled 3 consecutive maidens. That was a wicket maiden. Somerset have this game by the scruff at the moment.
Do they change anything here? They probably just keep going, don't they?
I think they do. I'd stick with the 2 spinners. The help they're getting from the wicket at the moment, you've got to stick with them. So Sibley.
Oh, he did enough there, Tom Abel. Yes, he misfielded it, but because he ran and attacked the ball, by the time he'd missed it, Brett Randall was there backing up.
They'd given up on the single, hadn't they?
Yeah, saved a run, good bit of fielding.
They would have got.
Makes you realise, actually, misfield can save a run. It was interesting chatting to Steve Kirby yesterday, how he got Graham Swan in to help Archie Vaughan with his action, with him getting his dip and getting that follow through, getting that turn in his action, getting a bit of advice. You saw Archie Vaughan up at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, it was a reason for getting him into the squad for that Edgbaston Warwickshire County Championship game. Then you've seen the 2 games here, Durham last week and then again in this week, getting him bowling, getting those overs in. And to get him in the squad the week before was very clever from Andy Hurry and Jason Kerr, to get Graham Swan's advice and a little bit of helping. You know, Steve Kirby's primarily a seam bowling coach, but he's helping the spinners as well and done a lot of coaching course and great work with Derbyshire, the MCC, of course. But actually, you then look at a brilliant spinner like Graham Swan. It's actually really good for him to have that little bit of experience, because Jack Leach is slightly different, the left arm. It's different ways round you bowl it. Outside the line of off stump is Sibley. Something's in his helmet, something's annoyed in there. Is it a fly or something?
They can't find a run, sorry. They just can't.
Is he alright? Bit of concern here from Tom Sibley. Craig Houghton's coming over to check he's alright.
Not sure what the cause of that was.
No, can't see.
An insect, perhaps?
Yeah, I guessed it might be an insect, but
He's not asking for any assistance. Just needs a little bit of time to settle, maybe.
well, he's alright. He's going to carry on. Nutmeg Ben Green.
Another maiden. I think that since that Dom Sibley boundary off Archie Vaughan, Surrey have not scored a run.
Well, there you go. Stephen Lamb stats for you. Not only can he do the David Attenborough. Yeah, you're right. Maiden after maiden. So 4 leg buys, that through James Root. Maiden, 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 wicket maiden, maiden. Hang on.
There's a little bit of attention that is being paid to Dom Sibley now.
Whether that hit him in the throat with the helmet, but it wasn't particularly aggressive or hard. Surprised there being such a fuss made, dare I say.
Bit of water, bit of a towel down, and a chance for Jack Leach to share some thoughts with a couple of his teammates.
And a message from
Sibley's okay now. Still plenty of company around the bat for Ben Folkes.
Well, that's the one you attempted to sweep, isn't it? It's that leg stump or just outside leg stump line. Can you sweep that? Is it risky after the first couple of wickets in the first innings?
Two experienced campaigners out there for Surrey. Both internationals, both accomplished batters. What can they do to get their team back on track here? Defence again, folks. The wickets falling at 31, 31 and 46. Burns, Patel, Geddes. It's still 46 as Leach is in. Last ball of the over. And it's another maiden. Surprise, surprise.
Dot, dot, dot. They're batting in Braille, aren't they, Stephen?
It is, it is. I'm worrying about leaving my seat. I left it a bit early, didn't I, this morning? And there was immediately the end of that partnership, that 10th wicket partnership of 71.
Yes.
So I'm a bit worried, but I'm going to, because it's high time Sophie came back in.
Well, we've just seen a glimpse of Brian the Cat on the stream. Saying the safe earlier, Man J. Wellington and some of the Storm girls had never met Brian the Cat before. Introduced them to Brian on the days last week before their training, before their last game here on Saturday, and they were delighted to see Brian. That would have been cool though, Stephen doing David Attenborough comments on Brian the Cat. Well, if you missed it last year, myself and Stephen, we had Brian sat on our laps for a while. He sat on my laptop, sat on my lap. He was crawling all over the commentary equipment. Stephen and I were trying to commentate professionally as it happened. Anyway, Archie Vaughan continuing from the river end. Still no runs for over upon over from Surrey. It's not quite so voluminous now, Safe.
No, I wonder if Stephen's got another word for
Word of the day.
this situation.
Oh, we love the education we get from the likes of Vic Marks and Stephen Lamb, our eldest statesman in the commentary box.
I'm just glad he didn't ask me to spell it.
Oh, we might have a single. We might have a run for Surrey. Yes, we do. Dom Sibley just, well, not even punching, just blocking it out to point. Not sure why there's a deep point, to be honest with you. Interesting. Get him again, Vaughan. Get him again, I heard. I think that's Lewis Gregory on the effects mic. You don't get much sledging nowadays. No swearing's allowed, and none of the olden days were worn, and some of those used to.
No swearing's allowed.
Not on the effects mic, so I'll have to bleep it out. They're also polite and professional nowadays. But the odd little clever little jive like that, well, not even that clever, really, is it? Just keeping themselves going. A lot of time between balls here. I don't know what Penfolds is waiting for.
No, just a bit of a change in field there. Deep square's gone behind. Leach into mid-wicket.
What, about there where the ball's gone?
Yeah, probably about there, yeah.
Suddenly we've had 2 singles and 2 balls.
Always the way, isn't it? You move the field.
Oh, here we go. It's a nice message. Watching from rural South Africa, this is my first county cricket I've ever watched, even though I'm 66. I'm suddenly on my YouTube screen, and this is the best cricket and commentary ever. Oh, that's a lovely message. Oh, Stephen's showing us voluminous now, so. Large in volume or bulk, like a voluminous skirt.
It's like one of those, it's going to
Something
be one of
ample,
those games
extensive
for
and
me now,
huge.
if I can ever get that into like a post-match interview or something.
Yes, that's going to be the challenge. That would be brilliant. What time is tea? Sorry, we should be helpful on that. So the last day of a 4-day match, generally tea is set. So it'll be 3:40 in August, so it'll be 3:10 in September. So I'm going to put my neck out and say 3:10, but Polly does like to keep us guessing. We did lose 8 overs, remember, of the 96 that we're going to have today. But yeah, I still reckon 3:10. Around about, you know, when the over finishes. We're not going to have any extra half an hour or anything like that.
Or if I missed Harry, I'd just put him into tank.
You took your eyes off this game.
I know.
How?
I know. It's because
How?
I got too excited when the
Can
wickets
keep
were
yourself
going
calm.
down. So yeah.
You missed a lot of maidens. I think we had 7 maidens in a row,
Wow.
including the wicket maiden of Ben Geddes, who I actually thought played Leach quite well to hang in there for so long, but 1 off 28 balls eventually. Straight to 1, pitched on leg, turning onto middle, played a little bit square. We talked about the sweep being the downfall in the first innings. Sorry, the top 3 all went sweep shots, but I'm now back with what Treves was saying yesterday, that sometimes just the sweep to get them off the line of length a little bit. The 2 spinners just settled in now. Actually, if you get anything going down leg stump, it's probably worth the sweep, because if you play it right and you're good enough player to play it, doesn't matter how much the ball's turning, you get there. You know, you nullify the spin. It seems risky when you get out to a cross-batted shot, but are they going to survive the day
like
doing
players,
this?
Again, like they'll have got criticised for getting out to that sweep
Yes.
shot. You nail it for 4.
Mm.
Everyone claps and says, "Oh, what a brilliant shot!"
Well, Tom Banton did it
and those
backwards.
players, you know, Burns, they do sweep. Like it's a strength of theirs, but you know, strengths can be, you know, downfalls at the same time. But yeah, it's just picking the right moment to use those options.
Yeah, it's like when James Vince gets caught behind driving, but he's already scored 150 balls driving.
Exactly. Yeah, that's how the game kind of works. You know, like Tom Banton, for example. We all praise how he reverse sweeps, but I bet you as soon as he gets out reverse sweeping, someone will be first to jump on his back and be, oh, why is he playing that shot?
Yeah, it's one of them.
But wouldn't mind seeing a few more shots.
Yeah, well,
to be fair.
Just been told it's pouring it down in Bridgewater. Well, hopefully it's not coming from that way.
To be fair, looking out across the contacts, it does look like it is raining over there. But hopefully, I feel like Taunton's got its own climate. It could be raining here and nowhere else in the county, and then it could be raining everywhere in the county, and it could have missed Taunton.
There's Neil Shillabere. Oh, great camera work. Him and Freddie Lammy have done a great work, the camera operators, thanks to all their work this season. There's Stephen Lamb on the balcony, practicing his David Attenborough impression. He's gone viral already. So Archie Vaughan will continue from the River End. No sign of Michael Vaughan here today. His dad was here earlier in the week to watch his son bowl. Now coming round the wicket to the right-handed Sibley. But yeah, I mean, if he gets out sweeping, yes, you're right, he's going to get cascaded. But if he keeps, getting himself into a rut, Sibley's a different beast, I would say, to some of the other batters. I feel like Sibley could block all day.
Beast.
You know what I mean? It's all the animal puns now because of the Attenborough. I feel like Sibley could block for the next 38 overs. But I don't think that's Folkes' game. I don't think that's Geddes' game. I don't think it's Shakib Al Hassan's game.
Yeah, I think it's how much they trust their defence as well. And I think with someone like Sibley, he clearly trusts his defence. So like you say, he could probably block all day. But the other guys, how much do they trust that defence without one with their name on it?
Exactly. A ball with your name on it. Almost a single there, a long dot you could call that.
A long dot?
Yeah.
You're just making up these
no, I learned
cricket
that.
terms.
I learned that in Westfield cricket this year.
I've never heard that before.
I'd never heard it before this season, actually. It's my new favourite.
I've never heard today.
There you go. That's my favourite I've learned this season. I think it was Bridgewater that taught me that. I went about at Bridgewater. Felt quite nice, but then I hit one between cover and point, and then like, as in there should have been a single there. That's a long dot. I thought, a long dot, nearly a one, you didn't fancy it kind of thing. I quite like that phrase.
I'm not convinced.
It's stuck in my head.
I don't know there's something in the back of my head that's worrying me, Harry, that I've learned two things today, and actually one of those is from you.
You don't mind learning from Stephen Lamb, you don't want to learn from me.
To be fair, I reckon I'd believe anything that Stephen said to me.
He could absolutely lead us down the garden path, couldn't he?
Both of us, and I'd believe everything he said. I'd be like, oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah, I do agree with you.
Because he, like that, for all I know, that could have been a made-up word.
Yeah, it could have meant anything.
And I'd have.
I mean, it does make sense, volume. Like,
it does.
Come on, we can work that out, the root of the word. I mean, I've probably heard it before. Voluptuous hair. You have volume in your hair. Is that a thing?
Yeah, I guess, yeah, maybe.
Come on, let's not give it too much.
It's just not in our, it's not in my everyday kind of language.
Right,
a bit of pad putting on.
More pads, more short legs. So we're going to have three. How can you see three fielders? Does Somerset own 3 sets of short leg pads? How many short leg pads do the Storm own that you're aware of? Is there a kit bag?
I don't actually think we've got proper pads. I think there's some sort of like shin pads.
What do you do?
The girls use short leg in. I mean, we play all white ball cricket, so very rarely do we need a short leg. But I know they used it in a couple of sort of friendly second 11 games.
But I mean, everyone nowadays has their own kit, but you don't have short leg pads, do you? Does Ben Green bring these short leg pads to this game? No, they must be somewhere.
I'm probably not. He probably wasn't expecting to field Ben Green, so.
But for an away game, is it someone's job? Is it Steve Kirby's job to put the short leg pads in the kit?
They would. I mean, it's a home game for Somerset, so they would all have their kit here. So what, you reckon they've got like you have a team coaching kit bag? You think they've got a team kit bag with the
The short leg
The
pads.
short leg
I'm not
pads.
sure what else is in there. A few balls and stumps, I suppose, for warm-ups maybe. Steve Kirby shin pads for when he's mitting to the bowlers. Right.
Well, maybe one of them is wearing Kirby's pads.
Yeah, good point. Bit grey now around the Quantocks. Heavy rain west of Taunton. Oh, we're getting the negative naysayers in the comments. They're probably just telling the facts, but such a thrilling end to this game is cooking up. Do not want the weather to win. Well fielded by Ben Green. Didn't need a short leg pads. He just swallowed that in his thick jumper. What a brilliant field setting this is. It's not absolutely ragging. The spinners are bowling well, but I wouldn't say it's turning massively. Good areas. Yes, Jacob Harris just texted me a good little point actually we were making the other day, that Craig Overton often wears Tom Banton's keeping pads. Smaller keeping pads. The yellow ones we were looking at yesterday. Yeah, you can see the yellow ones underneath Craig Overton. The green and black ones on. I don't think there's a colour coordinated system.
Is it Lammonby that's gone in there now as well? I think he had sort of navy blue.
Silly point. They're sort of smaller keeping pads. Quinton de Kock would often keep in an ODI with, you know, trousers over his keeping pads.
I mean, a lot of the keepers these days.
Sarah Taylor did it a few years ago.
Yeah,
Did she was the first
I mean,
to start it?
I've seen girls sort of wear like just sort of standard sort of like hockey sort of shin pads, and then some of them will wear knee pads as well.
Yeah. Still going to have 3 in for Archie Vaughan as well, plus James Reed.
Yeah, just in
We
case
should
you've
forget
got, we've got a
James
wicket keeper as well.
Just to clarify. Oh, where's Goldsworthy getting that now? He's going to get a normal point.
Goldsworthy's been
Got away with it.
out on that boundary in front of the vacant Somerset stand the whole game. bless him.
Lonely, on
Yeah.
his own, doing nothing.
All on his Larry out there.
Poor bloke.
I reckon that's what they did to you, Harry.
Yeah. When I'm annoying them, they try and send
Harry,
me.
you're getting out on that boundary there.
Yeah, I get upset when I'm sent to the boundary. I have no one to talk to. I then hope that someone does a lap to keep me entertained. Oh, Dom Sibley playing with the spin, trying to whip it through mid-wicket. Tom Abels lost it, but still stopped it. Charlie Taylor's cancelled BBC Somerset to come down here. The whole BBC Radio Somerset's gone off air, so everyone can watch this game. Dom Sibley straight to Casey Aldridge. He's not done much this game, Casey Aldridge, has he? Not had to bowl in the second innings. The ball's hardly gone to him. One of Somerset's best fielders. Don't think they're going to suddenly go to Brett Randall or Casey Aldridge here, though. Definitely not going to see Lewis Gregory. So 3 genuine seamers who might not bowl at all in 90 overs in this.
Imagine bringing an overseas in.
Sorry, mate.
No,
Can you bowl some offies?
Actually,
You know,
do you
Chris
what?
Wokes can bowl
Yeah,
offies.
not
Can you?
needed today.
Can you have a go?
That's nicely played.
Could be 2 here. Talked about Casey Aldridge's fielding. Now, I'll tell you what, he'll come in with a run out. No. Nice dive, but still 2 runs.
Nice dive. What are you looking for in your dives, Harry? How are you critiquing
I'm
that?
not very good at diving in the field, I've got to be honest. It's the chasing the ball dive. You know when they dive too far and the ball goes past them, they don't dive far enough and they make a mess of it. Casey just slides gently, picks up the ball and normally just stands up brilliantly. That one wasn't quite his best. There's an art to diving when you're chasing the balls, isn't there?
Yeah, there's definitely a skill.
I can dive in the ring, but I find it hard diving after that. You know what I mean? When you're chasing the ball, running after it 20 yards and then diving, I find that harder than the dive to stop the ball going past you in the ring. That's a different skill. There you go. If you could do a coaching clinic on that, much appreciated. Sky Sports Somerset Masterclass with Sophie Lath.
To be fair, I don't find myself on the boundary too often.
No, I
these
did
days.
notice that on Saturday when I was watching you.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time in the ring.
You were at 45 quite a lot. Was that Saturday? Mid-wicket to 45?
Yeah,
to
not
short
by
extra cover?
choice. Just occasionally we want to leave. We just wanted to leave the mid-wicket sort of area vacant. Just try and get the girls to play across Amanda Jade Wellington.
Yes, that
so
was it.
She dictates that I go to 45.
I didn't think
She
you took
sends
that
the
well.
captain to 45.
Yeah. I kept saying, like, you can't have the skipper at 45.
But yeah, I spent a lot of time fielding there last last summer, unfortunately, when I broke my thumb and
Yeah.
returned to play, and I was still playing in a splint, and I basically just had to try and hide myself, and I realised that fielding at 45 is actually probably one of the hardest places to field. Yeah, you
normally put your weakest fielder there.
You usually would
Yeah.
put one of your weakest fielders there. But it's incredibly hard to read off the bat. You don't get many cues at all.
I feel like the short leg, the silly points are like beggars there with their hands out begging, please give me something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in close proximity. Ben Folkes is getting breathed all over here. Hello, Ben Green didn't have garlic bread last night. Or lamb, I mean, Lammy's even closer now.
Yeah, it does look cosy in there.
Is he? You know, there's someone's just random brain fake. Was it? Oh, who was the worst potentially ever? Was it Ravi Rampal for West Indies?
Yeah, it wasn't West Indian.
Were there 2 balls left, batting out for the draw, and the
it
biggest?
It wasn't Rampal.
Wasn't Kemar Roach?
It was that big.
Not Rakim Cornwall, no.
No.
It was one of the
Shannon Gabriel.
Shannon Gabriel, thank you.
I think it was.
Left-handed.
Yeah.
One of the biggest mows you've ever seen, batting out the last ball of a Test match for a draw. I was just thinking, imagine if Ben Folkes suddenly channels his inner Shannon Gabriel. Yeah.
Well, there's always that that brilliant bit of. I don't know where Flintoff was fielding, whether he was in the slips, and it was Tino Best, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was like, mind the windows, Tino, the next ball. Charges down.
Yeah, I've tried that a few times since. Never got me anywhere. Now, glorious blue sky over the retirement flats. Grey and rainy over the Quantocks up towards Bridgewater.
Yeah, it's looking a bit.
Coming from the
grim
west, though,
over
surely. Skirting round Taunton. The weather gods want there to be as much cricket as possible in this game. It's been such a riveting week. Don't want rain to win. Yes, Dom Sibley's playing even more defensive shots than I do, thanks to the commenters. Yeah, that's a fair comment. Archie Vaughan is going to bowl his 18th over in his 18th year of his life.
But he hasn't only bowled 18 overs in his.
No, just in this innings.
18 years.
He bowled 37 overs in the first innings, 7 maidens, 6 for 102.
Yeah, remarkable workload for an 18-year-old. I'm sure he'd have bowled that many overs before.
No, that's been the question we've asked him a few times the last few days. Each different journalist, each time he's been interviewed, has been, have you ever bowled this much? No. Never bowled more
But the
than...
amount of control he's had for
Yeah.
the number of overs he's bowled has been exceptional.
You like this commentary? The commentary is brilliant. They could commentate on watching paint dry all afternoon.
Well.
And they'd still listen by the sound of things. We'll take that. That's the biggest compliment you ever get, isn't it? It's now raining in Mongolia and Surrey, if that helps. The comments are fantastic. We've got 9,342 people watching, and they're just telling us what the weather's doing, where they're watching from. Ah, it's dry and Cully coming up from the west. Oh no, and it's raining bricks. I'm forgetting this weather stuff. There's 5 fielders in close, if we're including James Root, the wicketkeeper, which I'm going to. Oh, he's used his feet. Now, there you go. He's actually played it very well. It should be at least 3 runs. Should go for 4, really. Tom Abel's quick, but this hamstring's not going to... Yeah, not going to stop that. Ben Folkes, that's a lovely shot, but why has he suddenly decided that one? A bit more air? Not a massive amount. Why has he decided that ball to run down to? I don't know.
Well, I don't mind it, to be honest with you, Harry.
Well, no.
It's good to see, you know, a little bit of intent. Again, like, you know, how long can you just sit in and sit in and sit in?
Or maybe seeing the grey clouds and things. Well, if we're going to go for rain soon anyway, I may as well
Like
get to double figures.
the art of concentration, but like...
That's a beauty. It's a good comeback. Outside line off stump. Mid-on, still sort of just hanging on the edge of where the 30-yard ring would be. Brett Randall there. Almost thinking there's going to be a little chip-up giveaway. There you go. There shouldn't be a single. Dom Sibley thought about it. Because Brett Randall is 3 yards deeper than perhaps a normal mid-on. Tom Ogle just nearly dived and stopped it. Anyhow, another decent over from Bourne. Just that 4 using the feet, hitting through square leg. Something different. More of a mid-wicket, really.
Yeah, it was very wristy, actually.
55 runs in 40 overs. But it's still been thrilling. Like, you can't say it's been boring. Even if there's not been many runs, it's not all about runs. Umpires don't need to chat yet. It's not raining yet. Don't quite know. You can't go off based on the forecast or the trees to come.
Well, we've got ballot information there. 7th of June, Women's ODI match against the West Indies. Likely to be a sellout. So make sure we get into the ballot. Only takes 30 seconds, I've been assured. Set to be a great game. Has just got a bit darker here, Harry.
It has, but I don't like umpires chatting before it rains. I mean, yes, it's dark and it looks like it's going to rain soon, but you just got to crack on until it rains, surely. Lovely shot from Dom Sibley. That'll break the shackles a little bit. He's not even going to move. He didn't nail it, but he timed it well enough between mid-on and the stumps. Slightly over-pitched on leg stump. Nice on drive.
Yeah, lovely
Straight
shot.
drive.
Very full, actually. Did well to almost
Yeah,
dig that out.
Kid Jatley just stopped it, really. It wasn't miles away from outstretched right mitt, but he hasn't had to do much in his follow-through. That caught and bowled, he got Shakib Al Hassan, remember, having dropped him one-handed with his right hand in the same over, then took him in the first innings. Massive, massive appeal from Somerset. They've all gone up, but nothing doing. Dom Sibley stands there. Nothing given.
I think he said that he hit the floor here, Sibley.
And his pad maybe as well. A little tickle off his left pad. Feeling for caught behind. I think he's tickled it. Ah, there you go. Lovely shot. Lovely sweep shot for 4. 8 off the over. What's going on? 4 off the last over. Now that actually is a very good shot, but we're talking about sweeping on line. That's middle stump. Or do you think that's going to turn off middle stump? That's probably on middle and off. If he misses it, is it turning too much to OW actually?
Yeah, be interesting to see. Yeah, I think that's outside off stump.
Yeah.
I think that, and then if that turns as well, that's going.
So it's actually safe. Good
Yeah.
shot. Maybe Jack Leach's just searching for it a little bit here. Surrey know that a draw here keeps them in the box seat to defend their championship title again. 158 more to win. Not necessary for these two batters. I think if Shakib, Tom Curran or Jordan Clark was batting, they'd think, oh, we may as well just win the game. But mind you, if they do bat 33 overs, getting 8 and over, they'd do it fine. But Dom Sibley playing a seriously good knock here, we should credit. You know, you might play and miss 35 times, but you're still there. Doesn't matter.
And Leach won't mind that there's been 2 boundaries in that over. He's asked questions on a couple of other occasions, been incredibly close to that outside edge. They felt that they had Sibley at one point. Silly appeal, not to be.
Yeah, good point in the chat. Imagine this was a 5-day match. That'd be exciting, wouldn't it, actually? Well, how far could Surrey take this game? How deep could they take it? Yeah, imagine if we could come back tomorrow. Might not be relevant, but Archie One and Jack Leach will just keep going on. Over rate of 20. What's the highest over rate you've ever seen? I don't remember seeing much over 20.
Yeah, I don't think I have, to be honest.
A little bit short, a little bit wide, but with Lewis Goldsworthy at point. Say Goldsworthy and Aldridge have had very little to do all match really in the field. Oh, umpire's lost his hat. We had that in the first innings as well.
Yeah, it's windy out there.
I personally wouldn't wear a floppy hat in this wind. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? The wind's getting up. They can't. What are they going off for? It's not raining. How can they go off? It's not raining. Dom Sibley and Ben Folkes are marching off.
Can't get off the ground quick enough. Sorry, batters.
You can't go off for wind, can you? It's going to rain imminently, yes. Don't get me wrong.
I think it is raining, Harry. Just on
is it?
Yeah, just spits.
Oh, it's now, yeah, but was it 30 seconds ago? The slightest... They sprinted off.
Yeah. I mean, at least make it look like
You're trying.
You want to
At least
compete
pretend,
in the game.
like, yeah. At least pretend like you want to bat. I thought Dom said we loved batting. I think it's the hat. If the hat hadn't blown off, someone says, I'm sorry, declared Mike from Ilminster. Brilliant
Well,
chat.
I think they have to wear certain hats in certain
They're not allowed
cricket.
to have the hair out.
So I'm pretty sure, like in the 100, they wear caps. And so I think in maybe this cricket that you've got to wear.
Well, whatever has happened, they've gone off. It is now raining. Thank you to those of you saying how much you're enjoying the commentary. We're enjoying the day, but sadly the rain's going to take over, so we'll keep the stream going, but we'll probably stop watching on for a little bit. We could just plug in Stephen Lamb with David Attenborough for half an hour while it's raining or so, but we'll leave a little piece. Well, sorry, 63 for 3, and the covers are coming on.
Well, welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, and today we're sitting amongst Somerset royalty. I'd like to welcome to the ground Mr. Joel Gardner, who really needs no introduction to people who've been following the game for a long time. He's somebody who's very special, and we're delighted to welcome you back here, Joel.
Thank you very much.
What's it feel like to be back here after, 47 years since you were first here?
Well, it is not the only time that I've been here. I came through last year. I was here a year before. Came back during World Cup. I would say that I've been coming back to Somerset ever since I stopped playing for Somerset. After I finished, I still lived here for about 2 or 3 years before I moved away up north. Played in Glastonbury, played in Oldham, played in Lancashire, and then went back home. But every time I came back to England on holiday, I don't think that the people at the ground would have seen me because they would have been hiding out in River Liscombe. Of all places, River Liscombe, yeah.
River Liscombe, special place.
Yeah.
A very special place.
Yeah, my very good friend, Bugsy,
right.
He is from River Liscombe, and that is where I would spend a lot of my days when I come back to Somerset.
Of course, when you first came here, Closey was captain, and what do I need to say more? Have you got a few Closey memories for me?
I don't remember me a Closey, man. I think it's because of Closey that I didn't start at Somerset a little bit earlier. I decided, as long as he was captain, for the few games that I played with him as captain, I worked really hard. When I say work really hard, my first game was against Australia. I bowled 3 spells before lunch, and after we went back up for lunch, he said, your turn. I said, you gotta be joking. He said, you gotta be kidding me. I said, Closey, all iron rest. And this isn't all iron. And I said, if I keep bowling like this, I won't be able to play very long. And I think that was part of the keep back to from playing for Somerset. And we actually had four or five fast bowlers or 5 quick men in the team when they played against Australia.
You did, but we had a win, didn't we?
Very
First time we've ever beaten Australia.
I'd made Greg Chappell a promise as a youngster in Barbados about 5 or 6 years earlier. Australia came to the West Indies to play in a test series. And I met him outside of Kensington Oval. And I asked him for an autograph. He gave it to me and I said, I'm going to see you in the not too distant future and I'm going to torment you.
And you did?
And I did. And he looked at me and said, can't use the language that he used. When I met him, he says, yeah, you sure did.
Yeah. And then we were in the old pavilion still here, weren't we?
Old pavilion, oh my, that's a place. We used to call it the shed. We had the heat in the middle of the room. You had to get in early and pick the spot up so that you can keep yourself warm. And it was an interesting place. I think the senior boys like Merv and them used to be up the stairs. Merv and Budgie, the old fellas, but the youngsters would all be huddled downstairs around the heater.
And what about the shower unit? Or was it a bath there? Was it a big bath, wasn't it, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, but you got into you always went. I was never one, even though I don't like baths. I prefer to have a shower. So I would get in early, I'd get my shower because I knew what was going to happen when Mr. Botham got to the shower. It was going to be a madhouse.
Yeah. Still the same.
Still the same.
Still the same. Anyway, Joel, let's wind back and talk about your beginnings back in Barbados. How did you come to learn your cricket in the first place?
I don't know if it's a matter of learning it. All of us played cricket as young boys. My cricket started on the field behind my house. My uncle was a cricketer. We had a village team and they played cricket. While I was going to school, I was still playing village cricket rather than school cricket, and then I had to leave the village cricket and go to the school cricket. I played maybe 1 game in under 15, the very last game of the season, but that was not by my doing. The fellas told me that I was not good enough to make the team, so I never argued with them, never made any noise, never said anything, just kept playing my local cricket.
Yeah.
And then when I played the last game, I kept playing for the school. After that, though, I think the headmaster found out that I was playing for a local team as opposed to playing for the school team.
Yeah.
And that was a no-no. He said, no, you must play for the school team. So that's how he ended up playing for his school team. And then that was more or less the beginning. Junior cricket, did well at school, did well. Left school, went to work with Cable and Wireless, West Hall and Company.
Yeah.
Another good works team. And it was actually enjoying my cricket with them. It was intermediate cricket, but yeah, it was one level down from the top level. But when we talk about a good club side and a good group of fellas, if you are in a happy environment, you're not too in a hurry to leave it and go anywhere.
No, absolutely.
So, I kept with them for about 3 years. Whilst I was with them, I was going to trials, and there was a lot of rumblings and a lot of noise, and they said to me that you can't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate. But Van Holder had done it, Malcolm Marshall had done it afterwards. I think there were only about 2 or 3 people who would have played for Barbados from intermediate. And I didn't think that it made a lot of difference, because I was enjoying it. When I tell you I was enjoying it, I was really enjoying it. Like I said, good group of fellas, we're all good friends, we work together, party together, play together. And then after the rumblings and they said I couldn't play cricket for Barbados from intermediate, I said, okay, what I'll do, I'll move, I'll go up to First Division. And I left them and I went to First Division, played First Division, played for Barbados the same year. Still doing the same things, still enjoying it, still having fun. But I always went to clubs. I always played for clubs that had good club life.
Yeah.
I think that is part of the success of any business. If you got workers and you got people who get on and who enjoy each other's company, it is going to be the place that you would want to be.
Yeah, yeah. And that was one of the things about the team here, wasn't it? When you, the team that you came and joined, or that we became, it was an enjoyable unit of people. You all got on so well.
Yeah, that's the funny part about it. I came over to England by chance, not by design or anything like that, because it was, like I said, it was working. I was happy working where I was, playing cricket in Barbados, and Duncan Carter said to me, Littleborough is looking for a pro. I said, don't. I'm happy at home, I'm comfortable. I actually had permanent residence to Canada while I was growing up. Yeah. Because my family lived there.
Yes.
And my mum and my brothers and
they
were all there, and I said, don't. I'm happy playing where I am. He said, give it a try. I said, you sure that he said, yeah, you would do well, man. I said, don't. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. I'm happy, I'm comfortable. I don't know. I didn't resign. I actually went to Littleborough. I took vacation.
Yeah.
And I organized with some fellas from the same workplace to work for me when the vacation was up. I said I'll give it 2 months and see if I enjoyed it. If I didn't, I would come back to work. And then after about 2 months or so, I said, can't keep asking the fellas to work for me. But I always had a backup plan, because if it didn't work for me, I'd given myself 2 years in the cricket business.
Yeah.
And I said, if I didn't make it by the second year, I would have gone back home and joined the police force.
Right.
So I always had a plan.
Yeah.
I always knew that after the cricket, I was going to work anyhow.
Yeah. And of course, you were successful at Littleborough, weren't you? You had a big season that first season.
I had 3 big seasons at Littleborough, but the first 2, and I'd signed a contract for the third when I started playing with Somerset part-time.
Yeah.
But I was on one. I didn't, because I've signed with them, so I said to them, I won't break the contract. What I'll do is I'll play out the contract, and then I'll make my mind up on what I'll do in the, going forward.
Yeah.
Which I think was the right thing to do, and I played with them, and I played for Somerset part-time, and closely retired, and the rest is history.
Yeah, but then you came here full-time, didn't you, in 70, 9.
79, yeah.
But 78 we had the big disappointments, didn't we? Because we did well, because we made we made a Gillette Cup final on the Saturday.
We had a good weekend. One of the best weekends that the club would have had.
Yeah.
Disappointing, yeah, but I suppose that most of the fellas that would have never gone to that level of cricket or excitement or final. When you think about it, you know, we had fun, and that was the beginning or the platform to go forward and do well. The disappointment was good, you know, because it made them a lot harder and a lot, you know, more determined to do well going forward.
And that was a fairly young team, wasn't it, that Rosie picked up,
very young
really?
Team, yeah. A fairly
Closey
young
had
team.
gone.
Yeah.
Apart from Derek Taylor, you're all pretty
youngsters in the 20s.
Pretty green behind the ears.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. We were all very young. And
yeah. And then 79 was your first year here, full time, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's my first full year.
And you had a big season because West Indies won the World Cup, didn't they? And beat England in the final.
You said a big season. We always have big seasons because we enjoy the cricket. Yeah, you know, winning is good, yeah, but like we go back to the environment that you're in. The reason why I think that we were successful at that level is that we were all good friends. We enjoyed each other's company. Not saying that everything always went 100%, but the good thing about it is that we enjoyed each other's company. We, you know, supported each other. So, you know, coming here, then we had a young team, which was good, and we all got on well. We used to share, like, when it came to time for us to travel, you know, we traveled 2 and 3 together, and many nights when we were wherever, we go to dinner, 2 or 3 of us would go to dinner, not always the same 2 or 3, which, you know, helped to a certain extent, where we started to get to understand and get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses and good habits and bad habits, if there were any. If you want to put it down, yeah.
I'm sure there weren't any bad habits, Joel.
Nah, just drinking habits.
Oh, well, there's always some things that go with cricket, they go together.
Yeah.
But that 79 season, though, I remember the Kent quarter-final, semi-final here, wasn't it? Wasn't that the season when we were struggling at 126 for 8 or 7, and you came in and put runs on with Budgie, didn't you?
Yeah, that was. But like everything else, like you know, if excuse me, like if you're supporting each other, things will happen. And you know, if you're in a hole and you need somebody, I'm sure that if I didn't do it, the next person behind me would have done it. But you were there at the time, and you're always expected to just stick around and help. He was the senior partner at the time. I was just the junior who was there assisting.
And then, if I remember rightly, we put Kent in, and then we knocked him over for 60, didn't we? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that was. Can't tell you all the scores, but I don't think I remember Shep saying, not in an unpleasant kind of way. He called me a few names, but I said that's the nature of the game. We here to win, and we trying to win.
Yeah. And the people here, I was here that day, and I can remember the ground was packed. It was packed. I mean, people have always loved their one-day cricket down here, haven't they? And they've loved the way that we've played it.
We were always going to struggle in 3-day and 4-day cricket. When I say we Somerset, we were always going to struggle. Nobody is going to give us a chance, even to chase 300, say in 65, 70 overs. And I think that was our weakness in that. Because of the side that we had, we were always setting targets if we wanted to win. I think the highest that we would have placed in county cricket is 5th. Because nobody is going to, with Viv and Ian and Dasha and those fellas batting, nobody was going to set us a target. We always had to be batting first and then giving them a toll and trying to bowl them out. So we were never going to be winners. Not in the county championship.
We were certainly winners in one-day cricket.
Well, yeah, one-day cricket, you know what you got to do. In three-day cricket, calls for a lot more in that. Your winning is dependent. I don't think anybody ever declared and gave us 300 runs to win in 50 overs. When you think about it,
Yeah, exactly.
we were always the ones to declare and say, okay, you chase.
They were afraid of what our boys would do.
Very much so.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that, people don't realise that. But we did go on to win, didn't we? And we won the Gillette against Northants on the finals day that year.
Carry me back some years, man.
And then the next day, didn't have a chance to celebrate. You drove up to Trent Bridge and you played knots. John Player.
Oh, I don't remember a lot after. The Saturday night, yes, because we had to travel. I remember going up to Nottingham with Chris Greenslade, and they said, Chris, we are not going home. We are not going to drive after this game. And he said to me, you sure? He said, I'm sure that we are not going to drive anywhere after this game. And so I said, so then we came up, we left Nottingham at 11 o'clock the next day to drive back to Taunton, because they knew that we weren't going to drive, not after the night. It is like, we played a final at Lordstone. When we played the final, fella said, Taunton is the place we want to be. I said, nah, we in London already, let's stay. The fella said, no, Taunton. We're coming on the road and we passed 13 or 14 coaches coming down the road, coming back. And you made it back to Somerset and you made it back to Taunton, and that was it. You slept wherever you were for the night. You wouldn't drive again.
No, that's right. No.
Yeah. We had, I think that people down here knew how to celebrate as well. And what made it interesting too is the Scrumpy and the here, there's a here going to Lords. I don't think that the people at Middlesex knew what hit them when Somerset were coming to a final.
Talking about cider, look, we've sorted out a brew for you there, Joel.
There you go,
Cheers,
Joel.
thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, you had 6 wickets at Lords against Northants, 6 for 29, and then up the road to Notts, and we won the next day, and came back with 2 trophies.
2 on the weekend.
On the weekend.
The beginning of a 5-year run.
Oh, fantastic! Absolutely fantastic, unbelievable. The club had waited that long. It was founded in 1875. We waited 104 years, and then we got 2.
Yep.
What did it feel to be part of that, though, Joel? I mean, with that group of boys that you sort of spent, 3 or 4 years with already, hadn't you?
But you're happy for them because you were part of a club that that everybody saw them made. We call them the bridesmaids. They would always say, "Don't worry about Somerset. They don't win anything." And then all of a sudden, you got a young group of fellas who were keen, winning. I was glad for them because I'd also tasted success, in playing for the West Indies when we won the World Cup the year before. So it was a happy time. It was a happy time. The dressing room was a mad place. I still call it the madhouse.
Yeah.
The madhouse.
Yeah, yeah. And then 1980 you weren't here because you were touring England with the West Indies. And 81 when you came back here, we had the new pavilion over there. And that was a bit different, wasn't it?
That's interesting. You call it the new pavilion and over there. But I think that it was a given that we always held or kept or changed in the corner. In the old dressing room, you look for the heater.
Yeah, yeah.
In the new dressing room, we changed in the corner because the door to the heater was also in the corner. So and then it was Vivid. It was myself. It was Vivid. It was Hallam. So we used to be the ones closest, but the dressing room was a lot different and a lot friendlier too.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, we had good times. We had some good times.
Yeah, and I mean, and that team really stuck together mostly, didn't it? I mean, Budgie went at the end of '79. He retired, and Derek Taylor went early '80s, but then Gardy came in, and
There weren't a lot of changes. I don't think that we had.
but most of the other people were part and parcel of the setup right the way through, weren't they?
Yeah, the nucleus of the nucleus of the team was there.
Yeah, yeah. Then of course it all sort of, I suppose, after we won the 5th title in '83. I don't think you were around for one of the seasons, and then obviously things happened. And at the end of '86, you played your last game here in '86, didn't you? Derbyshire in a John Player League.
See, you remember?
I do remember, because I was here that game. I remember. It was all tinged with sadness, because you 3 lads were going to disappear.
Yeah, well, I went past all of that. Maybe a year after it was all over. You know, I just put it behind me. It's part of life. You move on. You don't keep things that happen that don't make sense. You know, and I always knew that when I got to 35 that I don't see myself running around and playing cricket again. Not as a fast bowler.
No.
And I was close to 35, so
yeah,
I wasn't really too worried. You know, I just went back to the leagues I don't even know why I went back to the leagues. You know, they kept saying to me, "Oh, come and play," but by then my body was taking a battering. So
yeah. But you came back here in '93 with Glastonbury. I mean, I can remember you playing against Taunton. I was playing at Taunton then, and playing against you, and yeah, that was even in those days it was quite an eye opener.
Yeah, but I don't even know why I was playing, because I said to the fellas, I'm finished. I was over 40 at the time, and the fellas said to me, "No, come and play." I said, "Old men don't play cricket." And if part of the confusion is that you played on the Saturday or you played on the Sunday, and then you had to recover. You had to recover Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You spent those 4 days recovering, and then you said, "You mean they're going back to do the same nonsense again on the weekend?" You go back and you take the 4 days. I said, nah. Body can't take this.
But again, you enjoyed your time, because I know you did, because you were great company when you were locally here playing cricket again.
But it is like to me, cricket is like work. If you go to work and you don't enjoy it, or you got a job and you don't enjoy it, you look for another one. And if you play cricket and you don't enjoy it, you look for another job.
Yeah.
So why am I going to go and play cricket if I'm not enjoying it? So, you know, I have no regrets whatsoever when I was playing the cricket. And if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it all over again.
You'd come to Somerset all over again?
All over again. Well, put it this way, when I was talking to Somerset, or when I had more or less agreed, when I was playing part-time for Somerset, Lancashire offered me a contract. I started laughing, because I used to go to Lancashire during the day, during the week, and go to the nets. They weren't interested. And then the chairman said to me, "Oh, it's a privilege to play for Lancashire." I said, "You gotta be kidding me. You had first opportunity, none of you were interested." Clive was away with the West Indies team when I was going there. I think only 2 people, Peter Lever. Yeah, that's his name, fast bowler.
Yes, it was. He's still around.
Peter Lever and Farouk Engineer were the only 2 people who actually talked to me when I was there. I was like, you walk into this club to play cricket? Well, I was around here for a whole year and nothing was happening. These are the only 2 people who ever spoke to me when they got to the nets.
So how did you end up coming down here? How did that all come about?
I don't know, but what I could tell you is that I'm sure that I might have been playing in a test match. And Viv said to me, "There's a man called Lane Creed who wants to talk to you." I said,
right.
"Lane Creed?"
Yeah.
He said, "Yeah, you want to talk to you. Wonder if you were interested in playing cricket for Somerset." I said, "I think about it, Smokey." He said, "He's here, he's in Barbados, and he's going to talk to you." I said, "No problem." And I had a word with Lane Creed, and I said to him, I'm already playing cricket up in the north. And he said to me, you should come to Somerset and see what it's like. I said, I should come to Somerset and see, well, I'm already playing cricket up in the north. Well, he said, no, you'll like it. By then.
Apologies for interrupting the great Joel Garner, but we have a very good reason for doing that, because the players are coming out onto the field again after a break for rain, which has lost us another 4 overs, unfortunately. The players took an early tea. So the match situation, Surrey 63 for 3. They need another 158 runs to win, with 28 overs remaining, and Somerset obviously need to take 7 wickets in those 28 overs. So we still have a match on our hand. The scoring rate is round about 5.6 an over. That's the required rate for Surrey, which is achievable. Remains to be seen whether that's in the playbook for them. I'm Stephen Lamb, Harry Everett alongside. What do you reckon, Harry? Surrey going to go for it?
Wow, what a thrilling day. There's so many different ways this could go, Stephen. Yeah, just chatting away with the Surrey media up here. Only a few of them come down from London, actually. But they were saying that easily would chase it, were 28 overs to be bowled. But you just never know with the weather forecast. You know, the way the Surrey players were straight off the field the second it started raining, you think, actually, are they that keen?
Well,
are they going to take a draw?
Yeah, you felt a bit. The priority is not to lose. They did, they hot-footed it off the field, the 2 Somerset batters.
Sorry.
Sorry, beg their pardon. First ball of the session from Archie Vaughan.
That turned, but it's not massive turn, is it? It's not.
The other question is, will the ball turn as sharply as it did on occasion in the previous session? Did for both of these spinners. Is that a drop catch? I don't think so. From the
into the chest of Ben
reaction
Green,
of the fielders.
silly point. Don't know. We'll show you the replay. Was it bat onto pad?
I think it was
squeezed out.
Just pad, I think. Vaughan didn't look overly interested. So I don't think we need to put that down as a chance. It's probably straight off the pad at Ben Green. And there at Silly Point. One of 4 close fielders, plus James Rue. So this match still very much alive. Assistance for the spinners earlier today. If that's maintained, then Somerset could still beat the county champions. Vaughan is switching to...
Oh, look at this, the 2 short legs. Look at Lamby coming in next to Green.
3 of them.
Well, it's like a leg slip.
If you count the leg slip.
Then a backwards short leg and then a short forward leg. And he pulls it in between all of them for 4. Jack Leach can't stop that. It's almost like, come around the wicket, bowl a little bit shorter and see what happens. Does it spit? Well, belts it for 4 in between Jack Leach and all those men in close with helmets on. Well put away, Ben Folks.
Yeah, so no compunction at all about making the most of that delivery. The Surrey wicketkeeper. He's on to 9, Ben Folks. All but one of those have come in boundaries, and Dom Sibley has faced 134 deliveries for his 38. 4 boundaries in that. And absolutely no surprise to see Jack Leach removing his long sleeve sweater.
Yeah, the only thought is which end. You know, Stephen, Jack Leach often likes to bowl from the river end, doesn't he?
Well,
a lot of today's bowled this end.
He's been getting turn from this end. I think that's the reason.
Yeah.
He beat Sibley 3 times in a row just before lunch with turning deliveries from this end, and has done so since as well. and has taken the wicket from this end.
Gloucestershire have won, beating Middlesex, chased down 234. Big win in Division 2, that.
Good for the Shire.
Yeah. Oh, that's painful. Over pitch, and that is nailed by Dom Sibley. That's the biggest crack of willow I've heard today. Absolutely nailed at the back side, I think. Is it? It's not Bingo, I think it's Tom Lammerby. Cool, he's won that well. Straight back into position. So Middlesex in a little bit of trouble trying to keep up with Sussex and Gloucestershire at the top of Division 2.
Sussex and Yorkshire.
Yes. What did I say?
Sussex and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire aren't quite that high up.
No. Middlesex.
I'd be delighted if they were.
Yeah, Middlesex, Sussex and Yorkshire, the 3 teams sort of vying for that. But Middlesex now not quite up with the pace. Sussex and Yorkshire, I think, will be favourites now.
Nicely done by Jack Leach, just trying to coax the turn out of the wicket. He's seen it happen. He just wants it to happen again. 2 right-handers to bowl to.
Oh, that's that awkward, isn't it? That front foot, back foot defensive shot, which you've seen a few times. Dom Sibley, you've got to applaud the chap. What an innings this is to find a way, really, when Leach is bowling particularly well.
And with the help that he's found.
Yeah. You know, he misjudges it. He goes backwards when he probably should get forward, but then he still adjusts and gets that big bat in behind it.
That's the 12th maiden that Jack Leach has bowled today. 21 overs in all, 1 for 23. Immaculate figures, really. And Archie Vaughan's pretty good as well. 2 for 35 from 19. In fancy we're going to see a change to this attack. There was an experiment in the first innings with Lewis Goldsworthy that didn't last long. 1 over, to be precise.
Yeah, 18 runs. A full toss, along a couple of good shots in there. Tom Curran at 8 sixes. He's pretty decent, 86 off 75 balls on a track where most of his teammates were struggling. Right, still the keeper and 4 catches, but there isn't that second short leg this over. Ben Folkes a little bit more aggressive, straight into mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, Tom Abel, he of the slightly fading cap. Tends to happen, comes with seniority in this Somerset team, that caps tend to fade as the seasons go by.
Oh, Somerset would wish the one hand, one bounce rule could be played at this time.
Can Somerset prize out either of these two? Not this time.
Archie Vaughan could have a serious callus on his index finger. I remember Moeen Ali when he hadn't bowled for a while and suddenly come back in the test side and all that bruising on his finger. Not bowled for a while and suddenly the spin, you're ripping off that finger. He'll get a bit more dust in his hands. I don't think Joe Root with 66 on his back has ever bowled this many overs of off-spin in a match. This is Somerset's, well, 3rd choice spinner after Shoaib Bashir and Jack Leach, I guess.
Well, yeah. Although we've not seen much of Bashir, have we?
8th foot in the match so far.
I wonder how much more we will see of Bashir if England carry on picking him.
Well, yeah.
It's quite possible.
There was talk he could have come in for days 3 and 4 of this match, you know. Some of the Surrey faithful were worried that Somerset could have subbed him in after the test match finished early Monday. 1 ball left in the 44th over for myself, Harry Everett, and then I'll make way to get Sophie Luff back on the airwaves. Sophie, of course, having played here on Saturday on the hallowed turf in front of us in Western Storm's final games, if she can tell us all about how the pitch was playing then. Folkes again using his feet. Great work from Tom Abel though. Even again, he doesn't get there, but he narrows the angle. He makes Folkes and Sibley think there's not going to be a single there. Then they don't take the single even when it gets past him.
Yeah, it's good gamesmanship by the former Somerset skipper. And saved a run in the process. Maiden over. So Jack Leach ready to continue. Keen as mustard to continue in all the circumstances, Sophie.
Yeah, well, he's bowled plenty of overs in this match so far, and he just loves having the ball in his hand, doesn't he? Such a key cog in this Somerset side.
In the block hole again, straight away. Thought about it, but it wasn't there, the single. Dom Sibley.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll be seeing too many quick singles at this point in the game.
The Leach-Sibley contest has been one of the highlights of the day, really. Easily have been dismissed. Dom Sibley will pick up a single this time. He's just widened the angle of that push to mid-wicket. Several occasions when Jack Leach could easily have found Dom Sibley's outside edge. Didn't quite do so. And now he's got Ben Folkes to confront. Still those 4 close fielders waiting. There's an ooh and an ah after every ball at the moment.
Yeah. Said it earlier, but the theatre, it's been there all day. Somerset have been right up for this, and that's beautifully played through mid-wicket region by Ben Folkes. Going to pick up a couple.
Yeah, the outfield's been slowed up again by that heavy shower that we had. It was dreadful out there for a short while.
It did come in rather quickly, and yeah, like you say, Stephen, it was a lot heavier than I expected it to be, but thankfully passed quite quickly.
Yeah, it was cold, windy and wet. Very windy at one stage, like a gale. We were a bit pessimistic about whether they'd come back on at that stage.
Yeah, it's almost like the wind actually blew it through. It didn't hang around too long. Yeah, it did feel like it was that gloomy. It could well be the end of the day, but thankfully back out there and seeing some action. Drilled off the back foot into silly point.
That's why it's called silly.
Yes, a few taps on the back and the shoulder saying, well worn that one. Rather you than me.
Yeah, you got the job full time. 151 more runs needed by Surrey. Still the 7 wickets by Somerset. Did increase that loss of 4 overs, has increased the chances of a draw here. We were thinking early in the day that a result was highly likely, but the rain has damaged that possibility, really.
Yeah, I've had a few showers today, which hasn't been ideal. Still got a lot in the crowd. He looked pretty wrapped up though. Vaughan into his 21st over. Deciding to come over the wicket. Seen him bowl a lot from around the wicket to the right-handers.
Required rates gradually going up. 6.3 now.
bit of one hand on Banks there.
The win predictor, which we haven't looked at for a little while. Give you the figures for that in just a moment, as that's defended again by Sibley. The draw has gone up to 88%. 7% Somerset, 5% Surrey, 88% the draw.
Goes for the sweep shot. I think that's hit him outside the line. You see the replay. Yeah, well outside the line. Like I said, plenty of spectators still in.
It won't be the end. If it is a draw in the end, and it does look increasingly likely, just over by over it's looking more likely. It doesn't end Somerset's chances of winning the title. It'll improve Surrey's chances. But there are still these 2 more matches to play. And Somerset are heading up to Old Trafford next week. And Charlie and Taylor and I downstairs had a look at the forecast for Manchester, which is usually pretty grim. And it's very good for next week.
Remarkable. That's good. That bodes well.
And Lancashire, of course, are there for the taking, says he riskily.
Yes. Yeah, they've struggled this year, haven't they? Surrey look like they've got Durham at home next week.
If Surrey keep on winning in the next 2 games, then it's no contest, really, is it?
So they've got Durham and Essex left to play.
Essex
Surrey.
at Chelmsford.
At Chelmsford, correct.
Whereas Somerset have Hampshire here in that last round.
Yeah, which takes us right up to the very end of September, doesn't it?
You get a bit of a sense, don't you, that there's one thing that these 2 are playing for.
Closing in on his 50 balls that he's faced. He's faced 3 times that amount.
Cover from Tom Abel.
Yeah, the standards that Somerset set, regardless of the match situation, every run out there looks precious to them. And it doesn't feel like this game's about the runs anymore.
There's a little bit of turn there, but starting off outside off stump, and not the amount of turn that we were seeing in the previous session, which will suit Surrey but disappoint Somerset. Maybe partly to do with the deterioration of the ball.
Yeah.
47 overs bowled with it now.
It looks like we're going to have a change in bowler as well. Looks like it's going to be Craig Overton from the River End.
Just a bit of variety, maybe Lewis Gregory's decided.
Yeah, there's no harm in changing it up now, is there?
Hope the big man can make something happen.
Yeah, first of all, they've got to do the important job of lining up those helmets behind James Rue.
Had a couple of overs first up, Craig Overton. Three, to be precise. 5 runs. That was with the new ball. That was from the pavilion end. It's now switched. We have a rainbow to show you. Looking rather nice. behind the on Darchi.
I can't see that from, I can only see it on the screen. It's
I can just see the end of it.
kind of the blind spot from where I am in the commentary box, unfortunately.
It's hanging over the Ondarchi and Andy Caddick pavilions. Didn't really do very much, the new ball for Craig Overton. Burns and Sibley pretty comfortable playing it from the outset, so you don't imagine there'd be any great change. Now, be a single here to backward point. No, he wants two. He gets two.
Yeah, good running. Goldsworthy doing the fielding out there.
Still the shouts of encouragement. It's just been rather frustrating for Somerset. There's that moment after lunch when the game burst into life. Oh, good ball. Nice, Craig.
Yeah, that's a decent delivery by Craig Overton.
Handful more of those, and he could be in business as the sun re-emerges.
Solid in defence that time, Sibley, as we've seen so often through his 154 ball stay at the crease.
It's been a vigil, hasn't it? It's an important knock for his side. Rather gave his wicket away in the first innings with a misjudged pull off Archie Vaughan. And, hasn't repeated that. It's been limpet-like. 41 not out. So at the end of over number 48, just 21 overs left now.
James Root, just in conversation with Jack Leach. I'm not sure what that will have been about. Obviously giving some sort of information or ideas, what he's seeing behind the stumps.
Required rate has gone over 7 and over now.
We've got Lammonby catching short extra cover.
I think he meant no. This ground looks at its best in evening light, I've always felt.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, beauty. That's the type of delivery that Leach needs and has bowled on numerous occasions today.
Yeah, he's been brilliant.
Turning it past the right-hander's outside edge. It's happened to Dom Sibley a few times, but he's still there. Oh, it's happened to Ben Folkes.
Just off the back foot, but can only find Abel at cover, who's been busy in the infield today. Mid-wicket, cover regions.
Smothered by folks. Another over ticks by without notable addition, without any addition to the score, and that rate is just ascending to well, unmanageable proportions really, unless we see a dramatic change of strategy.
Yeah, which I'm not sure we're going to see, unfortunately, Stephen.
Doesn't feel likely, does it?
I mean, I wouldn't mind, from a Somerset perspective, seeing that, but I think Sibley and Folkes are very assured in the way that they're going about things, and yeah, they've only got one thing on their mind at the moment by the looks of things.
If the positions in the table were reversed, be a single here down to third man. If the positions and the number of points in the table were reversed, you might see a different approach from Surrey.
Yeah.
As it is, the champions at the moment leading the table by 24 points. That was the position at the start of the game. 198 to Somerset's 174. Oh, that's a shot that he didn't need to play really in the circumstances.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of that. I guess we haven't seen too much of Seam and Craig Overton, and he's beaten the bat on a couple of occasions here. Folkes doesn't need to play at that line.
It was a nothing shot, really. It was a sort of waft. Very uncharacteristic. It's better. It's the kind of shot that if you get out to a stroke like that, you're going to be furious with yourself. Shadow of one of the floodlights is just about to encroach on the wicket. It's getting gradually closer to Ben Folkes, stealing up behind him.
Yeah, he is creeping closer.
Comfortable single. Yeah. To Jack Leach.
Textbook long barrier there from Jack Leach,
who's very well wrapped up, and having been outside every now and again today, I understand why. Doesn't really feel like summer.
No, it's, well, I said earlier, it's been a double jumper day for Jack Leach.
Single to completely over, so Sibley will keep the strike. .75 for 3, and an increasingly academic runs required figure of 146. The draw is becoming almost certain here, unless Somerset can prize these two apart.
Yeah.
They could open up an end.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a bit of a change. Leach is going to take a bit of a break, which is only fair, having bowled a lot of overs during this innings.
Come on, Brad. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, 24 of them. 14 maidens, 1 for 26. Don't get much tidier than that.
Yeah, it's a good stint, isn't it? Very good stint. Expect nothing less from Jack Leach.
So Brett Randall. Tucked away promptly for a single by Sibley.
So Somerset opting for seam at both ends now.
Come on, Brad. Smack your shin, buddy. So good.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory just trying to mix it up as much as possible. Last throws of the dice, really.
Yeah, it does feel like that way, doesn't it?
Still feel that on the whole, if there is help in this wicket, it's more for the spinners than the seamers. But the change of pace can do something every now and again to the mind of the batter.
Yeah, I think it just changes the tempo potentially of the batters. Have got to react to a bit of a new challenge. Sometimes you can, even if the ball is spinning, you can almost get yourself into that battle, that tempo. Whereas, you know, change of pace, different challenge, can it just cause a little bit of a lapse in concentration? Yeah, we saw folks in the previous Overton over, you know, playing at a delivery that he didn't need to play at.
Yep.
Yeah, and Somerset will be hoping that there's a few more opportunities like that.
Yeah, he has beaten the bat twice, hasn't he, Craig Overton? That one and one before, where the delivery was simply too good. So there still are signs of hope. They're rather few and far between. Umpire just having a word with Brett Randall about the delivery point, maybe just advising him that he's close to overstepping.
Got some rather bright socks, as Brett, which you can see as he steams in, kind of directly behind him. Didn't miss those.
Oh, indeed. Runs here, probably a couple. Ben Folks agrees.
Yeah, I think that's Ben Green out there, and he's got the pads on as well, so he wasn't too keen on sprinting around that one. It's nicely played by Folks. Both of these two very strong through that square mid-wicket region. Very wristy.
There's another, the conversation about that delivery point being extended between Brett Randall and the umpire.
Yeah, might just be something to do with, well, you know, it could be his front foot, but it also could be just where he's following through that sort of danger zone.
All perfectly amicable. There's a whole load of helmets that James Rue is in charge of to be lined up behind him. terrible penalties if one gets hit.
I've always wondered, I mean, unlikely to happen, but if it did sort of ricochet off multiple, whether it's just the 5 or whether it it multiplies.
Well, if you've got 3 of them, you could get 15 then.
Exactly. I think there's like 3 or 4 down there.
That would be a way for Surrey to win. He thought about it. Ben Folkes, he almost played a similar stroke to the one in the previous over. But
yeah, went to play, left it alone in the end. I think that's a good decision.
Discretion prevailed. Just 18 overs left in this game, including this one. Time running out for a positive result.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way.
So for first and second teams in the table at the moment, it looks likely it's going to be played 2, drawn 2. That's found the gap nicely. Could go all the way. It's a long chase out there at deep mid-wicket, which is eventually successful. They're going to take 3.
That was beautifully placed by Ben Folkes. There's two guys in there, Abel and Lammonby. Incredibly close together, actually. And he's managed to dissect the 2 of them. And poor old Jack Leach just has to do a bit of a shift. Probably not what you want after you've bowled 24 overs. I mean, you know, some would argue that he's not a seamer and not running in, but it's not exactly what you want at the end of a day and a long 4 days.
Oh yes,
that's what we want to see a bit more of. Spice it up, Craigo.
I'm not done yet.
Yeah, he's bowling well.
Last ball of the over.
Defends the cover.
Yeah, so just the 4 runs off the over.
Yeah, you say just the 4 runs. It's kind of been an anomaly, though, that number being scored off and over.
Mm. Yeah, mainly singles and dots in this session.
Yeah, as well as being the captain, Lewis Gregory is currently the kit man, carrying the helmets the length of the wicket.
Yeah, they won't take them off because Jack Leach may well come back, or one or other, or both of Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan may come back.
Yeah, there's definitely 4 lined up there. Could be a good.
So you could get
imagine
20.
20 runs. That'd be unbelievable.
Nicely taken down the leg side.
Yeah, just shape slightly down the leg side. Almost sort of a little bit of late swing once it passed the right-handed folks. James Rue having to do a bit of leg work down the leg side.
Yeah, he had to move further than he initially expected. There's a swallow making a summer. They'll be heading off to Africa soon. Time of year when they leave us.
I'm surprised they're not leaving a bit earlier these days.
You'd have thought on a day like this, you would have said, "I've had enough of this weather."
Yeah, if I'd be getting out of here as well.
There's a lovely book by Horatio Clare. He follows the route the swallows take up from deepest Africa to England. It's a long way. Incredible to think. Tiny birds.
Yeah.
Another single.
Yeah, well worked by Ben Folkes into that leg side region. Spoke about both these players preferring the leg side. Couple of mid-wickets, catching mid-wickets in there. We might even see a third mid-wicket. Almost, yeah, Craig Overton's gone just in front of square. 3 guys. Wonder if we can get that field setting on the screen for you. It's almost like a slip cordon, but in that mid-wicket region.
There's one of them. Oh, not quite actually. Looked as though it was going to be Tom Abel, who's the nearest one to us, who cut that off, but went up to mid-on in the end.
Yes, they are slightly staggered in there. You've got Tom Abel, the straighter of the 3 mid-wickets, and he's cutting that angle off. Goldsworthy and then Craig Overton. Lovely on drive as far as Lammonby at mid-on. Why not? Why not get a 4th in there, Lewis?
He's going to do it.
We've almost got like the reverse cordon.
Yeah.
Opposite side of the wicket, in front of the bat.
It's one of the strangest umbrella fields I've seen.
Yeah, I quite like this. You've got mid-on that's sort of, well, just finding a gap where that you can see the batter probably. Oh, typical.
Through where the cordon was.
That might go all the way as well, it does.
So a rare boundary for Surrey. 87 for 3 at the end of the over. 134 needed. Off, what is it, 16 that are left. Scoring rate of 8.5. But that's pretty much academic, I feel. 5 points each at the moment in terms of bonus points. So if it is a draw, then both teams will take 13. Take Surrey up to 211. There's a Middlesex supporter hoping that Surrey won't win, and hopes will be justified. But I'm afraid the ultimate Middlesex dream of a Surrey defeat is not going to be beheld. Yeah, so Surrey would go up to 211 points, Somerset up to 185. Have to wait and see what happens in the other games, whether it looks as though Kent are going to save their match against Hampshire at Canterbury. They're 105 in front, Kent, after following on. So Hampshire's possible chance of leapfrogging Somerset, I don't think they would have done quite anyway, but I think the positions are going to stay very much the same as they were at the start of this round. But Kent looked like getting out of jail there at Canterbury, having followed on. There is Tom Banton in the car park after his heroics of this morning. That would presumably be returning from his MRI scan that he was due to have today. Wonder what the result of that will be. We'll hear, I'm sure.
Still got the whites on, you know, just in case he's needed.
Yeah, come on, Bull, yeah. Essex beat Notts by an innings and 83. So they're still just about in the hunt, although it's very unlikely. They play Surrey in the last game, in that last round of the season. They play Surrey at Chelmsford, but it might be over by then. Quite possible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Surrey still very much the favourites. Such a disappointment with the dreams Somerset would have had just, well, not so long ago after lunch, when those 3 quick wickets fell, of narrowing Surrey's lead with a win. Not looking so likely now.
No, Jack Leach, another maiden, who's coming in from the river end there. We're going to see more spin. Archie Vaughan's going to come back into the attack. It was worth a go using seamers, but
just a short burst in the end, wasn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I think spin is definitely the way to go, as we see Craig Overton strapping on those yellow pads again.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see him bowling again in this game.
Yeah, I think he'll be wanting to put his feet up, ready for what's going to be a huge game against the same opposition on Saturday.
Ahead of the Somerset Gloucestershire final.
Fingers crossed, Stephen.
We want that.
We do, yeah. Love to see it.
So, switch of ends for Archie Vaughan. Took his 2 wickets from the river end in the same over. Pulled for 4, no. Protection, well stopped. Who's Goldsworthy out there? Nice interception.
Yeah, it's a 50 up for Dom Sibley. He's faced a lot of balls, 165 to be precise. But he's done a pretty good job for his team here.
.165 balls, 5 fours. Well batted, Dom Sibley. He's been the big obstacle for Somerset. Yeah, they thought about it.
Yeah, mid-on, Brett Rounder's quite deep there. Just trying to entice them.
Yeah, temptingly deep.
Oakes using his feet this time. It's nearly that time of year, Stephen, as well. Strictly.
Yeah.
Are you a Strictly fan?
Not, I can't confess to being, I have to admit, Sophie. Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised, no.
Sorry about that. Natural history stuff for me. The odd drama. Ooh. Could you appeal there for hit ball twice? It was a bit, I think it would be a hard one to give.
Yeah, I mean, he's only being showing a little bit of sportsmanship there, folks. You know, could pick it up, tap it back.
We could be heading in the direction of a handshake, possibly. 4:30, maybe.
Yeah, a few drinks and running repairs.
Can't do it yet, but I imagine that that's how it may finish. Quite surprised if we get through all those 14 overs that are remaining on the board. General recharging of batteries going on out there at the moment in the evening sunshine.
Maybe a small conversation about the ball as well. Lewis has got the ball in his hand. Umpires nearby.
There's no sense of urgency out there at all anymore, is there? It's just gone.
No, it's slowed down considerably, hasn't it?
Yeah. The balloon's popped. 9.5 and over now. If you're academically inclined. Leach is going to continue eventually. And Somerset's thoughts turning to Saturday and indeed to Old Trafford next week. Edgbaston Saturday, finals day in the Blast, and then Lancashire in the Championship starting Tuesday. Lewis Gregory, with the various niggles he's had, the Somerset skipper, may have helped his recovery that he hasn't had to bowl in this match. Sharp single. Getting comfortably.
Yeah, he hasn't been needed at all, Lewis. Craig hasn't bowled that many overs either, so...
They'll all be reasonably fresh, won't they?
Yeah. I mean, even if they had bowled a number of overs during this week, you know, playing in a finals day, that's what it's all about. They'd have been able to get themselves up and about for that. Even at this stage of the season when the bodies are feeling a little bit tired. More to Ben Folkes there.
Surrey's one-day side tends to look very different, doesn't it, from Championship side. There was a time when Hampshire were putting out a completely different team in T20 from the Championship. It just depends how much depth you've got in your squad. There'll be quite a few Somerset team out there at the moment who'll be involved on Saturday. Lewis Gregory, just one of them, and Craig Overton you mentioned. Tom Abel.
And presumably if they're not involved in the starting 11, I'm sure a lot will be going as a sort of wider playing squad to support the 11 that do make it out onto the pitch.
Not quite a mullet, not quite a Ben Green mullet, I don't think.
No. A tash, maybe, but...
There's going to be another delay here. Physio's coming out. Quite sure what the reason, because we had a stoppage just a couple of overs ago.
Yeah, literally, what was that, 2 overs ago?
Yeah. I wonder what the reason is this time. Is it one of the batters who needs some kind of sustenance? Don't know.
I'm not sure. It's almost like Somerset 12thers came out first.
There's the real Ben Green having a swig of water. seems rather bizarre. Whatever the reason, the heat has rather gone out of this game. Not that there was very much heat out there anyway, in mid-September, in a gale.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not stopping because they're all desperate for a drink, that's for sure. The batters maybe a little bit more so.
Two umpires having a chat in the middle. Urgency, there is none.
Yeah, I find this a little bit bizarre, to be honest. I didn't realise you could just, you know, call a drinks break if you wanted one.
Well, particularly so soon after the previous break. It's like, are they going to have one every other over now until the end? Could be here till 7 o'clock. Just about ready to get going again. Well, I can't fathom that at all. Archie Vaughan is set to continue. Just 13 overs remaining potentially, but as we said, I don't think we're going to see all of them. The outcome of this match is pretty clear for all to see. Still got a few spectators hanging on in there to the end, enjoying the sunshine in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion or in the tiered seating in front of it. And in the Ondarchie stand, it tends to be that side of the ground that gets more populated as the day wears on, because that's where the sun is.
You can hear that wind still on the sound effects.
So, finally, we're going to get underway again. And unsurprisingly, we start with a forward defensive. 51 Sibley, who's on strike at the moment, 20 Folkes. And they have put victory beyond Somerset reach here at Taunton. Still encouragement, vocal encouragement for Vaughny Mark II.
Abel in at mid-wicket doing the work.
We're going to have another funky field. Lewis Gregory's come out of slip. Going into short mid-wicket. Just the one at the moment. Perhaps we'll see it increase. It's always good to see the skipper doing something, though, to move things around a bit, even if it's furniture that's unlikely to be required in these closing stages.
Yeah, you might as well just try and do a few funky things. Get in front of the batter's eye line, you know, just change their view slightly.
In terms of watching players going through the motions, I think this ticks every box.
Yeah, even just Vaughan's body language. You know, the young lad, he's got a lot of overs in this game. I wouldn't blame him if he was feeling a little bit tired.
And of a maiden over, I fancy. Just wonder what is the earliest point at which the captains can shake hands. Well, it won't be the captains because Rory Burns is back in the hutch, but presumably a message will come out, or Lewis Gregory will just go up to the two batters.
Yeah, it's like a slow walking competition out there at the moment. Like, who can possibly walk the slowest to their fielding position?
It was a maiden for Archie Vaughan, his 8th.
Oh, we've got a...
We've got someone emerging onto the field.
I think they're just going to take the pads here.
Yeah, not required really anymore, are they? Shin pads.
Shin pads and a box. There you go, mate. That's exactly what you want to be to hold, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. You'd have thought with so little time left before they go off that they could actually just walk off with them and deal with it later.
Yeah.
But no. So off he goes.
Yeah,
with
it feels
his
like a much more spread field here from Somerset.
He's going to disappear into the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and he has now relieved himself of a burden that wasn't particularly savoury. Appeal for LBW, I think that was heading down the leg side. We can look again. Yeah, may have been a bit high as well. This is getting a bit of an ordeal to watch. Bring on James Rue, I say.
Yep. I wouldn't mind seeing that.
It would use up a bit more time. Not sure who'd take over behind the stumps, actually. I'm sure there's someone capable out there of doing it.
Oh yeah, I reckon there'd be a few.
Would have been Tom Banton if he had
give
been
it a go. I actually think I once played in a testimonial type game, and I think it was actually Jamie Overton that kept wicket.
Wow.
So I'd actually put Craig up there as my first bet as to who would want to go behind the stumps.
How did Jamie do?
To be honest, very good.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. He's a good close fielder, isn't he? They go hand in hand. I remember Marcus Trescothick, quite late in his career. Craig Keyswetter, I think, had an upset stomach at Hove, and Marcus stood in behind the stumps and did it pretty well.
Did he do it for England?
I think he
on
did.
A few occasions as well.
Yeah, but by this time, by that game, he must have been into his 40s, I would think, or close. But he was pretty much immaculate. Again, used to fielding close. I think if memory serves, I think Craig Keyswetter had eaten something the previous evening which had vehemently disagreed with him. Still Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, and as if he hasn't bowled enough balls in this game, he's having a couple of practice ones. It's Casey Aldridge at mid-off. short and pulled away. Did that hit the umpire then? Not sure he picked that up. And I think it's hit him.
We'll have another look at that.
Yeah. Oh.
He's okay, I think. He seems to be still on 2 feet, David Milnes. He took the pace off the ball. May have saved 3 runs.
Yeah, I think he probably did there. It's not what you want at the end of the day, is it?
Having stood out there for 4 days, just as you're thinking of...
I think the pace of the game is so slow at the moment. You're just probably not expecting that at all, and I don't think he picked it up, to be honest. Folks using his feet. Mine's mid-wicket. I think that's Andy Hamid on the pitch. Not sure who he's come on for. Good work by Ben Green in there, who they affectionately call Neil. You might have heard that.
I reckon we've got another 5 minutes play here.
So you reckon it around 4:30, do you, Stephen?
I think so.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
What is it down to now? 11 overs, so there'll be 10 after this one. I mean, that 129 figure is irrelevant now. Runs required. And Somerset are not going to take 7 wickets in these conditions in the time available. It's a big moment for Western Storm, wasn't it? The farewell.
Yeah. I'm going to see another sort of drinks break. Yeah, it was a brilliant farewell, actually. Not the result we wanted by any stretch of the imagination. Not much you can do when the weather comes in, and you certainly can't control that. But yeah, we had a lovely evening in the long room here. Some presentations, awards, a few Q&As. It was brilliantly hosted by Spencer, and yeah, looking back on some really fond memories over, well, I've been involved with the club since day dot in 2016 when we were formed, back in the Kia Super League days, where we got together for 1 month of the year and played a handful of games back then, and how it's drastically changed into now a professional era. And
the
yeah,
evolution's been extraordinary.
Yeah, it's been amazing to, I guess, have seen that, but also been involved in it firsthand. Yeah, it's been awesome, and yeah, Somerset obviously taking up the mantle of being a Tier 1 team in the women's game now is really exciting moving forwards, and yeah, a lot more cricket here in the southwest for Somerset fans to follow.
A new era in a way.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it'll be great for the club as a whole, men's and women's teams to be alongside each other. Hopefully some genuine double-header games. We've obviously played a few double-headers as Western Storm with Somerset, but to have genuine Somerset double-headers, I think, is great for the game as well.
Absolutely. Stroked elegantly into the covers by Dom Sibley to start what I'm guessing is going to be the last over of the game. Was that a chance?
I think that was a chance.
Lewis Gregory had slipped. From his body language, it was a chance.
That was a sharp chance. Oh. Just about carried. That's a tough one.
I think it probably did. we've seen a couple of half, I mean, if you call that a half chance, there was one to Craig Overton, wasn't there, earlier in the day?
Yeah.
Which we thought might have been, might not have been. Oh, well, maybe it just
Yeah.
hit the ground as he was, I'm not sure. It's a little bit similar, actually, to the Overton one. Ball was going to ground and might have done anyway, even if he got a hand to it. Going to get some runs here.
Good fielding by the Somerset pair right there. Three more runs to Sibley.
So folks on strike. Hasn't quite ticked around that electronic clock to 16:30. It might have done though. Just one ball left in the over. Oh, this time it has been taken. Lewis Gregory, with the ball holding up better than the previous one earlier in the over, has taken the catch. And it is the end of Ben Folkes. Gone for 20. And that is the fourth Surrey wicket to fall.
Yeah, beautifully bowled by Leach there. Gregory does the rest.
Nicely taken.
I'm not sure.
Well, perhaps the wicket. I was only speculating anyway.
Yeah, I think
possibly
that's,
rather wildly,
I
but
think
the
that's
wicket
changed things.
Yeah, that'll be my story. They would have shaken hands, but the wicket off the last ball of the over at 4:30, when they were about to shake hands, persuaded them otherwise, because we are going to see another batter emerge. So Jack Leach has 2 now for 32 in his 28 overs. And we're going to see the man with 9 wickets in the game coming out to join Dom Sibley, Shakib Al Hassan. Didn't last very long in the first innings. But he's more than played his part with the ball.
We're going to get Harry back on to liven things up, Stephen. He's getting bored in the back of the comms box. Wants to be involved.
We'll get him out of mischief. Out of mischief and onto commentary. Cheers, Sophie. If that's maybe the last session we'll do today, but see you in game against Hampshire. Look forward to that. 95 for 4 then. Dom Sibley on strike. Archie Vaughan to continue. 9 overs remaining. Enthusiastic cry of support from down below us. Come on, Vaughan.
Stephen, could we have had 2 Lewis Gregory catches and 2 new batters?
Well, we could have done. Although
it was a hard grab.
It was a half chance, really,
yeah.
wasn't it? It was a bit like the Overton one, we were saying.
It was really diving forward.
Either of them would have been a fantastic catch.
Yeah.
But the next one was much more straightforward, and he took it comfortably.
See, having felt like that partnership batted all day, they only actually put on 49. They didn't even have a 50-run partnership. 49-run partnership in most of the day, it feels like. Fair play, folks. What was folks? 20 off 100 balls. Sibley nearly faced 200 balls. 30 overs they faced together.
Oh, that's a good delivery.
That morning.
Well bowled, Archie Vaughan. Single off the over.
There you go. We had the Peregrine Falcon, Stephen, in the year. You still on the Peregrine Falcon?
A year or two ago we did, didn't we?
Tiny little bird there. What's that then? We can't see from this far away. He should have been getting creative on his.
Very difficult to identify.
Still a few coats in the crowd. No rain falling for the next hour, so hopefully. We should shout out the Spanners who do great work on the YouTube live stream. Thanks very much, keeping the chat spam free and making the live chat such a brilliant extra feature to the Somerset live stream. Thanks to all those guys, volunteers, unpaid, who just help let people enjoy the live chat and enjoy cricket altogether.
Oh, another one. Jack Leach again. Is there a twist in this game?
The game that keeps giving, Stephen.
Extraordinary. It's Dom Sibley who's gone as well.
What a massive breakthrough for Somerset. Late in the day, 4:35. Dom Sibley, a marathon effort, 56, 182 balls.
Well. We had two in quick succession, didn't we? The first two wickets that Surrey lost were in the same over of Archie Vaughan, and now they have lost Ben Folkes and Dom Sibley, who between them had all but saved the game, really, for Surrey. And now Jack Leach has dismissed them both in successive overs.
What a little change in fortunes there. Don Tobley arrives, the Essex superfan, and he brings a few Somerset wickets. He wants Somerset to take the title off of Surrey. Tom Curran marched into the wicket. Not there yet. Him and Shakib Al Hassan not off the mark.
This is where we see the rush for a Surrey victory with the arrival of Tom
Well,
Curran.
I was going to say, the two aggressive players. Tom Curran played so beautifully that 86 off 75, we have to mention 8 sixes. Whack spin to all part quite comfortably. Shakib Al Hassan, we know how well he plays spin. Now, how can they play this? So they need 125 to win still, Surrey. Somerset need 5 wickets. This game just never stops giving.
Well, it for the last half hour before that wicket fell, it was just meandering. It was extraordinary.
We thought it was petering out to a draw.
It looked purposeless.
And suddenly, Lewis Gregory in the action at slip. Tom Curran does have to bat, and he'll have a bit of pad rash. Not played first-class cricket for 2 years before this.
Didn't show any rust in the first innings.
No. Shows some white ball prowess, didn't he?
Sun coming back out.
Oh, that's not far away. Way over from the live second slip. What an absolute treat for Steve O'Shaughnessy and David Mills to umpire this game. They've had the best view in the house.
Oh, big appeal. Not out, says David Mills. The one fly in the ointment from his point of view is when he got hit by a ball. Effectively saved 3 runs, we felt.
Very calm, aren't they? You know, it shows how good the umpires are at this level, that they don't get phased by a lot of appealing now. Even the Jack will say that's plumb, but they only get one look. Just going back.
It was concerted appeal. So suddenly you can hear it in the crowd. This whole ground has become animated again, courtesy of the fall of those 2 wickets.
Suddenly 2 new batters. There we go. Gareth Batty is not happy. He'd been pretty happy about 10 minutes ago, and his mood will have changed dramatically with 2 wickets in the space of 5 minutes, really.
If Somerset were to win from the position they were in, just...
the theatre, Stephen.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes ago.
You can't write this script.
It looked absolutely nailed on, the draw. Suddenly, with 14 overs remaining, including this one, suddenly the door is ajar.
And there it is. Archie Vaughan has got the left-handed Shakib El Hassan. All that money to get him here for 1 game. He's got a few wickets, but has failed with a bat in both innings. Just 12. Caught and bowled Jack Leach in the first innings.
What a clatter. And if Gareth Batty was unhappy when we saw him just a moment ago, that won't have improved any.
9 in the match for Archie Vaughan, the 18-year-old who's a batter who bowls a bit of spin. And now, wow, not on the tour for England, playing Test match cricket in Pakistan. The other 2 Somerset spinners are. Wow, I mean, that's a nothing shot really from Shakib. That's poor batting.
Yeah, he just held his bat out, really, didn't he?
Well, he's not done loads, really. Another easy catch for Lewis Gregory. Suddenly, Gregory had that drop, then he's had 3 catches in the space of about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it was a very difficult chance as well, the one he missed, if it was even a miss. But that was into the breadbasket.
Well, Jordan Clark now.
6 down for Surrey.
Could there be another twist? The game of cricket just keeps on giving. Jordan Clark now, quite an aggressive player. His reaction and celebration. Ben Green, arms aloft.
Looked rather shamefaced, didn't he, Shakib?
Shakib practiced the sweep shot. He's so angry, he's pushing his bat. Wow, wow, wow.
Didn't look good.
Shakib's out, but there's still over 10,000 watching on the live stream. I think we've got a few Bangladesh cricket fans who've fallen in love with the county championship in this game, even without their star doing particularly well.
So, 2 new batsmen. I don't think either of these 2 batsmen has faced a ball yet.
Tom Curran faced 4 balls.
Oh, he did. Beg his pardon.
Clark. There he is again, Gareth Batty, pacing around frustrated. 96 for 6.
And really is from a meandering towards a draw. Just in 10 minutes, this game has flared into life.
All Vaughan and Leach so far. You can hear the supporters in the effects mic. Clark looks a little bit nervous. Is that some nervous prod push for defensive shot? I've come on back on comms with a bit of a rip roar. Bit of action, Stephen. Where's us all thinking? When are they going to shake hands? When's the game done? It ain't over till it's over. Steady on, now straight down the leg side. Don't get too carried away.
And he was forward. You can't give that.
125 to win still, but Surrey still, I don't think I'm worried about that. 4 wickets for Somerset. No injuries we're aware of in the Surrey camp, so we expect 4 more batters batting on 2 legs. Not quite sure what was wrong there, Jordan Clark. Actually, no rush here, sorry. Somerset, cock a hoop here, momentum with the home side. That is another point.
Taken cleanly by James Rue. I think it'll matter though, because there was no outside edge involved, no edge of any kind. Extraordinary game cricket can be.
It's a funny one. What a game this has been.
A big appeal, but I don't think you can give that either. It's a bit similar to the previous.
So what should you understand is he's got 9 wickets in the match, yes, but 18-year-old Archie Vaughan, who's not got, only in the second first-class game ever, has also got 9 wickets in the match. And more runs than Shikobi Hassan.
4 more wickets needed by Somerset. They've got 13 overs to take them.
Cam Steele still to bat. He's a proper batter. Not bowled much in this game either. Then Roach and Worrell. 2 bowlers who can bat, but... Wow. They're not in any rush here between the overs. Somerset are ready. Tom Curran's just sizing up what's happening here.
It's not going to make any difference, is it, whether they are or aren't in a rush, because the overs are set now. We're into the final hour.
Well, I guess it could if it rains or bad light.
Possibly, but that doesn't look likely at the moment. Got bright sunshine. Over Taunton. Nicely played. 4.
Yeah, aggressive again from Tom Curran. Gets that cover drive away for 4 runs.
Nice way to get off the mark.
I think you've got to have 16 overs in the last hour though, so yeah, you've got to make sure that happens.
Yeah, so 13 left, including this one.
29 over 8.
That boundary brought the 100 up for Surrey. There'll be another one here, possibly 2.
Could they have a third
slip?
slip?
Third man. They're thinking about a second. It's not.
I don't think the runs are going to come into this. I don't think even Tom Curran won't try and get 120 off 13. Could they get a third slip in? Get a silly point. Rather than having Lewis goals worthy at point, just have everyone around the bat, so wherever the ball goes, it hits someone. Then it might ricochet up, get hit in a few jumpers, bounce up, teammate hit the catch. Good one, handball bounce from Ben Green. Casey Aldridge is in that weird lurking position between mid-off and long-off. Just sort of tempting Jordan Clark. Will he have a go? Or Curran? Short boundary to the Cotling Atkinson. If you're listening in the area, get on down here. Where are you? Get yourself an earpiece. Get in the ground.
There's an expression that Nasser Hussain comes up with every now and again about it being a game that bites you on the bum. And Surrey have certainly been bitten on the bum in the last 10 minutes or so. Somerset haven't won this game yet, but suddenly they're in with a chance of doing so. Real chance.
Yeah, don't forget it's a minimum of 16 overs in this last hour, so that's why Somerset bowled the seamers before the 16 overs started. That last hour started, bowled the seamers then. Now being at spin from both ends as much as possible. I don't think Tom Abe was going to bowl some off spin, even though he was practicing it in the tea interval.
Yeah, I fancy these two will bowl through now.
Yeah, indeed.
No handshakes in prospect now.
No. A lot of people thinking that though. That wicket just opened it up. Suddenly Sibley, don't expect Sibley to go. That's the same ball that Tom Curran would have hit for 6 in that first inning. Suddenly he's got a bit nervous, he's into his shell. Psychology, isn't it?
I don't think I can recall the sort of tempo of a game changing so dramatically as this.
No, you need a bit of third of Archie Vaughan. Made it look a bit dramatic.
There were various stoppages. There were people wandering around, and Sophie and I were wondering what one of the stoppages was about. And it seemed to last for an age.
And a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of delaying tactics for a while. Oh, he's got him! Archie Vaughan has bowled Tom Curran. Tom Curran got 86 off 75 balls in the first innings. He's not tried to play any attacking shots here, really. Just one cover drive for 4, bowled for 5. Archie Vaughan has 10 wickets in the match. 4 in the second innings, 6 for 102 in the first. The 18-year-old, who's a batter, who's bowled some off-spin, is now, wow. Somerset's third choice spinner really is having an absolute blinder of the game. Could Somerset pull off the remarkable, incredible win this would be?
I'm not sure. It is definitely coming up to time for me to hand over to Sophie. I'm going to have to watch from behind the scenes and let you and Sophie finish the game, Harry. I'll rejoin you at the end of the game, whichever way it goes.
The drama, Stephen, the drama. When I was off in my last little break, I was wandering around and people saying, oh, shall I go home now? They'll shake hands soon. And to be fair, even Ben Redwood, the Surrey media man, who's changed allegiances from Somerset up to Surrey, even he said, it ain't over, it ain't over. And wow. Archie Vaughan. What a man Archie Vaughan is on his second ever first-class match for Somerset County Cricket Club. So, Cam Steele on a pair. Didn't bowl much in the game either. He was bowled by Archie Vaughan. Second ball for naught in the first. Cam Steele 1 over for 7. So he's not done a lot in the match, is one way of putting it.
Well, he's got plenty to do now, hasn't he, Harry? He's got a job to do now. I'm stood up, I'm that excited.
Oh, I don't know what to think.
Honestly, I thought this game was... It's just
meandering,
out. Like,
yeah.
When you come on, Harry, and you've changed the changed the course of the game.
Oh, that's like not even particularly good balls now are looking so threatening. Suddenly, the nerves, the psychology, sorry, suddenly got into their shell. 11 overs remaining. Somerset, a cock hoop. They're running around. They're jogging around between overs.
Running so fast, Lewis Gregory lost his hat then. Yeah, the dynamic and the energy has just completely changed out there. It's amazing how one ball, one wicket completely flipped the game, basically. Vaughan's going to continue. Yeah, 10 overs left in this game, Harry. That seems like it's a lot of balls.
It is.
Still a lot of balls that Surrey have got to deal with here, as Vaughan is round the wicket.
Oh, running out of words. What's going on here then? Mid on, Brett Randall is going a little bit wider. I was going to pick up my son from the after school club at 5. He can wait a bit now. You can take the stream with you. He's alright, he does still work on mobile data. I mean, even now you feel like a short ball, even a long hop, something might happen. It's just that not even amazing. Like Shakib, that ball that got him wasn't a particularly good ball.
No, but it's all a mindset.
Yeah.
This game now.
That's a lovely shot for no run.
And also these Surrey batters, they've been sort of, you know, waiting all day and I guess like we were ready up here to almost like go home.
Yeah, you were packing up.
They could well have been feeling like that in the dressing room as well,
yeah,
as the game sort of just peters out. And then all of a sudden, within the space of 5-10 minutes, you're in there now facing Vaughan and Leach, and you've got to do a job for your team.
Oh, it's just phenomenal cricket.
That's close, and it's gone! Archie Vaughan again. Brilliant from Vaughan. He's been fantastic all game. And still, who was on a pair, has only gone and got one.
Archie Vaughan, 11 in the game. Another 5 for 6 in the first innings, 5 in this. What can't that man do? We've had to interview him after every day's play, pretty much.
I want to go back to Stephen's win predictor. If he's got it anywhere, that would be brilliant. 88% it was for the draw.
Oh, this is incredible. Tell all your mates, get in all your YouTube, WhatsApp chats, whatever it is. Tell anyone you know, get the live stream on or get down if they're nearby.
Yeah, unfortunately you've got to listen to myself and Harry Everett, but the cricket's fantastic.
Unbelievable, this.
Okay, so we've got the draw has gone down 2% since we last looked, 86%. Surrey winning, no chance. And Somerset, 14% chance of a win. I fancy that. Could be higher. Yeah. And if
oh my word.
you're Kemar Roach, I'm not sure you'd have been expecting this half an hour ago.
I will say he's got a very good defensive technique in him. Kemar Roach looks so solid in the first innings, but yes, a pair for Cam Steele brings Kemar Roach in again. He's chilled. He's a West Indian.
But we were also talking about West Indians earlier that sometimes have a bit of a mind blank and can play an audacious shot in a difficult scenario. So we'll see if he's a bit more level-headed than his West Indian teammate Shannon Gabriel, who we were discussing earlier.
Yeah, Shannon Gabriel. We're not going to mention rain. Oh, wow. The man of the match things. Remember I was discussing that earlier? Banton or Vaughan. I mean, Banton's had an incredible game, but it's probably going to have to be Archie Vaughan if Somerset win this. Jack Leach into Roach, and gosh, he's good on the defensive shot. Getting so many messages from almost like part-time cricket fans who are suddenly transfixed, obsessed. This is peak county cricket. The top two sides battling it out on day 4.
We've got men around the bat, but we've also got everyone else sort of lingering towards the boundary rope. potentially trying to give Clark a single. They'd rather bowl at the number 10 in Kemar Roach.
Even Sam Dallin, Mr. and Mrs. Dallin, who have just had a newborn baby, even there, come on Leachy, they're right up for this. The newborn baby, what, 3 days old is, wow, I remember this week, first week of life on earth,
Well,
watching Challenge.
what a welcome to the world, Millie. Welcome to County Championship cricket.
Absolutely brilliant. Right, leg side catchers come out to mid-wicket for the last ball of the over. Still 2 slips in place. Oh, it's gone down. The ball's not ragging, it's just doing a little bit enough. Every ball, there's drama. There's no obvious cracks, there's no rough, really. It's just doing enough.
It's the game situation as well, though.
Yeah,
it's
the pressure.
It's the pressure, it's how do I play it? It's just that, if you've just got that ounce of doubt or uncertainty in your mind, then yeah, it can cause you to just, just push at the ball. It becomes quite tentative. Or should I play at that ball? Should I leave it?
Stephen Lamb's falling over in excitement at the back of the box.
Wow, the win predictor has changed rapidly. 45% chance for a draw, 55% chance of Somerset win. That is flipped on its head. 2 more wickets needed here for Somerset for what would be a fantastic victory. A well-earned, deserved victory. I can't imagine it would be a very fun trip back to London for that Surrey bus, if that does happen.
That'd be a very silent bus trip.
And I think they thought that they would probably be on the bus by now.
Kemar Roach is so
He
calm,
looks
so cool though.
So relaxed. I'd have batted him at 7.
Yeah, he's so cool.
He looks
chilled.
so just, and I think that's what you almost need in this situation. Be really relaxed in your defensive technique. Like, yes, you've got to be assured, but when your body is tense, like, that's when it becomes really hard to almost like control what you're trying to do. Whereas if you can just keep everything relaxed, play the ball right underneath your eyes, soft hands.
Craig Aveson's going to give chase, but Lewis Goldsworthy's not got as much strapping on, not got as much protection. I think it's gone all the way for 4.
Just the clouds are taking over a little bit here. Sun's crept behind them. It's got a little bit darker. Somerset again just need 2 wickets, 2 deliveries. Again, we've got 4 men round the bat. Clark leaves that one alone. Leach looks like he's going a little bit quicker here to Clark. I think he wants to try and get him off strike almost. Clark so far doing a pretty good job.
I think, though, your shout of having Kemar Roach at 7 would have been a great shout. Tell Gareth Batty in hindsight. The coolest, calmest cucumber who can just gets the front. Oh, I say that, that has beaten the bat. Surely there's not going to be another rain cloud or something to ruin this game. Surely not.
What's the phrase? Horses for
courses.
Horses for courses?
Yeah. Matty Potts took a 9 for it earlier on. Archie Vaughan has 11 in the game. mean, Jack Leach hasn't done badly, has he? 4 from the first innings,
No,
3 from the second.
I suppose, yeah. The guys that were patrolling the boundary have all been instructed to come in by Lewis Gregory. Again, tactic to keep Roach at the non-strikers end, so he faces up to Vaughan in the next over. Clark now faced 24 deliveries, yet to get off the mark.
The excitement of county championship cricket. I mean, imagine if now, after all this, these two then see it through to close. Kemar Roach and Jordan Clark. Dan Warren next. The last resort for Surrey. They got 2 12ers coming out now. What's this all about?
Well, they've been coming out for the
umpires. Yeah, I like that from Stephen Shaughnessy.
Yeah,
very good.
I like that as well.
Very good. Very good from David Mills and Stephen Shaughnessy. Crack on with the game. Very good umpiring. That's poor that from Surrey. Sending on. They've got a towel out there. It's like 10 degrees.
Well, I agree
You're
with
not
it.
sweating.
When Dom Sibley and Ben Folkes were batting.
Bit different.
Yeah. They've been batting for a while, you know, call for a towel or drink, whatever. But they were coming on almost every couple of overs, and rightly so. I could see David Mills getting a little bit annoyed the last time that they came on. And I love that he's just ushered them off there.
Yeah, very good. You're right, you can't come on with a towel when it's cold. They got jumpers on. And we not had 2 12ers come out as well. Was that going to be 1 each? 1 for each batter?
Yeah, no, they were sending on 2 earlier, you know.
But then, is it a drink? They're exhausted after 6 balls?
The floodlights have just come on.
I mean, Kemar Roach didn't need a towel or a drink anyway. He'd happily bat all day and just calm and cool. Well, I wonder if Surrey try that every over now.
Well, I think they'd be stupid if they did.
I hope we don't see any really poor, you know, you don't want to end. It's been a brilliant game of cricket. We don't want to end on a sour note or any poor gamesmanship or anything over the top. Both teams have been superb. It's been an absolutely wonderful game of cricket. That's turned. It's not that every single ball is turning massively, though, is it?
No.
That's what makes it almost even more exciting or even harder to play.
Yeah, I think that does makes the challenge a lot harder. Roach is biding his time, walking away. He looks incredibly relaxed, though.
What deep point's all about? Jack Leach has come back. Well, not deep, sort of halfway deep point.
Again, it feels like time's running out for Somerset, but it's still a good chunk of balls out there, and you only need 2. Another slip in place.
Casey Aldridge in the slips. Don't often see Casey in there in this match, particularly with Overton and Gregory. And Ben Green's had the lid on pretty much all day, hasn't he? Ben Green, he's almost been like a wicketkeeper with his pads and helmet on all day. Thought for Tom Banton if he has to celebrate every wicket hobbling around with his crutches.
Looks like Tom Abel is going to put the helmet on as well.
See, if they were desperate for a drink, they could have used that moment when Tom Abel was grabbing the helmet. They could use that if they're desperate for a drink or changing gloves or anything. Well, Archie Vaughan, 5 for 38, 13 maidens, 30 overs. That's just in the second innings. If you missed it, the first innings, you can watch back. There he is, Jason Kerr, the man who's masterminding this. Somerset, yeah, he's got his sunglasses on. The floodlights are on now. It's a bit of grey cloud.
It looks Baltic in that dugout, to be fair.
Andy Mead's gone double jumper and the gilet. But yeah, Archie Vaughan, 37 overs, 7 maidens, 602 in the first as well. Remember, you can go through the Somerset YouTube channel. You can watch back days 1, 2 and 3 and watch the highlights on as well. You can watch after play interviews. This is the kind of cricket match that gets people into the game. All the kids after school tuning in. Not sure about that one. To be optimistic.
Yeah, I think Jack Leach felt obliged to join in.
He went up. Yeah, no, yeah. he's gone up afterwards. You never quite know. Sometimes they hear it, but how one of these two playing, mind? Both on naught. Both just blocking it professionally.
Yeah, they've done a very good job, actually. Been beaten on the outside edge a couple of times, but apart from that, they've looked pretty solid.
Well, so was Dom Sibley. If you think, actually, how many times Dom Sibley was beaten on the outside edge, but he knew where his stumps were.
Yeah.
Played the line right, defended, left. It's a shame, really. Think how many overs have been lost in this game because of the rain. Don't want, to run out of time in this game. It's been such a thrilling match. Bit of rain the last few days, so many delayed and overs lost. On his knees is Craig Overton at first slip. Well, second slip, really. Was Craig was at first. That's poor counting from the Somerset fielders.
Yeah, usually the scoreboard here is on the slower side, so I'm not sure how they've managed to jump ahead of it.
Yeah. Is someone going to do a goal with Dean Naive in this game? Hopefully not.
So good from Leach. Almost too good.
I'm getting random people I've not spoken to for years just send me random messages. I'm tuning into live stream. It's dry here. It's sunny here. What a game of cricket. I've not watched the stream all season, but can't miss this. There's Ryan Patel and Ben Folkes. Oh, they're wandering around. They can't sit still. Too nervous, I guess. Jacob Harry's got his earpiece in. He's wandering around with his camera. He's loving the comms as he's wandering around getting some good shots.
I saw him as he was driving into the ground this morning.
I'm going to be playing golf with him tomorrow morning for playing with Somerset Stragglers at Bishop's Lydiard.
Stragglers? You went very West Country there, Harry.
Wow, yeah, you have to. They played on this pitch all these years ago, of course, don't forget. Wow, look at that for a picture. Jake and Harry Trump will be all over that. Look at all the batters. Company. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's got 3 men not within 2 yards of him. That's the old pad away. We've not seen that much in modern cricket. Don't think they'll change the field here. Last ball of the Archie Vaughan 31st over this innings. Well played again by Kemar Roach. I mean, they've got Shakib in to try and win them this game or salvage the draw, but it might be Kemar Roach, the West Indian, who saves them here. 3 overs remaining on the scoreboard officially, but it's only 11 minutes past 5. The light looks okay with a bit of enhancement from the floodlights. Only needs 2 more balls, remember, as well, for Somerset to tie this up. Surrey aren't worried about the 116 more runs. Surrey 12th has tried to come on. Was that Andy Mead trying to come on this time?
Yeah, I think that was a Mead.
He didn't come on. Oh, he might have just got a jumper from Archie Vaughan. Anyway, all systems go here. Someone's on the bike. Is that Charlie Taylor? He was leaving about an hour ago. He had a Spanish lesson at 5 o'clock. He said, if it gets close, I'll cancel it. Well, I wonder if he made a decision or went home first. Jack Leach again from the River End. Just the 5 catches and the wicketkeeper in now. I don't quite... What do you think of the in-out field? Is it, if they want to suddenly go for a big shot to alleviate the pressure? There's no one in the ring.
Oh, I think it's more just potentially want Roach on strike to Leach. So still counter-attacking and trying to get Clark out with the men close to the bat, but
there's not much in it really, is there, between Clark and Roach? They're both on naught. Clark's a much better aggressive player.
I guess they've just been stuck at the ends that they've been at, so get accustomed to the bowling from each end.
Yeah, that's
get used to the angle at which the bowler's bowling at you. But saying that, in this situation, how many times Clark is obviously the stronger batter of the two. You'd think that he would almost need to farm the strike off a number 10.
Yeah.
But the trust he has in Roach, and rightly so, given the way that he's defended the ball.
I love that. Lewis Gregory's not wasting any time as well. All four fielders knew. Last two balls, very clear plan, as you said. Last two balls, they come in. There you go. Didn't need any prompting, really. Professional cricketers have got their job to do, even in the field. They know exactly where they're going to be. But they don't want to waste time. Lewis Gregory doesn't want to waste time here. Oh, he is going to change bowling. Lewis Gregory's going to have a bowl. I like this. Just something different, just to change your angle. I know he went for 18 in the first innings, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't mind this.
Yeah.
And this is what I was saying about Roach and Clark have been stuck at the same end for the last, probably 6 overs.
Yep.
They've probably negotiated at least 3 overs from either end. And, I think, left arm spin to Roach will ask him a different question and it will put him under pressure.
Yep, totally agree. And he slides it on, he skids it because he's shorter. He sometimes undercuts the ball as well.
And in the context of the game, it doesn't matter if Goldsworthy goes for however many.
He can go for 30 or 5. If he gets a wicket at the last ball, it doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A full toss could just surprise him. There you go, that's a short ball you'd probably punch for 4 if you're trying to score runs, but actually what does Roach do?
Yeah, I mean, he probably does need to pitch it up a little bit more than that, Goldsworthy, to
skid it on. Jack Leach is the man in front of the bat on the offside in the ring. That's good flight and dip. That's what Goldsworthy wants to bowl here. Bowled really well for Leicestershire on loan, don't forget. There's still a few would put him in ahead of Rolla van der Merwe for final day on Saturday, potentially. Never know, that's a different conversation for another time, but Goldsworthy with ball in hand. Straighter. It's just a different trajectory, different height, different angles. Hit a different part of the pitch. As you said, now left arm spin from both ends. Both batters has to face. Well played, really good soft hands. This is what you practice in cricket clubs. A tennis ball and a net and trying to get over it in soft hands. Don't let the losing draw be taken out of club cricket, because this is wonderful to watch.
He's negotiated it pretty well so far, Roach. These two have faced over 50 balls between them. Not scored a run yet, but they're doing a fine job for their team.
Yeah, limited overs cricket can't give you these amazing dramatic finales where batters the experience of Kemar Roach, all the West Indian Test caps he's got, but this still means so much to him. He doesn't want to give it away. He's had very little affiliation with Surrey until recent years, but he's determined, he's dogged, and he's batting pretty beautifully. As far as if defending can be beautiful, then Kemar Roach is nailing it.
Yeah, but yeah, like we've already said, he just doesn't look tense. So he's able to defend very confidently, but in a relaxed manner, and therefore you don't end up pushing at the ball, prodding at a delivery that you shouldn't. Leach then into his 36th over.
Still the same plan. The fielder's back for the first 4 balls of Jordan Clark facing. It's sort of a straight on one, isn't it?
It's a straight honour.
He's done well to miss that. Bit quicker. 52.3 mile an hour, that last ball. The arm ball. Couple in a row there, actually. Then does he bring up the flighted, dipping tempter?
Yeah.
Both over 52 mile an hour, that.
I'm surprised we haven't actually got a few more guys around the bat.
They want the single?
No
interest.
anyway.
Kimo Roach isn't even looking. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, the fielders on the boundary pointless here. They're not going to attack. Just have 9 fielders around the bat.
Makes for a good picture, doesn't it?
He's batting so well. Clark as well as Roach, because it's not easy defending with soft hands for so many balls. Dom Sibley did so well for so long, but even he eventually on his 182nd ball was caught by Gregory at first slip off Jack Leach. 29 is the over rate. The sun's out here, don't really need the floodlights on, but once they're on, they stay on. You can see a member in the Ian Botham stand just stood with his hands on his head. That sums it up for me. We'll get at the end of the over, we'll get Neil to zoom in on the top of the Ian Botham stand, chuck the red jumper, just, I'm with him. It's so tense here. You could cut the tension with a knife. Well played again from Kimo Roach. And Julian Clark, superb as well. Both calm heads.
Both batters doing a fair amount of gardening of the wicket.
Archie Vaughan, we're going to come back on from the Triscothic Pavilion end.
Yeah, so just the one over for the
Experiment.
Goldsworthy experiment.
So yeah, one over experiment seems a little bit. Maybe then try him at the other end to bowl.
Yeah, but
Bowl
I actually
Clark.
don't mind it, you know, because Roach now has to then get
readjust.
get back into Vaughan round the wicket,
Yeah.
off spin. You know, I don't mind changing it up too
And there's
much.
no losing. They're not wasting time. They're just cracking on.
It's almost like, could they just break the rhythm of Roach?
Yeah.
That's what they'll be hoping for anyway.
There he is. There's my man stood up. I think it's Mr. Nelson actually, former Taunton Dean chairman. I didn't even recognise him from afar, but that shows the nerves. Stood at the top in hospitality and still can't sit. Too nervous, the Somerset fans. Massive applause the last few wickets that fell. That clump. Sorry, we're 95 for 4, remember, and then suddenly 101 for 8. We'll bring in our third voice, Stephen Lamb. It's a good idea for the thrilling finale to this game. Glorious sunshine at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Oh, it's going to be 4 byes. Not that it really matters. James Rew's not that bothered. Craig Open's going to chase it all the way to the boundary. He's not going to get that. It's irrelevant. Just a tiny blemish in James' book. James Rew's proud copybook, I suppose. Nearly 20,000 watching on the County Championship live stream. I don't know what the record is ever, but for the top 2 sides here, going down to the wire. If you don't watch County Championship cricket often, then come back.
What would be the average viewing numbers?
Maybe 3,000 or 4,000. Division 1 more than most, but played again by Kimo Roach.
Yeah, I think that's a good shout actually, Stephen.
Not
sure whether they'll do it now.
We might have missed that trick.
Yeah, I think they maybe missed that opportunity. I think maybe they went for Goldsworthy to kind of break that rhythm instead.
Still those 4 men sort of away from the bat. Still 5 really close in catching positions. The pressure on David Mills and Steve O'Shaughnessy here. If any LW are caught behind chance. Of course, no reviews in the County Championship. We can get replays, but they're going to get 1 look. Any potential appeal. Remarkable partnership, we've got to say. Got to credit the batting. 73 balls they've now faced together. without scoring a run, without
What's
really
that,
giving a chance.
12 overs?
Yeah, I can't remember. Over, yeah, can't remember a drop catch. Ah, they're going to come in now, actually. Mid-on's coming up. Points coming up. Still a deepish extra cover and mid-off in that lurking no man's land. The quicker arm ball from Jack Leach could be the way to go, do you reckon? It's a few times he's just missed the off
yeah,
stump.
he's used it a few times in the last few overs in particular and beaten the outside edge. Clark's played well. Could be one of the best not outs he ever gets.
Yeah, I think Jack Leach has won out headingly. He's probably admiring this marathon blockathon from Clark and Roach.
It's another peach of a delivery from Jack Leach.
Just a tiny bit, just enough turn.
Interesting fly slip position.
Yeah, brilliant. Lewis Goldsey, I like that.
Got him!
He's put the finger up. He's caught behind. Jordan Clark cannot believe it. Jordan Clark has to walk off. Somerset could still do this. Dan Worrell now at number 11. Surrey are 9 down, 109 for 9. They faced 78 balls together without scoring a run. And the finest of tickles. Kemar Roach doesn't really know what to do. He's at the non-strikers end. He's got to go and have a chat with Dan Worrell. What an incredible, incredible match this is. Somerset against Surrey. Playing for the county championship, pretty much. There's 2 more games to come, but Somerset can topple Surrey with 1 more wicket.
What a vital breakthrough, because Clark looked as if he'd settled in against Jack Leach. He was playing him very sensibly, and now he's gone, and Dan Worrell is an inferior batsman to Jordan Clark without any question at all.
I almost can't speak. Every time we get a wicket, yeah, I know we're meant to not be one-sided up here, and I'm certainly not, but I just, yeah.
How long is Dan Worrell taking to come out, by the way?
He's taking a long time. I'll tell you what, there's a lot of action on the Somerset balcony. I can't really see any Surrey players on their balcony, but the Somerset players are
what more can you want
on the edge of their seats, as
sport?
we are up here. I literally am sat on the edge of my seat.
You can hear the effects, Mike. You can hear the fans. Now they're having a chat. What are they going to chat about? The Somerset fans aren't happy with the faffing around, the time wasting.
This is what it's about. I love it when the crowd gets stuck in as well.
Get all your relatives, get all your friends, get everyone watching. It could be 1 more ball. Could be 1 more wicket. Jack Leach's fifer could send Somerset. There's going to be an Imran Tahir celebration if Somerset pull this off. Someone's going to go wild. Tom Banton might be jumping up and down on his crutches.
I reckon if he's on the balcony, the crutches might go off.
So look at this field. What is this field? I don't even know how to describe this field.
Basically, everyone gets as close to the wicket as you can.
Just look at that field. It's incredible.
Just think, England against Australia, the Oval 1968. It looks just like that.
I remember it clearly, Stephen. I remember it vividly.
Derek Underwood saw England home after a thunderstorm. Long time ago now, but every player is around the bat.
We've got a silly mid-on, a silly mid-off. What are we calling that?
I was going to say, can you name
silly
all those
point?
positions?
Yeah,
Because I can't.
Just about. A silly front point, a silly back point. Jack Leach, what can he do? 2 balls left. He's over. Dan defends that well. 1 more ball and Jack Leach's 37th over. The sun is out. What can Jack Leach do? He's done it! Yes! Somerset win! Somerset win an unbelievable game of cricket at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Jack Leach is mobbed. He's done the Imran Tahir. He's gone storming off. 109 all out. The cider will flow in the West Country tonight. Look at them going mad on the pitch, in the stands. Unbelievable. Hats are being thrown. Dan Worrell can do it. Harry Trump, the photographer, is sprinting to keep up with them.
Never moves so quick.
What an incredible, incredible game of cricket. The weather tried to threaten it the last few days, but at nearly 5:30 on day 4, fair play, Kemar Roach, shake the hand of him because he has batted brilliantly, on his own. 30 balls he faced at the end.
Well, that is one of the most fantastic Somerset victories that I've seen. Must be. It's been done with just over 5 minutes to spare in the end. The clock was ticking around to 5:30. It's on 17:27. The moment of victory. They had 5 minutes because the remaining overs used up. It was going on time, and Somerset have beaten the county champions, and they've given themselves a great chance of continuing through to the title. It's not done yet. We've got these 2 more games remaining, but what a result. And you can see it. You can see it in the demeanour, in the faces of the Somerset players. They have pulled off something sensational here.
Even Don Topley shaking her hands in the box. He's quite happy to see Somerset beat Surrey. I mean, that is phenomenal. Nick Pepper and his ground staff deserve the thumbs up. I love it. Steve Shaughnessy and David Mills give that little bit of gesture, bit of love to the ground staff, who've worked incredibly the last week from Friday night before the Storm game here, covering the wicket so quickly when there's been a delay. And Tom Banton trying to celebrate, trying to shake Roland Roach's hands. Tom Abels making sure Archie Vaughan gets to the front. Archie Vaughan is going to lead them off, but Tom Banton should be somewhere near the front as well. They've got to let him hobble through.
Well, he's a candidate for man of the match. It's got to be him or Archie Vaughan, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think Archie
One
Vaughan
or the
just
other.
pitched it,
Maybe-
but the
maybe
heroic
joint.
efforts. I'd love it to be a joint man of the match. I said earlier, can we have a joint man of the match? I don't know if that is allowed, but Surrey will shake hands with Archie Vaughan first. What a week for the young man. 5 for both Somerset spinners. Look at that on the scoreboard. Both with 5 for 37 and 38. So similar figures as well. Absolutely incredible, incredible match. You can watch this back on the YouTube stream forever. This will be replayed and replayed. The highlights reel. We'll get some interviews shortly, but Stephen Lamb, can you sum up the last 4 days?
Well, I mean, it's just we've seen so many ebbs and flows, haven't we? It's astonishing. And this game looked to be petering out just, well, it's less than an hour ago. You and I were watching, Sophie, and it just seemed to be going nowhere, this game.
It literally was going nowhere. The movement between the fielders, between overs, I definitely felt that they were going to shake hands. Almost
we did
a minute towards 4:30, and you'd called it, and then the wicket, and it just broke open the game. And I honestly can't believe what we're seeing in front of us now. That has been a remarkable turnaround.
And the dismissal, one after the other. It was Sibley and Folkes going so close together, and they were so well established, and that it opened the gates.
Absolutely, and we were almost ready to go home up here, and I think potentially the rest of the Surrey lineup would have been thinking, not long now, lads, we'll be back on that bus, and it's going to be a very sorry bus home for the Surrey boys.
And we are going to be in for quite a championship run-in now. Talk about putting the cat among the pigeons. The oval pigeons.
Absolutely.
Well, I tell you what.
Brown the cat.
Lancashire, Old Trafford tickets are suddenly making an absolute fortune. How many Somerset fans are already taking next week off work, going up to Old Trafford? I'm booked in, I'm going up there. It's going to be cracking. Beat Lancashire, beat Hampshire at home, see what happens with Surrey, and bonus points the next couple of weeks.
Make it sound so easy, Harry, hey?
Wow. I mean, just what more can you want from this wonderful, wonderful game? I mean, we talked about the Cairnhill moment of steel. We had to give it to Tom Banton for going out to bat with his crutch on one leg and jumping out of the celebrations there. That's an award we'll give. And then we could give Archie Vaughan man of the match. And then we've got...
I have a feeling that, the awards dinner is getting ever closer as well. And the champagne moment of the year could well be that at the moment for me.
Look at the ground staff. Look, great job they've done. And it wasn't a side of a bad wicket. We should say, yes, a lot of the wickets in this game have fallen to spin, but it's a Kookaburra ball. The wicket's done a bit, but not been dangerous, not been turning sideways, not been massive, massive turn.
And if Somerset do go on and win the title, how important is that 10th wicket partnership going to be from this morning? From 71 they put on, and without that, well, could all have been so different.
Yeah.
Fantastic game of cricket.
All the messages are sweeping in. So many people tuning in after work. The perfect way to start your Thursday evening. Still 12,000 on the stream, just listening to us, trying to sum up really what an incredible 4 days it's been. We'll go down and get some interview action. I'll put something on Twitter. We'll have more videos. We'll have highlights.
We'll be hearing Blackbird soon.
We'll be hearing Blackbird soon indeed. We'll be up to Edgbaston on Saturday. The treble is still on for Somerset, or the quadruple if you want to include the second team T20.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, beating Surrey once in a week is good, but it would be nice to beat them twice as well, wouldn't it?
That would be something absolutely sensational. And we were talking about the possibility of a Somerset-Gloucestershire final, all these things that we have to look forward to over the next fortnight or so. And we will be here on the live stream in the next match in the County Championship, which is, we've been saying, up at Old Trafford, starts on Tuesday, and we'll be here for the final match of the season. Here at Taunton, Somerset against Hampshire, and we'll very much look forward to your company then. It's been an absolute thrill to bring you commentary on this match, which has ended with so little time to spare, just 5 minutes to spare. It's ended in Somerset's favour. Surrey have been beaten. Thank you very much for your company. From Harry, from Sophie, and from me, Stephen Lamb, a very good evening to you.
This will be down in a sec, but...
Oh, we're right. The sun's coming right. So, yeah. Right.
Doesn't matter to us. Right, yeah. Whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Yep.
Jason Kerr, what a game. What a finish, what a win. You must be so proud of this team.
Yeah, incredibly proud. From day one through day four, it certainly didn't go smoothly. And it never does, but four-day wins are hard to come by, particularly at Taunton. I thought the guys were incredible. Never gave up. At times the surface looked incredibly placid. Obviously Sibley and Folks played brilliantly. Established a partnership, but yeah, stuck at it, and incredible way to finish.
With an hour to go and Surrey only 3 wickets down, did you really think that Somerset could pull off the win?
Look, I think you saw, no, if I'm honest, probably not, but I think what you saw with the game is that there was patterns of the game where things happened quickly, then it went quiet for a while, and then it happened quickly. So we knew that actually if we could create the opportunity, anything could happen. And within this group, we keep asking the question of, why not? So we kept punching, and it was a fantastic finish.
What about Tom Banton? Because if it hadn't been for his heroics in that 46 runs that he scored, Somerset would never have been in a position to pull off the win.
Yeah, look, I think the first innings as well. He's playing remarkably well all year across all formats. And to be fair, I questioned him going out there. Obviously, he's got an injury. We don't want to make it any worse. And he was adamant that he wanted to be out there, which is testament to him and how much he loves playing for this team. And the partnership, not only that one, the one between Jack Leach and Craig Overton before that, but obviously the last wicket partnership as well. It took the sting out of Surrey. They had all the momentum at that stage and gave us an opportunity.
And a tremendous spin attack with Jack Leach taking 5 wickets and Archie Vaughan following up 6 in the first innings with 5 in the second.
Yeah, what a start to a career he's had. Look, I was just saying upstairs, he's demonstrated incredible maturity and skill for someone so young. And if we're honest, inexperienced as an off-spin bowler. But he's come into the team, fitted in brilliantly. We saw the class that he possesses with a bat, and we look forward to seeing that in the future. But it's obviously incredibly exciting, and we're delighted for what he's delivered with the ball.
Is this one of the best wins of your career as head coach?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we're playing the champions. Surrey are a formidable side. They've won the champions last year. We had to beat them to stay in contention, to try and achieve something that's never been done before. So the energy that's in the dressing room right now, deservedly so, is incredibly high and one of huge excitement.
You're still 8 points behind Surrey, up at the top of the table, which means, effectively, do you think you've got to win your last 2 games?
Yeah, look, that's absolutely, our mindset's always been the same, is to win the games, and we'll try and do that. We're obviously away up at Old Trafford after finals day, and we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but we'll be going there to try and win the game. Inevitably, there's opposition that are going to try and stop you doing that, but we know what we have to do, and we'll try and do that.
How difficult is it going to be for the team to adjust after 4 days of intense, draining cricket and then having to go out in the semi-final on Saturday morning against the same opposition?
Well, a lot easier now that we've won. I think, look, it's the nature of the beast. It's what we do. The guys are incredibly resilient and adaptable. So, all the logistics have been going out through the day. They're aware of that we're travelling tomorrow, we're training tomorrow. But the excitement in the group, and it's not often you get this opportunity. So we've got an incredible opportunity ahead of us in the fact coming into September, there's 3 trophies that are up for grabs. Why wouldn't you want to play?
And what's the situation with Tom Banton's injury?
Look, it looks pretty serious. He's had an MRI this afternoon. We still haven't got the results of those. We expect those in the next hour or so. But it's unlikely he'll be available at the weekend.
Do you think he might be available for the 2 remaining county championship games?
It's too early to tell. I think, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's difficult. You always go off the symptoms, so we'll see how he responds over the next couple of days. So he'll be coming to Manchester, he'll be coming to Edgbaston, but it's unlikely that he's going to play there, and we'll take it from there.
What does it feel like to be going into the last lap of the county championship, just 8 points behind the leaders, given that Somerset at the start of the season would not have been one of the more fancied sides?
In your opinion? Look, I think the reality is that this is what Lewis and I set out to do at the beginning of the year. We wanted to be in a position in September where we're challenging. Our philosophy as a club is that we want to win every competition, and to do that with the resources that are available to us, I think first and foremost is an incredible effort. And then secondly, we're here, we've got an opportunity, and with that excitement and that energy, that'll carry us through to the end of the year.
Who's likely to come in for Tom on the weekend?
Attacking just not as experienced as me.